Chapter 189, Putting on Such a Show. How much do they actually want? My dad stared at me, totally suspicious. Don't you trust me? I asked, half locking. Of course he did, the second I said it. Dad's face hardened with instant trust. He patted my shoulder, glared at my uncle and aunt, and muttered, I'll go do laundry. Pock. He walked out. Ugh, about time he got lost, my aunt sneered. We didn't come to borrow from him anyway. Why was he even lingering? Hey, shut up, my uncle hissed, nudging her. He warned her that I was super protective of my parents. Filial? Please, that was before they had cash, she scoffed. Now that he's rich, it's a whole different story. She ignored him. So, can we talk business now? My uncle asked with a fake smile. No, I said, shaking my head. He looked completely lost. I said we could talk because we're family. But besides you, me, and my dad, there is an outsider here. I stared straight at his wife. What is that supposed to mean, kid? She snapped, pointing at my face. She was furious. Exactly what I said. I shrugged, letting my disgust show. I wasn't afraid of pushing her buttons. I knew my uncle would hold her back. She was ready to blow, but my uncle jumped right in front of her. Whoa, babe, listen to me, he whispered. Look at the big picture. We came for cash. Who cares about a kid's attitude? Once we get the money, we bail. Sure he'll actually lend it? The moment cash was mentioned, her sour face softened. Easy, my uncle murmured. It's just a clueless country bumpkin and a dumb kid in this house. If we offer them my company, they'll think they hit the jackpot. He grinned like a hyena. Normal people think owning a business makes them a big-shot boss. They might not even want us to pay them back. My aunt nodded. From what I could tell, they thought ordinary families only cared about the prestige of owning a business. It was obvious they expected us to jump at a free company without checking if it was bleeding cash. Fine, I'll swallow my pride and wait outside, my aunt muttered, heading for the door. Shut the door. My uncle rubbed his hands like a greedy fly. All right, kiddo, can we talk business? I nodded. Check out my offer. He pulled a thick stack of papers from his bag. These are the transfer contracts. I had a lawyer certify them. 100% legit, completely unmodified. See, here's the official notice. He eagerly handed them over. I flipped through the pages. Surprisingly, the contract was clean. If they were smart enough to fake contracts, they wouldn't have begged me for pocket change last winter. Help me, and it's yours. Sounded so generous. Think about it. You'll be the boss, bragging to all your high school classmates. Then, you'll be the coolest kid there. And hey, you're going to college next year, right? College girls love young guys who own companies. They'll be crawling all over you. He leaned in closer, whispering. I let out a dry laugh. So, uncle, if being a boss is so great, why give it up? Froze, totally speechless. He rubbed his hands nervously. Well, I'm just in a tight spot, but you're a genius trader. Judging by his desperate look, he'd kiss my feet if it got him the cash. Praise me to the skies. Suddenly, he pulled out his phone and tapped the screen. Look here, this tech startup isn't some dead weight. It has an incredible future. He showed me a business news site. I knew it well. My friend Tengzi Xuan read it all the time. See, Professor Lee says innovative tech is the future. He pointed at the screen, acting like a total expert. I almost laughed. That professor actually wrote that article after attending one of my lectures, inspired by my own theories. He'd even personally reached out to me. Uncle, you're working hard? Have some water, I said, handing him a glass. Talk about reality. Reality like what? His throat was dry, so he grabbed the cup. I smiled. How much cash do you actually want to borrow? He choked, spraying water everywhere. Chapter 190. Time to face reality. Anyone could see they came fully prepared with those transfer papers. I knew they wanted a massive amount. He thought I was naive, but I wasn't that easy to play. I am a top high school student, after all. Heh, it's really not that much, he muttered. He held up 3 fingers. How about 300,000? I narrowed my eyes at him. First 50,000, now 300,000. What a parasite. What if I don't have it? I tested. No way, he cried, panicking. Didn't you make 800,000 trading futures? This isn't even half. Seems like you're still drooling over my 800,000, uncle, I said, grinning. That smile alone made Uncle Li Bing shiver. Realizing I hadn't agreed to the loan yet, Uncle Li Bing panicked. No. It is just an emergency. Your aunt and I are in a tight spot. What kind of emergency exactly? I asked, keeping my voice dead calm. Uncle Li Bing stammered, just some debt. We have to pay it back, right? Uncle Li Bing looked guilty as his eyes darted everywhere. From what I could tell, the debt was a total lie. He just wanted my cash. Fine, I will do it. 300,000. Coming right up. I whipped out my phone to log in. Uncle Li Bing looked stunned. He actually agreed? Uncle Li Bing stared at me, completely shocked. Judging by his face, he couldn't believe how easygoing I was being compared to our last explosive fight. It was obvious he thought I was a whole different person. Okay, uncle. 300,000, but you signed the company over to me as collateral. Deal's yours. Uncle Li Bing nodded frantically. As long as you lend us the money, everything belongs to you. I slowly nodded. Fine. But I want to add a little clause. Add what? Uncle Li Bing stiffened. Anyone could see he suddenly suspected I was trying to play him. Probably realized his nephew was way smarter than he thought. The clause is simple, I said. I can choose to take your company instead of cash. I grinned, and Uncle Li Bing immediately relaxed. Judging by his smug look, he was secretly thrilled. Sure. No problem at all. Then I will add it to the contract right now, I said, pointing. Right, whatever. Uncle Li Bing waved his hand like a big shot. No repayment needed. From what I could tell, he was praying for this. Their trash company was completely worthless anyway. I quickly typed in the clause. Once I made sure the contract was airtight, I smashed that confirm button on my screen. Done deal. Ding. Uncle Li Bing's phone buzzed. He scrambled to check his bank alerts. It's here, 300,000. A whole 300,000. Right then, Aunt burst into the room totally thrilled. It was obvious she got the notification too. Uncle Li Bing grinned. Babe, we are rich. 300,000. That easy? Aunt looked like she had just won the lottery. She couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, my dad stepped out. Dad frowned, looking at me with deep worry. I just gave him a reassuring look and waved my hand, signaling him to let me handle it. After a second, Dad nodded. He trusted his son, so he wasn't going to doubt my moves now. So, Uncle, are we done here? Can you leave now? I asked flatly. Yes, of course. We got our money. Why stay in this dump? Heh, dear nephew, make sure you take good care of that company. You are going to be a big boss now, Aunt smirked, showily patting her designer skirt to rub it in my face. Beautiful, right? Go make some money and buy your girlfriend one. Judging by her tone, she desperately wanted to make sure I kept the company. Totally playing mind games, but I just shrugged. Get out. Aunt rolled her eyes, grabbed Uncle Li Bing, and finally left. That 300,000 Dad walked over, his voice shaking. That huge number was way too massive for him to comprehend. Dad, trust me. Their company is worth way more than 300 grand, I said firmly. He nodded. All right, I believe you. Dad nodded. I should head back to the villa, I smiled. I still have school tomorrow morning. Keep me posted if you need anything out there, Dad said. Will do. Suddenly, Aunt's screech echoed from right outside our window. Damn it. Dad and I rushed to the window. Aunt was down on the street, screaming like a total psychopath. Watch where you are going. Spilled milk tea all over me. Uncle Li Bing urged her. Just drop it. Let's get to the bank right now. Their voices faded away as they hurried off. All right, Dad, I am heading out. I will visit this weekend if I can. Dad nodded, watching me leave into the night. It was already past 8:40 in the evening. Sky was pitch black. Our old apartment complex was so run down, even the hallway lights barely worked. I seriously needed to buy a new house. With all my earnings from the futures market, a luxury apartment would be pocket change. As I stepped out of the lobby, I heard a rustling. Someone was hiding in the shadows. There was a fresh puddle of milk tea splashed on the pavement. I shook my head, fighting a grin. Come out, stop hiding, I called out. Don't tell me you weren't the one who trashed my aunt's dress. Aw, babe, you are too smart. How did you guess? Tang Zishuan giggled, stepping out from behind the concrete wall. Guessing is one thing, but why did you dump milk tea on her? You got your own clothes dirty too, I sighed. I brushed a fresh boba stain off Tang Zishuan's jacket. What do you mean, spill? Tang Zishuan protested. I just accidentally bumped into her. Tang Zishuan pulled me toward school. I have their situation handled. You didn't have to target them. I shook my head helplessly. Tang Zishuan stopped and pouted, but they were totally rubbing their money in your face. Rubbing it in? Yes. I snuck up to your window and saw her bragging about her clothes. She claimed her company bought it. Like starting a business is hard. If we launched a company, we'd crush them anyway. Tang Zishuan looked incredibly confident, and honestly, she had every right to be. Destined to be a top Fortune 500 CEO. Still, I had to laugh. Since Tang Zishuan missed our conversation, she totally misread my aunt. I thought Jiang Cheng's aunt was just flexing, but she actually wanted to dodge the debt, letting him take over the company. By the way, I haven't asked you guys yet. Jiang Cheng smiled. Why are you here too? Where's Xiaohua and the rest? They went home, I replied. I was worried about you, so I followed, I said. Jiang Cheng smirked. Worried about me? Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes at me. Of course I'm worried, I snapped. If other girls flirt with you and I'm not there, what if you get stolen? You know that's literally impossible, I huffed. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly. Hey, better safe than sorry, right? Besides, you don't even know how to keep girls from stealing you, I declared. Jiang Cheng froze, then smiled. Fine. Tell me how to keep them away, Jiang Cheng challenged. It was obvious I had a trick up my sleeve. Want to know, I teased. He nodded, totally amused. Judging by his face, he wanted to see my play. Squat down, I ordered. For what? Jiang Cheng asked, raising an eyebrow. Do it, and you'll see, I whined. Fine, Jiang Cheng sighed, crouching down. I immediately ran behind him and jumped onto his back. I wrapped my arms around his neck, feeling totally satisfied. As long as I'm clinging to your back, no other girls can steal you. Fine. Cling away then, Zhang Cheng laughed. Zhang Cheng stood up, carrying me toward the school. It took nearly 40 minutes to reach the entrance. Want to get down now? He asked. Otherwise, we'll run into teachers, Zhang Cheng said, stopping. I thought about it and slid off his back. Yeah, I'd better get down. Hey, hubby, why did your uncle and aunt really visit? It couldn't just be to brag, right? I asked as we walked home. I kept asking why he went home. From what I could tell, he wanted to tell me the truth, but then he just smiled instead, keeping his secrets. A secret, Zhang Cheng said. What's so top secret that you can't even tell me? I pouted, feeling pretty annoyed. How about I ask you a question instead? Zhang Cheng suggested. I paused. Yeah, for example, what's your absolute biggest dream? Zhang Cheng asked. The next second, I burst out laughing. Is it really that funny? He sighed. Zhang Cheng looked at me, totally helpless. No, I giggled. I just thought of those talent shows. The judges always ask that first. When you asked, I literally pictured a host saying, Zixuan, tell us your dream. I covered my mouth, laughing. I waved my other hand, finally calming down after walking a bit. But seriously, about dreams didn't I tell you already? I want to travel the world with you. I spread my arms, making my wish crystal clear. Well, that's a long-term goal, Zhang Cheng teased. What about a short-term one? Zhang Cheng shrugged. Short-term, being with you every single day. I don't really have massive dreams anyway. Working myself to death like in my past life is just too exhausting, I sighed. Will we still be together every day in college? Zhang Cheng asked. Duh, absolutely. Absolutely. I nodded eagerly, but then I froze. It hit me that my current grades couldn't keep up with Zhang Cheng's at all. I knew Peking University was crucial for his future, but if I didn't make the cut, we'd be separated. Still, I couldn't let him waste that opportunity. I've decided. My new dream is getting into Peking University. Let's run home. I need to start cramming. I dragged Zhang Cheng home. That college was our goal. Little did I know, his taking over that tech company today was all just to make sure I could go with him. I walked upstairs and waved to Zhang Cheng. Bye, hubby. See you at school tomorrow? He nodded, and I unlocked the door to head inside. Zixuan, you're just getting back now? Lin Xiaohua was sprawled on the couch watching dramas, stuffing cake into her mouth. She didn't even look up when she spoke to me. Yeah, totally normal. Get used to it, Xiaohua, I joked, squeezing onto the tiny couch next to Lin Xiaohua. Squeezing next to my bestie worked. Still, your mom already suspects you two, Lin Xiaohua warned. You should be careful. She was basically warning you, you know? Lin Xiaohua took another huge bite of cake. All right, don't lecture me, I said, rolling my eyes. I snatched the cake from Lin Jiaha's hand. Give it back. Lin Jiaha squealed, immediately lunging at me like a wild cat. Stealing her favorite treat was basically a crime. Fine, here. I know you love this stuff, I laughed, handing it back. I shoved it right into Lin Xiaohua's mouth. Lin Xiaohua swallowed it and patted her stomach happily. See? Your mom literally told you to eat less cake and watch less television. Look at you, I teased. Mine is totally different, Lin Xiaohua argued, eyes glued back to her phone. Our moms told us both to stop, and neither of us listened. What's the difference? I asked. Because my habits are my mom's fault. If she hadn't fed me sweets and watched soaps while babysitting me when I was little, I wouldn't be like this. I wouldn't be like her, Lin Xiaohua declared. Fine, you always have excuses, I laughed. What are you watching anyway? Make room for me. I snuggled up next to Lin Xiaohua. My big plans to study? Yeah, those could totally wait until we finish this drama episode together. But seriously, Zixuan, Lin Xiaohua muttered, eyes on her screen. You like Zhang Cheng so much. Isn't it torture living right next door? Torture? Why would it be? I asked, confused. Think about it, he's right next door, such a tiny distance. Yet you can't even see him. How is that not torture? Lin Xiaohua turned to me. Should I go knock on his door right now? No way, Lin Xiaohua said, looking dead serious. Juan, a girl should never visit a guy who likes her at night, Xiaohua told me. I was totally clueless. Why? Because it's dangerous. Xiaohua said it was dangerous, which only made me more confused. Look at this, Xiaohua said, shutting down the video. Xiaohua opened a sketchy website with a video. A girl walked into a room and got dragged in by some guy. See? Look. You go to his place and this happens. Then Xiaohua looked dead serious. But watching that clip just gave me a major facepalm. I couldn't help but ask, Xiaohua, where do you find these sites? None of your business. Just know, when a girl visits a guy at night, things can easily get out of hand. I'm doing this for your own good, Xiaohua insisted. Honestly, I was totally speechless. Things were going to get out of hand, we'd have started a wildfire by now. Xiaohua looked blank. Wait, what do you mean? She asked. Go back to your show. I'm going to wash up. I dragged myself up and headed to the bathroom. But thinking about it, Zhang Cheng and I were separated by just a wall, yet we couldn't see each other. It made me restless. Then something clicked. Sprinted to our small balcony. If my memory served me right, I could actually reach his window from there. I scrambled right out. Stretched my arm out, but his window was still out of reach. Thinking fast, I grabbed a nearby clothes hanger to use as an extension. I tapped on Zhang Cheng's window. He slid it open, looking completely done with me. Hubby, are you asleep yet? I teased. Smirked. If I were asleep, would I be standing here? Zhang Cheng asked, half annoyed and half amused. I nodded. Fair point. Late. Why are you tapping my window like a kid? Zhang Cheng sighed. Honestly, it did feel a little childish, but I didn't care. Can't your wife do a surprise inspection to see if there's another girl? I smirked. He rolled his eyes. You couldn't just knock? No way. Xiaohua said if I come over, things might get too heated. And if you made a move, I wouldn't be able to say no. So, good night, hubby? Time for bed. With that, I quickly shut the window before he could even reply. From what I could tell, Zhang Cheng was left completely dazed. Too heated? What slang is she speaking now? He probably muttered. Chapter 193. New semester, new students. That first night in the quarters near school, Zhang Cheng slept peacefully. I knew that he had no trouble adjusting to new beds. He used to travel with me for work, crashing in different hotels. I should have slept just as well. Xiaohua dragged me into a massive all-night drama marathon. Her excuse? We're finally away from home. We can do whatever we want. So, I totally went along with my bestie. If our alarms hadn't gone off, we would have missed our very first day of the new semester. I guess my inner wild child just couldn't resist. Meanwhile, at school, welcome, students and teachers, to a brand new school year, the principal droned on. Under the morning sun, everyone was practically sleepwalking through the speech. We've heard these exact same lines every single year. Suddenly, I leaned heavily against Zhang Cheng's back. It was obvious that he noticed, because he glanced at our teacher, Ms. Zhang, at the front. He quickly turned to warn me. Didn't sleep well? He whispered. Yeah, not a wink, I mumbled, barely keeping my eyes open. Zhang Cheng looked back, surprised. Just look at Xiaohua, I muttered, gesturing toward the back of the line. She was practically sleeping standing up. Zhang Cheng sighed. On day one, can't help it. I'm exhausted, I said, shaking my head to wake up. I forced myself to focus. Having pulled so many all-nighters at my old job, I knew a few tricks to fight off sleep. I leaned in closer and whispered, Hey, hubby, do you know what today is? First day of school? Zhang Cheng replied. Right, but it's also the exact day we first met, I said, smiling warmly at him. We actually met in senior year, but since I reincarnated, I begged my mom to transfer me here earlier just to find him. The day we met, you're right, Zhang Cheng murmured. September 1st is always peak season for school transfers. Some kids had to move back home, while elite students were bought to boost the school's rankings. My grades were totally average. In my past life, I only transferred here because of family. Time really flies, I sighed. Wait, do you remember what else happened today? The day you transferred, what else happened? Zhang Cheng asked out of nowhere. What else? I don't think I even confessed to you yet today, I said, racking my brain. He shrugged. Never mind if you forgot. Zhang Cheng smiled gently. Is it important? Because I can try harder to remember, I offered, testing the waters. Not important at all, he said, shrugging. All right then, if you say so, I won't stress about it, I said playfully. After the principal droned on for an hour, we finally went to class. Zhang Hao, keep everyone quiet, our teacher instructed the class president. Zhang left right after. Zhang Fan, sitting behind us, leaned in. Hey Zhang Cheng, hey beautiful. Guess what? Zhang Cheng turned around. I watched curiously as Zhang Fan whispered, We have a new classmate joining us today. Either of you heard anything about them? Anyone could see Zhang Fan was bursting with curiosity. Zhang Cheng and I shook our heads, though Zhang Cheng shot me a secret look. Why the sudden interest in the new kid, Zhang Fan? I asked. Honestly, I wasn't interested until I looked at you two, he smirked. What's that supposed to mean? I asked, completely confused. Well, think about it. Exactly a year ago, when you first transferred here, Zhang Fan teased me about confessing to Zhang Chen on my first day. Maybe a hot transfer girl will confess to me today. Keep dreaming. Zhang Chen and I are totally different, I snapped, rolling my eyes. Zhang Fan shrugged, not seeing the difference at all. It was literally your first time meeting. Zhang Fan argued, eager to try his luck. If Zhang Chen can do it, so can I. Zhang Chen and I locked eyes. We stayed silent, but we were both silently mourning for Zhang Fan. There was a reason I could confess. We were actually married in our past life. If a total stranger tried that, it would scare someone half to death, not bring them luck. Talking. And I'll tell Xiaohua, I threatened, gesturing toward Lin Xiaohua. Zhang Fan instantly wimped out. Whoa, total misunderstanding, Zhang Fan squealed. I just meant, what if some hot girl tries to hit on Zhang Chen like you did? I can chase her off for you guys. That's more like it, I said, nodding with a small smile. Sharp click-clack of high heels echoed. Zhang Fan bolted back to his desk, and the entire classroom fell dead silent. Our teacher, Ms. Zhang, marched in. Several shadows hovered right outside the door. She announced, We have some new transfer students joining us. Give them a warm welcome. As everyone started clapping, I leaned over to Zhang Chen. Husband, do you think I'm standing out there too? We're reborn, not ghosts, Jiang Chen muttered, rolling his eyes at me. But as he looked toward the door, he couldn't help but look at me. Just kidding, I giggled. Ms. Zhang then announced, please welcome the 6 new students joining Class 1. Only 6? What a shame, Zhang Fan whispered to his deskmate. 7 would have been perfect. We could have been the 7 Calabash brothers. I nearly choked on my laughter. Was Zhang Fan always this hilarious? I whispered. Technically, there were 7 transfers, but the 7th was me. You were way more ridiculous at 17, Jiang Chen teased, rolling his eyes. Hey, I'm 17 right now. I puffed my cheeks. I meant your maturity level, he laughed. Oh, very funny, I scoffed. Zhang Fan mumbled something else. I gestured for Jiang Chen to be quiet so we could listen. There really should be 7, Zhang Fan whispered. I gasped. Did Zhang Fan actually figure it out? But then he added, think about it. The 6th Calabash brother has invisibility powers. If Ms. Zhang wasn't on the podium, I would have grabbed his collar and screamed, you're the invisible one. Your whole family is invisible. Your entire family is invisible. Meanwhile, Ms. Zhang called them in for introductions. But the second they stepped onto the stage, Jiang Chen and I both locked on to the second-to-last boy. They introduced themselves one by one until it was his turn. The 5th student spoke with supreme confidence. Hi everyone, I'm Lu Ziyang. It's great to be in this class with all of you. Excellent. Ms. Zhang beamed, giving him a special nod. Ziyang's father is the chairman of Yuanhong Investment. He actually spoke to me earlier. Transferred here to take his exams, but also because he's determined to work hard and get into a top-tier university. You should all learn from him, she added proudly. No matter your background, working hard is your shared goal here. Wow, that makes 3 students in our class with corporate families, someone muttered. 3, Ms. Zhang? Who are the other 2? Lu Ziyang asked. Ms. Zhang was caught off guard by his bold question. Her decades of teaching experience told her that discussing family wealth was a bad idea. Naming names could easily spark toxic vanity and competition among the kids, which was the last thing she wanted in her classroom. She only mentioned his background to inspire them. Oh, just 2 other girls. She laughed it off, trying to change the subject. Go ahead and take a seat, she said, pointing 2 rows ahead of Jiang Chen and me. Understood. Thank you, teacher, Lu Ziyang replied. He nodded and headed to his desk. Once the final student finished speaking, Ms. Zhang wasted no time starting the lesson. Senior year was a pressure cooker. Honestly, Ms. Zhang had already started cramming 12th grade material down our throats at the end of last term. We had to breeze through the entire year's curriculum this term. By next semester, teachers barely taught. It was all on us. Our final semester would consist of one thing only, endless practice exams. We had to memorize past papers until we could recite them backward. That was the only way to survive the college entrance exams. When the recess bell finally rang, we lined up to head to the field. Everyone sighed in relief. Zhang Fan groaned behind me. Damn, 2 classical texts on day 1, and a mock exam this afternoon? This is brutal. Why is senior year so intense? Lin Xiaohua whined, squeezing next to me. I heard math is moving at double speed too. How are we supposed to keep up? Her head was spinning. Zhang Fan slapped Jiang Chen's shoulder. Hey genius, you're rank number 1. Tell the teacher to slow down. This is exhausting. Jiang Chen shrugged coolly. Feels normal to me. Xiaohua scoffed at Zhang Fan. Are you seriously asking him? He doesn't feel pressure like we do. She rolled her eyes, then grabbed my hand. Zixuan, don't you agree? Memorizing 2 massive classical texts in one day is literally impossible. She was begging for backup, but I barely heard her. My eyes were completely glued to the guy walking right ahead of us. Earth to Zixuan. Xiaohua waved a hand in front of my face. Wait, hold on, Xiaohua, Zhang Fan whispered, pulling her back. What? Xiao frowned. Look at her eyes, Zhang Fan muttered. She's staring. What is she looking at? Xiaohua whispered back. They huddled together, murmuring. Since we left class, she's been staring at that guy, Zhang Fan whispered, pointing at Lu Ziyang's blue shirt ahead. It looked like Lin Jiaohua finally got it. You mean she started, stopping mid-sentence. She slapped a hand over her mouth, but her eyes locked right onto me. To her and Zhang Fan, I was the target. Fan and I were way past being just classmates. Zhang Fan nodded, and Lin Xiaohua asked if they should tell me. No need, Zhang Fan muttered. He claimed I was too good to worry about anyone stealing my girl, but he sounded totally unsure. After all, Zixuan had actually looked at the other guy first. As we headed to the track, I leaned in close to her. I whispered my question. Zixuan nodded gently, realizing the big news of the day was that he had transferred to our school. Her face fell. I just nodded, staying quiet, but then I felt her warm hand slip into mine. She gave me a soft smile. Hubby, I get why you kept staring at me, she whispered. But don't worry, you are my only husband. We should lay low at school, I said, giving her a helpless smile. She just shrugged. Whatever. It is not like I even know him. Swan rolled her eyes at the sky. He was your business partner, I teased. She snapped back. That was only in our past life. Besides, hubby, you promised to take care of me this time. I do not want to run some stupid company anyway. So our paths will never cross. She looked at me with total serious eyes. I froze for a second, then gently ruffled her hair. I stayed quiet. Honestly, Zixuan and Lu Xiang were only business partners and classmates. But once their startup took off in our past life, Lu Xiang confessed his high school crush to Zixuan right in front of my face. By then, she and I had already set our wedding date. Doing that in front of me was a total slap in the face. That disrespect is exactly why his sudden transfer today weighed so heavily on me. In my past life, I was just her assistant doing minor chores, while Lu Ziyang actually built the company with her. We finally reached the track. As morning exercises started, Zixuan leaned in close. Hubby, you do not actually think something would happen between me and him, right? She whispered. Of course not, I smiled. Really, she asked. I could tell she noticed my mood was off, especially after I asked if she remembered anything else. Seeing him transfer made her think I was anxious. Guys always compare themselves, I said casually, especially when some punk has eyes on my wife. Buan smirked. Hubby, I feel like it has been forever since you called me your wife. You got a problem with that? I teased back. I raised an eyebrow. No problem at all. I am your wife, she beamed, looking absolutely thrilled. She loved my possessiveness. But seriously, don't worry. I won't ever talk to him, she promised. Her eyes locked onto mine with complete sincerity. I know, I said, waving it off. We survived death together, our final thoughts always on each other. No third wheel could ever break that bond. Plus, Zixuan spent all 3 of her rebirth wishes on me. My issue with Lu Ziyang had nothing to do with her anyway. I just smiled. Curious. In our past life, he was bound to start a company or take over his family empire. I wonder if I can beat him this time, I shrugged, acting relaxed. You definitely will, Zixuan said, nodding hard. She knew I wanted to build my own empire this time. You have that much faith in me? I laughed. I secretly had future market insights she knew nothing about. If things go south, you still have me, right? She grinned. She smirked. What's that cheesy saying again? A power couple can conquer anything. Cringe, I muttered. Whatever, you know exactly what I mean. She laughed. Exercises ended, and we barely cared about Lu Ziyang. But our friends, Zhang Fan and Lin Xiahua, were already gossiping like crazy about Zixuan and him. They wondered if they knew each other or if the new kid charmed her. No way, Lin Jiahua snapped. Zhang Chen is hotter. That transfer is a total sissy. 2 of them argued over who was better looking. Zhang Fan quickly backed down, muttering, Hey, I am just talking. I am totally on his side. But we have to look at the facts, Lin Xiahua pouted. Only girls decide if a guy is hot, so your opinion doesn't count. Then what about me? Zhang Fan asked hopefully. Lin Xiahua just glared. The silence alone practically brought him to tears. Didn't need her to spell it out. That single look crushed him. Later that afternoon, we had our final Chinese literature class. Our teacher handed out pop quiz papers. Chinese used to be a total nightmare for Zixuan, but since she decided to get into PKU with me, she actually welcomed the challenge. She even wanted more tests just to prove she was making progress. Hard work always pays off, and studying is no exception. By the end of our evening study session, stopped by to praise her. Zixuan, great job on this test. Huge improvement. Thank you, teacher. Zixuan beamed. But our teacher shot her a look. Just keep your hands to yourself during study hours. She then turned and walked out. Right then, Zixuan was literally draped over my desk. Hear that? Even the teacher says you need to act normal, I laughed. Fine, she pouted, pulling back. Then she smirked. School is over anyway. No rules once I am over at your place tonight. I rolled my eyes, packing up my bag. Just as I stood, Lu Xiang marched over from across the room. You need something? Zixuan asked, her brow furrowed in confusion as he blocked her path. I gave Lu Xiang a nod, holding my book. I heard your grades went way up. Mind sharing some tips? Maybe we could grab some dinner? Lu Xiang mumbled, looking totally shy. I blinked, snapping out of my daze. Wait, are you asking me out? I wouldn't call it a date, Lu Xiang stammered, swallowing hard. Anyone could see he wasn't as bold as me. Whatever, forget it then. My plans are with Zhang Chen, I said, grabbing his arm. Lu Ziyang froze. Judging by his face, he couldn't handle seniors being this bold in class. Yet, I did it anyway, and Zhang Chen didn't even flinch. It was obvious we left him completely speechless as we walked away. I later heard Lu Ziyang turn to Zhang Fan, asking about us. Zhang Fan blinked, clearly having ignored Zhang Chen and me. Honestly, everyone in class was used to our PDA, especially our friend Zhang Fan. Tang Zixuan, right in front of you, Lu Ziyang clarified. That other guy Zhang something? Liu Xiang couldn't even remember Zhang Chen's name yet. Oh, you mean Zhang Chen, Zhang Fan finally realized. Yeah, they seem super close, Liu Xiang muttered. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes at him. Well, duh, obviously. Been used to Tang Zixuan and Zhang Chen forever. Used to it? Liu Xiang gasped. Yeah, Zhang Fan nodded. You probably just saw them leaving together. Actually, they're always like that. So are they dating? Liu Xiang pressed. Of course they are, Zhang Fan replied. Just then, Lin Xiaohua jogged over. Hey Xiaohua, what are you doing here? Zhang Fan was instantly distracted, totally whipped. I wanted to gossip about Zixuan and Zhang Chen, Lin Xiaohua whispered. Only they could have this talk, since he's Zhang Chen's bro and she's my bestie. Lin Xiaohua glanced at Lu Ziyang. Wait, did I just hear you asking if Zixuan and Zhang Chen are dating? Lu Ziyang nodded. Why do you care? Lin Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. Zhang Fan suddenly looked guarded too. They glared at Lu Ziyang like he was the enemy. To them, no one messes with my relationship. I just thought she was pretty, Lu Ziyang stammered. Wanted to get to know her. Lu Ziyang scratched his head, blushing. Just get to know her? Lin Xiaohua eyed him up and down, totally unconvinced. Yeah, just want to be friends, Lu Ziyang lied. From what I could tell, he wasn't stupid enough to reveal his real game plan yet. Even if he wanted to flirt, he couldn't do it right in front of my boyfriend. Still, he kept eyeing Zhang Fan. Liar. Lin Xiaohua snapped out of nowhere. Wait, how am I lying? Lu Ziyang gasped, totally caught off guard. Your eyes totally gave you away, Lin Xiaohua said firmly. Lu Ziyang was speechless. Come on, let's go, she told Zhang Fan. Unless you don't want to gossip? Zhang Fan immediately grabbed his backpack. It seemed like he didn't even care about the gossip. He just wanted to hang with her. It was the first time she'd invited him to do anything. Hey, you still haven't told me if they're dating. Lu Ziyang called out. Zhang Fan looked at Lin Xiaohua, unsure. He'd been about to spill the beans earlier before she stopped him. We can tell you, Lin Xiaohua bargained, but only if you answer one question for me first. Sure, shoot, Lu Ziyang nodded. What school did you transfer from? Lin Xiaohua demanded. Gave a straight answer. Okay, fair, Lin Xiaohua nodded. So can you answer my question now? Lu Ziyang asked patiently. But Lin Xiaohua smirked. No idea. Why don't you just ask them yourself? She waved for Zhang Fan to follow her out. Left completely baffled, Lu Ziyang packed his books to leave. Once outside, Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask, why did we lie? Stupid. He was totally digging for info on Zixuan and Zhang Chen. He clearly has an agenda, Lin Xiaohua insisted. Pretty obvious to me. An agenda like what? Zhang Fan asked, completely clueless. My dad always said if someone can't look you in the eye, they're hiding something, Lin Xiaohua explained. They're terrified of getting caught. Lu Ziyang asking about Zhang Chen and me is definitely sketchy. Think about it. Why would a guy care about our relationship status? What's his angle? Oh, he's crushing on Tong, Zhang Fan realized. Exactly, Lin Xiaohua nodded. But wait, could there be another reason? What about Zhang Chen? Zhang Fan asked. Definitely, Lin Xiaohua agreed. What's the other option? Zhang Fan asked. Maybe he's crushing on Zhang Chen. After a speechless moment, Zhang Fan frowned. Wait, that doesn't add up. When Lu Ziyang first transferred here, didn't I look at him first? Exactly. That's the real mystery, Lin Xiaohua muttered deep in thought. I think they knew each other before. Zhang Fan stared at her in shock. Think about it. You missed it, but I didn't. I was glued to Zhang Chen all night, so it's not like I'm crushing on Lu Ziyang. They probably go way back. Lin Xiaohua glanced at Zhang Fan. I have a crazy theory. What? Zhang Fan leaned in, his curiosity piqued. What if Lu Ziyang is Zixuan's ex? An ex? Zhang Fan scratched his head. It sounded crazy, but hearing her say it, he seemed to think it actually made sense. Totally possible. That's why I asked for his old school, Lin Xiaohua said, whipping out her phone. Teacher said he's rich. We can search his name online and find something. Zhang Fan gave her a huge thumbs up. But suddenly, Lin Xiaohua's eyes widened in sheer shock. Zhang Fan jumped, leaning over instantly. What? What is it? Check it out, Lin Xiaohua muttered, shoving her phone toward Zhang Fan. It was obvious his face twisted into the exact same shocked look. Why didn't we tell him Zixuan and I are dating? Zhang Fan stuttered. Lin Xiaohua glared at him like he was an idiot and pointed at the school. We were in class. If the teacher found out, they'd be dead. Zhang Fan shrugged. From what I could tell, he thought everyone already knew anyway. Zhang Fan grumbled, but Lin Xiaohua just shrugged. She casually pointed out that on paper, we were waiting until college to actually date. Zhang Fan nodded and pointed at her phone. He suggested they find us immediately to break the news to my girlfriend, Zixuan. Lin Xiaohua agreed, and they ran toward our apartment complex. 10 minutes later, she unlocked the door, but the place was empty. Swan wasn't home, and neither was I. Zhang Fan knocked on my door, but judging by the silence, nobody was there. Call him, Lin Xiaohua urged. Zhang Fan immediately dialed my number, asking if I was hanging out with Zixuan. He told me they had urgent news. I listened, then replied. After a brief conversation, he hung up. When Zhang Fan hung up, Lin Xiaohua anxiously asked what I said. He confirmed that Zixuan and I were indeed together. But he sighed, explaining that we were too busy to talk and would catch up later. Honestly, Zixuan and I did have things to do. After leaving school, I asked Zixuan if she was still serious about taking those art classes. Duh, of course, she replied instantly. She was determined, telling me she genuinely wanted to paint, not just pass exams. But at the art academy, she hesitated after seeing the brutal schedule. Babe, weekend and holiday classes? This is way too intense. Some days have back-to-back sessions, she groaned. I put my phone away and reminded her that she was already a high school senior. Starting from scratch to pass college exams takes serious time, I added. Zixuan let out a heavy sigh. I knew she got the logic, but combining senior year stress with art classes seemed like a recipe for total burnout. We can skip it if it's too much, I said casually. Maybe we'll find another way to get you into Peking University. I hadn't told her about my tech startup yet. Things were still up in the air, and I hated giving people false hope. If things fell through, the disappointment would be brutal. It's not just about the work, Zixuan argued. I love painting, and it's way better than studying, she said, trailing off as she shot me a loaded look. What? I asked. It takes up all my free time, she pouted, especially the holidays. I want to spend my weekends with you. I knew exactly what she was doing, but I decided to play along. I grinned. So what makes this deal work for you? Well, you could walk me to class, she suggested. You could have just asked, I joked, rolling my eyes. I was worried you'd say no, she laughed. She knew me too well. My reaction meant I was completely on board. Let's sign up then, I said. Yes! She dragged me to the registrar. I'm ready. Can I start tomorrow? She asked eagerly. Tomorrow? No, the senior class starts next week, the teacher replied. So we just sign up today? Zixuan asked. Teacher nodded. Zixuan reached for her bag. Let's do this. Do you take card? Mobile payments weren't a thing yet, so the teacher just pulled out a card machine. She reached for her wallet, but I handed over my card first. Didn't you already have tuition? She whispered. Keep that pocket money, I shrugged. No way your allowance covers our lifestyle anyway. She put her wallet away. Honestly, spending my money felt completely natural to her. We were basically married anyway. Enter your PIN. It's 4,000 for the semester, the teacher said. What about the full year, right up to the art exam? I asked. 1,000, she replied. I nodded and entered my PIN, paying for the whole year. Your brother is pretty sweet paying your tuition, the teacher teased after the transaction went through. He's my boyfriend, not my brother, Zixuan corrected. The teacher stared at us, completely stunned. We have to go. Call my boyfriend if you need anything, Zixuan said, pulling me out of the office. From what I could tell, she'd never seen a high school boyfriend foot the entire tuition bill before. Once we were out, Zixuan dragged me straight to a nearby boba shop. She'd rushed us out because they were closing. She bought 2 drinks and handed one to me. I took the cup. Right, Zhangfan called earlier, I said. He and Xiaohua have some drama about a failed confession. Just ignore them. What could they possibly want? She asked. I shrugged, telling her we'd find out soon enough. True, we're neighbors now, she grinned. Anyone could see she was thrilled to live so close to me. I reached for my keys to unlock the door, but Zhang Fan suddenly yanked it open from the inside. Wait, what are you doing here? I asked him, totally caught off guard. Zhang Fan looked dead serious. I'm in here talking to Xiaohua about you two, he said. By the way, beautiful, where's Zhang Chen? Tell him to come over. Hey, he's calling you, I said, tugging Zhang Chen over. Zhang Chen, come here. How come you're both here? As Zhang Fan ushered us in. What on earth is going on here that's so secretive? I walked in curiously with Zhang Chen. Lin Jiahua was sitting on the tiny sofa looking dead serious. Classmate Tang Zixuan, classmate Zhang Chen, down. I have some major news for you, she said solemnly. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan acted like her little assistant, scurrying around. He quickly grabbed 2 plastic stools for Zhang Chen and me. What kind of major news, I asked as Zhang Chen and I sat down. You absolutely cannot hang out with that new transfer kid, Lu Ziang. Even if he is kind of cute, stay away from him, Lin Xiaohua warned me. Burst out laughing. Xiaohua, you are hilarious. Why on earth would I ever hang out with him? Be serious, she snapped. Look, Zhang Fan and I both saw it, Lin Xiaohua insisted. When Lu Ziang transferred with those other 5 kids, your eyes were glued to him. I felt totally helpless. Of course there was a reason, and both Zhang Chen and I knew it, but we couldn't say a word. After all, there was no way they would ever understand reincarnation. See? Lin Jiahua scoffed. Excuses. Don't be shy just because Zhang Chen is sitting right there. I'm your bestie, but Zhang Chen is a great guy. You can't play him like that. Wait, I gasped. You think I'm playing him? I turned to look at Zhang Chen. Even he was amused by her wild accusations. What's so weird about that? Even if you pursued him first. There's always a what if, Lin Xiaohua argued. There is no what if, Zhang Chen said, his voice incredibly calm. From what I could tell, our bond was deeper than average couples or even spouses. Xiaohua, seriously? You think I'd fall for Lu Ziang at first sight? Her theories were getting way too dramatic. What's the difference? Lin Xiaohua fired back. You literally confessed to Zhang Chen on your very first day. Exactly, Zhang Fan chimed in. I shot Zhang Chen a helpless look and he just shrugged his shoulders back at me. All right. But why can't I go near Lu Ziang anyway, I asked. Is the guy some kind of monster or what? That's exactly why we called you over. Lin Xiaohua shoved her phone at us, showing some online rumors. The headline read, High school girl gets abortion. father was Liu Ziyang. I turned to Jiang Chen in disbelief. He actually got someone pregnant? I was shocked. Neither Jiang Chen nor I had ever heard about this in our past life. Keep reading, Jiang Chen said, nodding grimly. But he completely ghosted her when she asked him to go to the clinic. I kept scrolling. We found 3 whole posts about him pump and dumping girls. The comments were full of girls saying he seemed so nice, but was secretly a total player. Hey babe, I whispered, nudging Jiang Chen. I nudged Jiang Chen with my elbow. Did you know about this before? He shook his head. No idea. I couldn't believe his dark history. Honestly, we never dated, but he was my second in command when we started our company back then. Shuddering, I realized I'd worked with such a creep. Before he confessed to me, I genuinely thought of him as a solid partner and friend. I only distanced myself when he tried to steal Jiang Chen's spot. See? Lin Jiahua said. He always targets the pretty girls. Classmate Tang, you need to watch your back, Lin Jiahua warned solemnly. I just shrugged and looked up, completely unfazed. Why should I worry? I have 0 plans to associate with him anyway. Then why were you staring at him? Spill. Did you know him before? Lin Jiahua pressed. I hesitated for a second, then gave a slow nod. I guess we kind of knew each other. Wait, what were you guys? Are you his ex? Zhang Fan chimed in. It was obvious they had both been gossiping about this. Hey, keep your mouth shut, Zhang Fan. Jiang Chen is the only guy I have ever dated, okay? Bleeped up, playfully shaking my fist at Zhang Fan. Whoa, chill, beautiful Tang. It's just a misunderstanding, he squealed, backing away. Looking out for you and Zhang Chen, Zhang Fan apologized. Seriously, though, what was your connection? Lin Xiahua asked, burning with curiosity. Tapping my chin, I tried to figure out how to explain my history with Liu Ziyang without sounding crazy. Is it a secret? Zhang Fan whispered. Or is it just awkward with Jiang Chen right here? I wanted to strangle him. Zhang Fan, do you have a death wish? I snapped, losing it. He actually doubted my loyalty. Jiang Chen, save me! Zhang Fan cried, hiding behind Jiang Chen. Look, our past was actually really simple, I said. Basically, he tried to confess, got rejected, and I ghosted him. I shot a quick, knowing wink at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and I both knew exactly what Liu Ziyang had pulled back then. Hearing my blunt explanation, Lin Xiahua and Zhang Fan exchanged looks. A simple rejection explained everything. It finally made sense to them why I had been staring at him. I knew him because he was a rejected admirer. Incredible, beautiful Tang. That player never stood a chance with you, Zhang Fan cheered, giving me a thumbs up. No wonder Liu Ziyang was staring you down after class like he was totally obsessed. Obsessed? Jiang Chen repeated, his eyebrows shooting up. Yeah, he literally asked me what your deal was with the beautiful Tang. Zhang Fan nodded. Well, next time tell him this. Jiang Chen and I are getting married tomorrow. I leaned onto Jiang Chen's shoulder without hesitating. Damn, Tong, that is brutal, Zhang Fan gasped. Zhang Fan leaned in, whispering that none of that mattered. He lowered his voice, acting all mysterious. Juan breathed in my ear. Hubby, are you jealous? I rolled my eyes at her. Why would I be jealous of that guy? You seemed pretty obsessed with him looking at me, Ziswan teased, looking thrilled. Don't worry, I cut ties with him ages ago. Especially now that Xiaohua exposed his dirty laundry, Zixuan added. But he has business talent, I muttered. She gasped. Oh, I get it, hubby. You don't want to lose to him since you're starting your company. Judging by her face, she'd figured it out. I told her she shouldn't compare us. Even if he wins, he's nothing compared to you, Zixuan said firmly. I smirked. This isn't even about you, honestly. Personal thing for me. I laughed, shaking my head. Zixuan pouted. How is it not my business? I'm your wife. Definitely my business. Zixuan leaned in and planted a quick kiss on my cheek. I smiled, gently patting her head. Loud, fake coughs suddenly interrupted us. Zix looked up. Xiaohua and Zhang Fan were both staring at us, completely speechless. Okay, Zixuan, I officially believe you hate Liu Ziyang, Xiaohua scoffed. From what I could tell, she hadn't heard our whispering. But looking at you two, Xiaohua continued, no homewrecker stands a chance. You guys are glued together. What do you mean now? Zixuan snapped, getting defensive. I never liked him, and honestly, Xiaohua, just thinking about him makes me sick. I knew she wasn't just talking about the online rumors. He'd played the gentleman in our past life, too. If he hadn't tried to steal my place back then, Zixuan might still think he was a friend. Then Zhang Fan paused, breaking the silence. What is it now, Fan? I laughed. You guys obviously, Zhang Fan retorted, pointing at us. Bro, seriously, Zhang Fan pressed. You expect us to believe you two aren't dating? How many times do I have to say it? Zixuan groaned. We're waiting until college to make it official. This doesn't count yet, Zixuan declared. I just chuckled and nodded along. Blame that. Zhang Fan pointed to his own lips. It's just a kiss, Zixuan fired back. Can't best friends kiss? Gestured to Xiaohua. Xiaohua, come kiss me. Heck yeah. Xiaohua leaned in and Zixuan planted one on her cheek. Your turn, Zixuan giggled. Xiaohua kissed her back. See, totally normal. Friends kiss all the time, Zixuan claimed, entirely unfazed. Zhang Fan processed this, then gave Xiaohua a hopeful look. Hey, are we friends too? She completely ignored him, checking her phone. Time for you to go home, Fan, Xiaohua said flatly. Right, I should head out too, I said, standing up. The swan leaned in and whispered, Hubby, don't forget your promise for next week. Of course, I nodded, leaving with Zhang Fan. Apparently, after we left, Xiaohua leaned in and asked Zixuan what she'd do if he came looking for her again. Swan just shrugged, flopping onto the couch. Let him. I'll ignore him. Xiaohua countered, what if he's relentless? Swan was confident. He won't. When Xiaohua asked why, Zibuan said it was because wherever she goes, I'll go too. She knew I'd never let him near her. Honestly, who could blame Xiaohua for believing we were dating? No one would buy the just friends excuse. With that, Xiaohua pulled out her phone to stream shows. The first day was wild. Bishwan and I expected Lu Ziang to show up. We only felt surprised because we'd ignored him before. Still, his arrival sparked an idea for me. I could preemptively connect with future allies, not just enemies. This would be huge for my upcoming startup plans. By 9 that night, I was plotting in bed when my phone rang. It was Tsinghua's Professor Yuan, still trying to negotiate my admission terms. Sorry, Professor Yuan, but I already gave Professor Li my word, I told him, smiling. He gasped. Li Wanshan actually agreed? Judging by his tone, he was shocked. Admitting an ordinary student with zero known talents was a massive gamble for them. It could destroy Peking University's reputation. The headlines would scream about backdoor favors, and they couldn't afford that kind of drama. I knew they feared that, but Professor Li had taken the risk anyway. That old guy really trusts you, Yuan murmured. Maybe, I replied with a grin. If that's all, Professor, I'm hanging up. He let out a heavy sigh. All right then. Keep us in mind for future business ventures, he chuckled. If we can't do the mentor thing, we can still be partners. It was clear Professor Li was a gambler, but Yuan wasn't. He'd only break rules if I proved my business genius first. Besides, Tsinghua had no shortage of geniuses. Losing me was a minor setback, but collaborating commercially was still on the table. Partnering up sounded great. I hung up but kept my phone out, scrolling through my contacts to find a specific name. I hovered over Professor Li's number, then hesitated. It was way too early to ask him about trading a company for admission. I didn't even know the true state of the company Uncle Li Bing left me. I needed to investigate. I'll visit tomorrow, I texted him. After hitting send, I finally drifted off. The next morning, I woke up to a reply waiting on my screen. He said I could drop by anytime since the firm belonged to me now. I smirked. My uncle was eager to offload it. Guess he never planned on paying back his debt. Knocking broke my thoughts. I grabbed my bag and opened the door. Hubby, school time. Tong Zixuan stood at the door, grinning at me. So, of course, totally surprised. Of course, she replied, I can handle late nights and early mornings. Not to mention sleeping early and waking up early. Tong Zixuan grabbed my hand, pulling me downstairs. We are students now. No need for late nights. Shook my head. No way. School is brutal right now, and I still have my art classes. I will probably have to stay up late starting next week. Tang Zixuan stuck out her tongue, looking defeated. Then why do you keep doing it? I rolled my eyes. It is a hobby, okay? Art does not tire me. Besides, what if your investments fail and I actually have to work? Do not you have your wife to support you? Tang Zixuan teased, grinning. I let out a soft laugh. Yeah, I guess that is true. From what I could tell, she was not doubting my business skills. She was reminding me that if I failed, she would protect me. I felt incredibly grateful. Girl who always put me first had always been by my side. All I wanted was to make her bucket list wishes come true. Had breakfast yet? Walking down the street, I stopped outside the boba shop near school. No, Tang Zixuan said, shaking her head. I was waiting for you. Let us eat this. Bought some steamed buns from a street cart and ordered 2 boba teas. Tang Zixuan stared at me in shock, then gasped. Babe, you actually know boba goes with meat buns? Tang Zixuan squealed, grabbing the food. I rolled my eyes. Is not this what you always wanted? Her bucket list specifically said she wanted to eat boba and meat buns for breakfast. I want to know how you even came up with this combo, I asked. Oh, this? Tang Zixuan replied, tapping her straw against her lips. I came up with this back in college. You remember our old college, right? The cafeteria buns were huge. I nodded. Yeah, I remember. She smiled. Well, that morning, cafeteria TV was showing that famous commercial. You know, the one about wanting to be held in your hands. Tang Zixuan giggled. But what does that have to do with steamed buns? I asked, thoroughly confused. Because your girlfriend back then was incredibly considerate, Tang Zixuan bragged. How so? I asked. Well, let me tell you, Tang Zixuan said. Back then, we had not actually become a couple yet. And then? I prompted. So Tang Zixuan explained, I thought your hands must be tired from art. If I made you hold me, you might drop me. So I figured if you were not tired, you could hold me like boba. But if you were tired, you could just devour me like a bun. Choked on my meat bun. Coughing, I tried to play it cool. Then why this breakfast? Do you remember asking me out for breakfast for a week? And it was always buns, Tang Zixuan said playfully. Yeah, I remember that. I nodded. I was giving you a massive hint. Your girlfriend was ready to be eaten, but you were clueless. After all my hinting, I swore I would get boba and buns together next time. I wanted to explain, but that stupid boba shop near campus was under renovation until graduation. Anyone could see she was still pretty salty about it. Breakfast was kind of pointless then, I shrugged. No way. Since we came back to this time, you had not tasted these buns either, right? Tang Zixuan winked at me. I rubbed my temples, feeling a headache coming on. Note to self, only pick normal wishes from your bucket list next time. That down at our desks. Suddenly, Lu Ziang approached us holding a bag. Hey Zixuan, I bought extra breakfast. Have you eaten yet? He offered her a McDonald's bag. I glanced at Tang Zixuan. She did not hesitate. I do not eat that junk. Oh, what do you like then? I will get it next time, Lu Ziang offered quickly. Tang Zixuan waved him off. Do not bother. You cannot buy what I want. He acted like his wealthy family could buy anything. Just tell me what you want, Lu Ziang said, oozing confidence. I will buy it tomorrow, Lu Ziang insisted. Tang Zixuan turned, pointing directly at me. I want to eat him. Lu Ziang froze, totally speechless. Look, she rejected you fair and square. Back off, I said, keeping my voice dead calm. None of your business. I just wanted to discuss schoolwork with Zixuan. Judging by his quick defense, he had this lame excuse ready to go. He glared at me. Besides, she did not actually reject me. You are just jealous because you want to get close to her yourself, right? Shrugged, ignoring him. Right, Zixuan? Lu Ziang asked, leaning in with a desperate grin. Yeah, that is true, Tang Zixuan nodded softly. Then she looked straight at Lu Ziang. But now I am officially rejecting you. You can leave now. Her blunt rejection left him completely speechless. It was clear he thought he was some master player at school. Play the nice guy, buy them breakfast, use his decent looks. His usual playbook probably worked on every other girl in school. But Zixuan shut him down instantly. It was obvious he was not used to such a brutal rejection, especially since she had looked at him yesterday. I could easily tell he blamed me for his failure. He stomped to the back of the room and slammed the breakfast into the trash. I watched him walk away. Well, he threw perfectly good food in the trash. What a waste. Tang Zixuan sniffed. Even more reason to reject him. Did he chase you like this before our reset? I asked. Tang Zixuan shrugged. Do not think so, actually. Honestly, this change is probably my fault, Tang Zixuan sighed. Why? I asked. Well, Xiaohua told me something. She told me Lu Ziyang saw her looking at him on his first day. She only stared because she recognized him from our past life, but he misread it. But since I shut him down, he will leave us alone, right? Tang Zixuan asked. I looked at her, skeptical. Shook my head. Doubt it. He will be back. Why? She asked. Did you not see the online post Xiaohua showed us yesterday? He only targets pretty girls, I said calmly. Tang Zixuan's face fell as she realized. Oh. Then she grinned. Hubby, now you know how gorgeous your wife is. I rolled my eyes, keeping my mouth shut. Tang Zixuan was gorgeous, sure, but calling her a legendary beauty was a stretch. She was pretty, but so was Lin Xiaohua. Qixi was pretty too. The real difference was that Tang Zixuan knew how to dress. Clothes make the girl, after all. Natural beauty plus the perfect outfit made her stand out. I knew her secret, but I wasn't about to say it out loud. Girls love dressing up. I couldn't ask her to look ugly just because of Lu Ziyang. Handling a guy like him should be easy. Day 2 of senior year was brutal. Teachers rushed through everything. Usually, we'd hang out on the court during lunch break. But today, everyone just crashed. Tang Zixuan dragged my chair closer, resting her head right on my arm. More comfortable, she claimed. I had to block the doorway with a textbook. If a teacher caught us like this, we'd be dragged straight to the office. I have to go out tonight, I whispered to Tang Zixuan before first period. She just mumbled an agreement, still half asleep. Call me if you need anything, I added. Tang Zixuan just nodded groggily. I doubted she even heard me. Night study ended at 7:30. After grabbing dinner with Jiang Fan and Lin Xiaohua, we walked home. I'm dead, Tang Zixuan groaned, collapsing onto the bed with Lin Xiaohua. Senior year was draining everyone dry. Changed, Lin Xiaohua mumbled. Tang Zixuan looked up, confused. Changed how? We walked home together, and you only said bye to Jiang Chen? Lin Xiaohua teased. What's wrong with that? Tang Zixuan asked. Totally abnormal, Lin Xiaohua analyzed. Usually you two cling to each other forever. Too tired, Tang Zixuan said. Lin Xiaohua suddenly crawled on top of her. Actually, I wanted to ask. Hence, Lin Xiaohua asked. I just want to know how you can be so cruel. Jiang Chen survive you. Lin Xiaohua stared. Tang Zixuan shrugged. We're an old married couple. What's there to survive? Tang Zixuan added. Lin Xiaohua smirked, catching her words. Oh ho, an old married couple? I dreamed we got married. In dream time, it's been about a year, Tang Zixuan argued. Basically 10 real years. So old married couple, Tang Zixuan quickly explained despite how weak that logic sounded. She got serious for her bestie's sake. Xiaohua, I can act however with Jiang Chen, but don't do this with other guys. Girls need to protect themselves, Lin Jiahua pouted. Whatever, my mom always says that too. She tells me to guard my privacy around boys, but you're guarding yours against your bestie. I saw you earlier. You squished yourself right against his arm, Tang Zixuan huffed. That's different. Zhang Chen isn't just some guy. Oh, really? Let me see how different, Lin Jiahua pounced. Tang Zixuan flushed red and immediately fought back. Girls being roommates meant endless playful teasing. After a wild pillow fight, all their school stress seemed to melt away. Well, maybe there is a difference, Lin Jiahua muttered, looking into her chest. Tang Zixuan smirked. See the gap now? Tang Zixuan proudly puffed out her chest. Lin Jiahua sighed. It's a gene thing. My mom gave me terrible genetics. Lin Xiahua grumbled. Feeling energized again, Tang Xuan made a move. Xiahua, want to grab some late-night food? Please. My parents never let me eat late, but I'm starving. Lin Xiaohua's eyes lit up. For a sheltered girl, late-night snacks felt like a thrilling adventure. My treat, Tang Zixuan offered. Let's find some street stalls. Anything delicious works. Lin Jiahua swallowed hard. Let's just go wander around and see what we find. I'll go grab Zhang Chen next door. Tang Zixuan dashed out. Lin Xiahua looked speechless. I was obviously the real target. But when Tang Zixuan knocked on my door, there was no answer. My phone was out of service too. Where is he, she muttered. Did he hit a club, she wondered. By then, I had arrived at the industrial zone where Li Bing's company was located. A cheap-looking sign hung over the entrance. Walking inside, I noticed the remaining staff looked totally drained, even if it was past regular hours. I expected some issues since Li Bing was selling, but this level of misery was shocking. Things changed when I reached the third-floor lab. The researchers up there actually had some energy. The entire floor had signal jammers to block interference. What are you all working on? I asked. Walked up to a workstation. Working, obviously, a researcher snapped without looking up. When he glanced up at me, his brow furrowed. How did a kid sneak in? Security is slacking, I smirked. Actually, I'm your new boss. Just here to look around, I said with a smile. I didn't mind his attitude. I've seen the state of this place today. Staying focused in a dying company was admirable. The researcher scoffed. New boss? Kid, you've got jokes. Stared at me, amused. You're playing pretend? I'm not pretending, I said. I bought this place. Pay us our back wages first, he snapped. I fired back immediately, asking if their old boss had really stiffed them. Try 6 months of back rent too, the researcher scoffed. I asked how much debt their old boss had racked up in total. I narrowed my eyes. This mess Li Bing handed me was way worse than I expected. The researcher smirked, saying it was just over 3 million. Over 3 million in debt, huh? I narrowed my eyes, dismemorizing that number, then turned on my heel and walked out. As I walked away, another employee called out to Yu, asking what my deal was. Yu shook his head, muttering he had no clue who I was. Claims he is our new boss? Right. Who would fake owning this dumpster fire? He must be out of his mind, the other guy mocked. I don't know. He did not seem to be faking, Yu muttered, rubbing his chin. Maybe some rich kid wanting to play startup bought us out. That scumbag Li Bin did say we were getting a new boss so he could dodge our pay, the other guy agreed. So it is possible. He sighed, saying even a rich kid would not pay our wages once he realized how much massive debt he just inherited. He will just sue Li Bin, the guy muttered. We should finish our invention, sell the patent, and get paid. I slipped out of the lab. Blown. I headed straight to the second floor, looking for the finance office I saw earlier. Inside, a middle-aged guy was sweatily flipping through ledgers. Show me the company's debt records, I said, walking right in. He looked up, startled. The debt? Wait, who are you? Stared at me, totally confused. I am the new owner, I replied calmly. Judging by his face, he did not believe a single word. I looked too young to buy a business, but I came prepared. Sliding a stack of paperwork across the desk, I told him they were transferred documents. He grabbed the papers, his jaw dropping as he read. I smirked, asking if he could finally walk me through our debts now. Of course, Mr. Zhang, he said, quickly shifting his tone. But let me give you some friendly advice first. Taking over this place is a terrible idea, he warned me. I shrugged it off, telling him to just hand over the ledgers. Fine, here is the damage, he sighed. I have never seen a tech startup drown in this much debt, but Li Bing was a greedy bastard. He ranted about how Li Bing refused to fund R&D while stacking up massive bills, laying out the company's absolute disaster of a situation. After listening, I finally had a grip on this tech startup's debt. It was exactly as you and the accountant had described. Everything was a mess, from massive unpaid supplier invoices to back rent and months of stolen employee wages. If it involved money, we owed it. Realizing the scale of this nightmare, I felt a cold chill run down my spine. Cleaning up after Li Bing was going to be brutal. Paying the debts was one thing, but reviving this dead company seemed nearly impossible. It was harder than starting from scratch. I pulled out my phone, ready to call Li Bing and demand he take this garbage back. Li Bing hid millions in debt. That fraud alone was enough to void the transfer, but then hurried footsteps echoed down the hall. Why is old Chin back? The accountant muttered, glancing at the door. He did not seem surprised, just deeply exhausted. Shook his head. Company is dead and he is still stressing over research. I frowned, asking who this old Chin guy was. He is our head of R&D, the accountant sighed. We haven't been paid in months, yet he won't quit. Team is working harder than ever. I raised an eyebrow. Harder? You mean they are still developing new tech? He nodded. If they secure a patent, they can sell it off and actually get paid. You get what I mean, right? Spell it out, but I got it. People do what they must to survive. They were working without pay just to save their own skins. Thanks, I said. I am going to check it out. Leaving finance, I headed back up to the third floor. The research team was crowded together in the lab. A middle-aged man stood with his back to me, speaking seriously. The smartphone boom is changing everything. Kids love stylish cases, but battery life is a massive issue. That is why our battery case project is going to dominate the market, Chin declared. His voice was packed with raw conviction. The team nodded solemnly, fighting for their own future. But Chin's words made me freeze. I knew this product. I had heard this exact pitch in Tang Zixun's office before. Back then, Chin was desperately trying to sell it to him. Now, he was hyping up his own crew. Keep pushing, team, Chin finished. Let's finish this and secure our futures. Even late at night, his words kept them fired up. Snapping out of my daze, I took a deep breath. Stepped up behind him. Are you Mr. Chin Shan? I asked. Hearing my voice, he spun around. Stared at me, pointing to himself. Do you know me? Looking closely, I realized he was much younger than I remembered. This was definitely the guy who pitched the battery case to Tang Zixun. But back then, power banks had already killed the market. I remembered Chin because after Tang rejected him, we mocked how outdated the tech was. But right now, that was different. Today, smartphones were just taking off. A battery case would absolutely crush it in this current market. You stepped in, explaining that I was the new boss. I nodded, pulling out the transfer documents. Here is my proof. Without saying a word, I handed the transfer contract to Chin Shan. From his look, he was shocked by my age. Shoved the file back to me. You are probably some rich kid playing entrepreneur, he said bluntly. This place is not for you. Leave. I knew he was not just trying to be a jerk. Looking at it normally, it felt like he was actually trying to protect me. Anyone stuck with this mess would return it to Li Bing immediately. I even considered it. Whether I am some rich kid does not matter, I scoffed. But right now, I am your boss. I shrugged, looking at him. So what do you actually want? Pay us our back wages, Chin Shan sneered. It was obvious he thought I was just playing corporate house to impress my family. He probably figured I did not care if they starved, but I just smiled. Actually, I can do that. Chin Shan instantly frowned. What? Stared straight at me. I am not playing games here. Neither am I. I smiled. I am genuinely interested in your charging phone case project. If we do not get paid, this project does not belong to you, Chin Shan snapped. It was obvious this project was their department's last hope. I looked him dead in the eye. Until we officially declare bankruptcy, your research belongs to the company, even if Li Bing has not paid you. In my past life, this tech was delayed for years because of contract traps. I never expected the man who screwed these researchers over was my own uncle. Are you threatening me, kid? Chin Shan growled. If we both keep quiet, nobody knows. Besides, what we do is none of your business. Chin Shan glared. What we do is none of your business. I shrugged, but right now I am your boss. Chin Shan froze. Even though I had introduced myself, I could tell he could not take me seriously as a boss because of my age. Look, I am not threatening you, I said, watching the R&D team work. Staring at their hustle, I made a sudden decision right then and there. Company is mine now, I declared firmly. The debts and back pay are my problems to solve, not yours. Chin Shan stammered, clearly wanting to argue, but he realized I was right. Let me be straight with you, I continued. Your talent is the only thing I actually like here, I said seriously. I will handle your worries, but I need more than just that charging case. Show me some surprises. Chin Shan blinked. Surprises? Other projects. I know a guy with your brains has way more up his sleeve. I smiled. Chin Shan stared down, thinking before asking why he should trust me. I will be back Sunday afternoon, I replied. Bring your prototype. If it is good, I will clear every penny of this company's debt and pay your back wages in full. If it is really good, you will get bonuses, I added. Deal? Chin Shan hesitated, but I cut him off. No buts. Should buy your trust. I flashed my phone screen at Chin Shan. It showed a bank text, account balance, $8.6 million. Seeing over $8 million in cash made Chin Shan gasp. Even if he still thought I was just some rich kid, this proved I was serious. My cash flow proved I was not playing around. From his expression, he finally trusted me a little. Fine, but I must warn you. Company is in worse shape than you think, Chin Shan warned. I shrugged. Can't be helped. I need this company, and I need your talent. I turned to leave. Tell everyone there is an all-hands meeting Sunday afternoon. Anyone who fails to show up is fired. I will settle their final pay. With that, I walked out. Looking back, Chin Shan immediately gathered his entire R&D team together. I took a cab back to the high school apartments. Going upstairs, I saw someone curled up at my door, head buried in their knees. She looked fast asleep. "Why are you here?" I asked, squatting down to pat Tang Zixuan on the shoulder. Tang Zixuan looked half asleep. "Waiting for my husband," she mumbled. He didn't answer, probably out fooling around. I was speechless, but then it clicked. I remembered that the signal inside the research department was totally jammed. Service only returned once you stepped outside. She must have called while I was locked in. "My husband is getting too successful," she sighed. "What if he is with another girl?" Tang Zixuan mumbled, rolling her head sleepily on her knees. "Well, I am right here," I said. I laughed, shaking my head. Tang Zixuan looked up, rubbing her groggy eyes and gasped, "Husband!" I shrugged. "Where were you?" Tang Zixuan pouted. "I was worried sick. It is dangerous out there at night." "Do not just vanish like that," Tang Zixuan lectured. I grinned, teasing her. "Is the outside really that dangerous? Is it other girls you are worried about?" Her face flushed as her cover blew. "Relax, I was not with other girls," I laughed. "I went to meet a guy we both know," I smiled. Tang Zixuan looked up with pure curiosity. "Who? Remember Chin Shan, the charging case guy?" "Yeah," she replied. "We used to complain that his patent was totally outdated." "Patent now?" Tang Zixuan stared at me. I nodded. "Yeah, that is the plan." "Doing that now actually makes sense," Tang Zixuan noted. "Did you track him down?" "Not yet," I lied. I did not want to worry her since the company was still a mess. "Why the sudden interest?" she asked. "Since we saw Lu Ziyang already, meeting useful connections early makes perfect sense," I smiled. "Right, using our future knowledge," she agreed. "You are pretty smart, husband," Tang Zixuan teased. "All right, let's get some sleep." "It is getting late," I replied. I checked my phone. 11 blocked out, Tang Zixuan said, sounding completely helpless. "Blocked out?" I stared. "Forgot my keys and phone," she smirked, acting like losing her stuff was actually a victory. "I'll call Xiaohua to let you in," I said, grabbing my phone. "Wait, don't. School has been brutal lately." "Definitely asleep." "Let's not wake her," Tang Zixuan insisted. "Fine. So where are you sleeping tonight?" "On the street," I joked. "You'd seriously make your wife sleep outside?" Tang Zixuan gave me a totally pathetic puppy dog look. I shrugged. "Yep, Tang Zixuan lost it. Would it kill you to invite me over? Are you testing my patience?" I raised an eyebrow. "You don't have to hold back." She looked up, mumbling that it wasn't her first time anyway. But mid-stare, she suddenly sneezed. "Freezing out here, huh?" I handed her a tissue, feeling a bit worried. Tong Ziswan sniffled. "Yeah, maybe a little. Then get inside and rest right now," I told her. I unlocked the door and stepped aside. Tong Zishuan hesitated for a second, then smirked. "Hey, this our first time living together?" she teased. I rolled my eyes. "We literally spent New Year's Eve at my place." "Different," she huffed. "You kept secrets, and I was too shy to do anything. It makes me so mad." She looked totally pouted. "What exactly did you want to do?" I asked, completely speechless. "Fun couple stuff, obviously," she winked. "Then you're not coming in," I said, pretending to shut the door. "Wait, no, I'll be good, I promise." Tang Zishuan grabbed my hand. I finally let go of the door. She zipped inside. "Wash up and sleep." "We have class tomorrow," I said, sitting on the couch and drinking some water. "Okay." Tang Zixuan ran to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, she peeked out. "Hubby, I just realized something huge." Poked out, hair soaking wet, looking around nervously. "What is it?" I asked. "My clothes." She stuck her tongue out. "They were next door." "Wear mine," I said, grabbing a t-shirt and shorts. I handed them over. As she closed the door, she mumbled that going shirtless was fine since we were alone. Tang Zixuan walked out in my clothes, totally swimming in them. "Done? I'm going in." I grabbed my clothes. "Hubby, I think I checked another thing off my list," Tang Zixuan said, pulling my arm. "That?" I asked. "Me wearing your clothes. Now we just need you to wear mine." Tang Zixuan sized me up, but I shut that down instantly. No real man is wearing girl clothes. "True, these are too boring," she teased. "I should buy you a low-cut dress." Finally, I finished showering. Tong Zixuan had crawled into bed, but as I reached the door, I heard her sneezing. "Did you catch a cold?" Frowned, checking her forehead. "Maybe," Tang Zixuan mumbled, looking exhausted. Waiting outside my door for so long had taken a toll. That freezing hallway draft did it. "You're burning up," I said, my hand registering how hot her forehead actually was. "What do I do?" Tang Zixuan whined weakly. Between classes and this fever, she looked completely drained. It was obvious she wasn't herself. "I'm getting you some flu medicine." "Stay under the covers," I said, heading out. "Okay," she whispered. Luckily, there were pharmacies near campus. I found a 24-hour store and grabbed the meds. Back home, I found Tang Zixuan asleep, head tilted, shivering under the sheets. She definitely caught a nasty chill, but her feet kept kicking the blanket off. Fevers are like that, making you freeze 1 minute and sweat the next. Tucked her back in, patting her shoulder. "Take the medicine first." "You're back already?" Tang Zixuan mumbled, rubbing her eyes. She blinked sleepily. I set some warm water and the pills on the nightstand. Take this one for the fever. 1. Take 2 of the cold pills. Tang Zishuan tried to sit up but collapsed right back down. Pouted, whining she had no strength. I rolled my eyes but fed her the medicine. She finally swallowed and sighed. I feel better already, she whispered. It doesn't work that fast. Stop kicking the blankets, I said. Doesn't matter. You're sleeping right next to me, she smirked. Honestly, I had planned to take the couch. But with her sick and constantly kicking the covers, I had to stay. I need a quick shower first, I said. Didn't you already take one? Tang Zishuan asked, looking confused. That was to get clean. This one is to cool off, I said, rolling my eyes and walking out. From what I could tell, she was scheming to hug me anyway, but the medicine knocked her out fast. After taking a freezing cold shower, I stepped out. Suddenly, a soft knocking sound came from the front door. Who would visit this late? I opened the door, only to find Jiang Fan and Lin Xiaohua standing right there. Lin Xiaohua bolted up to me, totally panicking. She said Tang was missing. Fan was freaked too, saying she never made it home. Do you know where she is? Xiaohua asked, nodding. Fan said she wanted to wait for me, but then she just vanished. They were losing their minds, but I just shrugged. Pointing right behind me, I told them she was at my place. Your place? Fan and Xiaohua stared. Anyone could see they thought they hit some crazy late-night gossip. I told them she was already asleep. I nodded. Fan's eyes went wide. Xiaohua's eyes darted around like crazy, trying to piece it all together. Jaw literally dropped. I sighed, asking why they were staring at me like that. I explained she had a cold. Just resting. Xiaohua let out a massive sigh of relief once she realized what was actually going on. Of course she worried about her bestie, but Fan just shook his head, looking totally disappointed. Wait, hold on, Xiaohua said suddenly. Don't those dorm rooms only have one bed? Fan stared at me next. Yeah, if Tang is sleeping at your place, where are you sleeping? They were totally in sync. 2 of them immediately zeroed in on the real issue. If Tang was asleep in my bed, what was I doing? I had just showered. Her in my bed, me fresh from the shower. Yeah, that looked highly suspicious. Want to come in and see? I offered. Fan hesitated, muttering that it might not be a good idea. I guess he didn't want to ruin my tonight. But Xiaohua just shrugged and walked right in, claiming I had no bad intentions. Hey, wait up, Fan yelled, running after her. Great minds think alike. I shook my head and followed them inside. Once we reached the bedroom, they both suddenly froze at the door. Not going in, I asked. Fan shook his head, whispering she actually looked sick. Xiaohua let out a relieved breath. Did she take her medicine? Xiaohua asked, spotting the cup on the nightstand. Judging by her face, she believed me. We shouldn't wake her. I nodded. Fan suggested they head back. They had been out searching for Tang in the freezing cold, after all. Hold on, I said, stopping them. Since they were both here, we could actually figure out a plan for tonight. From what I could tell, Tang had drifted straight into dreamland. They say you dream about whatever is on your mind. And her mind was full of me. Hubby, just one quick kiss, okay? At dawn, she rolled over and clung to the person beside her. She rubbed her legs and nuzzled closer, like a restless kitten desperate to stay close. We weren't just boyfriend and girlfriend like everyone thought. We were husband and wife, sharing a bond deeper than anyone realized. Everyone thought we were close, but to us it was never enough. She subconsciously believed we were in our own private world. She wanted to get closer, craving the intimacy we always shared. But the moment she finally got comfortable hugging the person beside her, sharp screams suddenly shattered the quiet. Tang bolted upright, totally startled, blinking her eyes open to see what was happening. Xiaohua was clutching the blanket to her chest, staring. Tang, I seriously suspect you are into girls, she yelled. Xiaohua looked dead serious. Wait, Xiaohua, why are you in my bed? Tang sputtered. Tang looked around. This was definitely my room. But with the morning light creeping in, how did Xiaohua get here? Did she seriously spend the whole night sleeping next to her? If you're straight, why were you cuddling me like that? Xiaohua whined. Xiaohua looked ready to cry. Just because I'm younger doesn't mean you can take advantage of me. We're besties. It was obvious Xiaohua was genuinely upset. Tang panicked, waving her hands. No, Xiaohua, let me explain. I thought you were my husband. I mean, Zhang Chen? Xiaohua instantly quieted down, processing the words. I could easily tell Tang had no idea about the arrangement I made last night while she was asleep. Xiaohua went quiet, thinking. Xiaohua, why are you even here? Tang asked softly, keeping her voice gentle since her friend was still in high school. Xiaohua calmed down. She explained that I told her to sleep here while I went upstairs to crash with Fan. Why? Tang muttered, confused. We were married. Sharing a bed was normal. Listen to me, Tang, Xiaohua said. Did that fever fry your brain? Guys and girls shouldn't sleep together. Xiaohua lectured, looking dead serious. My mom says if a guy truly loves you, he won't touch you before you're 18. It's how to avoid players. Patted Tang on the shoulder. So I am actually doing this for your own good. You should be glad. Don't ruin the future for temporary closeness. Tang stared, speechless, even if Xiaohua's advice made sense. We'd been married 10 years. Still, she knew how I was. If we shared a bed, I'd probably struggle to control myself. She teased me constantly, but caution was smart. Back when we first married, her health checkup showed she had a weak constitution. She couldn't have a C-section, so never had kids. Taking care of her health now might finally fix that regret. Doing it too early hurts an undeveloped body, Zixuan. Why do you look so disappointed? Jiahua leaned right into my face. I do not, I snapped, turning away. You're not burning up. You're just horny. Look at you, wearing Jiang Chen's clothes with absolutely nothing underneath. You claim you mistook me for him? Nice try. After fooling around, we finally calmed down. Jiahua grabbed a thermometer to check my temperature. My fever was still high. Want me to call in sick for you? She asked. No, it's fine. Go change, Jiahua. Jiang Chen is coming over soon, I said, thinking it over. No way, Jiahua said, looking skeptical. But she still got up and changed her clothes anyway. Sure enough, someone knocked. Jiahua opened the door and found Jiang Chen standing there. She looked completely speechless. Well, look who it is. You and Zixuan are practically telepathic, Xiaohua scoffed. Jiang Chen just asked, is she awake? Yeah, she knew you'd show up. Jiahua shrugged. He smirked. It's my apartment. Coming here is normal, right? Jiang Chen chuckled. Jiahua seemed to realize that since he rented this place, his coming back made total sense. Still, judging by Xiaohua's face, having me in his bed felt sketchy. School's starting, Jiang Chen said. Aren't you gonna pack your bags? He pointed next door. Oh, please, you're just trying to get rid of me, aren't you? Xiaohua teased with a smirk. His urge to be alone with me proved my relentless stalking actually worked. Anyone could see Xiaohua was thrilled I finally bagged my crush. Fine, she's all yours. I'm heading out, Xiaohua said, leaving us alone. Jiang Chen walked in while I was busy scrolling through social media. Feeling better? He asked, sitting on the edge of my bed. I'm fine, I mumbled, glued to my screen. He leaned in close. What's so interesting? What you warned me about yesterday, obviously. Paused. Yesterday? Yeah, you asked about Qin Shan, right? I was looking up his background. But he hasn't patented anything yet, and that phone case he pitched vanished. There's literally nothing online, I said, shrugging helplessly. If we need him, I'll track him down. Don't worry about it. Just take your temperature, he said. He smiled, shook the thermometer, and handed it to me. But thinking about Qin Shan made me realize something, I said. I put the thermometer under my arm. We had business partners before. Sure, they don't know us in this timeline, but we can still ask for their help. You're starting a business, so getting backing from established players is huge. Plan. So since Qin Shan was a dead end, I thought about who else could fund you. Pondered. So who's on your list? He asked casually. Judging by his face, he wasn't taking me too seriously. From what I knew, past life business connections were just transactional. They didn't have real bonds like classmates do. Honestly, none of them fit our current situation, I admitted, sticking my tongue out. But there is one person to try to approach. I sat straight up, dead serious. Who? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Gestured toward the wall. You mean Jiahua? He guessed instantly. Exactly, she's my best friend. Her family has serious connections. Getting on their radar would give you a massive boost, I explained, laying it all out. Plus, we actually know her. We don't have to keep it strictly business. True, he agreed. And her family's company is run by Zhang Fan's uncle. With that kind of connection, should be easy to get in. So, Hubs, you better play your cards right, I said seriously. Just for business? He asked. Not entirely. We're friends first. But even if it is business, total win-win. He nodded, holding out his hand. Time's up, let's see it. Hand it over, he said. I pulled it out and passed it to him. Still can't read these? He teased. Whatever, Mercury is so outdated. We'll all use digital soon anyway. Staring at this glass makes me dizzy, I complained. He held it to the light, frowning. 99.7, you're still warm. Skip school. Yeah, Xiaohua's calling it in. I nodded. Call me if you need anything, he said, pointing to my phone. Then he checked the meds. Keep taking the same cold dose. But cut the fever pill in half. Meds are basically toxins anyway, don't overdo it. Geez, Hubs, since when did you become such a nagging mother hen? I giggled. Am I? He asked, startled. Absolutely, I smirked. Well, you've had a weak immune system since forever, he said, tapping my head. But this is weird. I pursed my lips, a soft smile creeping up. What feels weird, he asked. Just you lecturing me like this. It's like you can't trust me home alone. I crossed my arms, winking. He scoffed. You always force me to babysit you when you're sick. I don't mean back then, I said, rolling my eyes. I mean right now, compared to when we were 17. 17, Zixuan corrected. I was confused, but then I realized she meant 17 after our rebirth. Yeah, Zixuan beamed. Before, I was the one begging you to stay with me. Now it's like you can't live without me. Chapter 207. If I don't stay, you'll just kick off your blanket, I said, rolling my eyes. Whatever. You have to tuck me back in, Zixuan smirked, playing the brat. I'm enjoying you before you become some big CEO. You won't have time for me later. She sighed. Having run a company before, she knew how exhausting it is. Even though my choice in this life was starting my own business, she still worried. We're only two people. If one of us gets too busy, we won't have time for each other anymore. How do you know I won't have time? I smiled. I've been there, Zixuan grinned. She actually had a right to speak on this. I laughed, so what do you think I'll be like as a CEO? Hard to say. You'll definitely be crazy busy. Your whole personality might even change. I've seen tons of news stories about that. She suddenly got serious, looking right at me. Hubby, if your startup gets too exhausting, you have to tell me. You have to tell your wife, okay? I have the power to help you. If your personality changes, I won't even know how to face you. What do you think I'll turn into? I asked, amused. Zixuan shook her head, who knows, but being a boss comes with crazy pressure. It might change you into someone I don't even recognize. I thought about it for a second, then reached out and gently lifted her chin. Hubby, what are you doing? Zixuan gasped. In a low voice, I whispered, so when I'm not around, just stay under the covers and wait for me. Got it? Oh, please, you aren't even a CEO yet and you're already practicing your dominant boss routine. Zixuan giggled. I laughed, standing up. It's time, get some rest. Okay, but come home and have lunch with me, Zixuan blurted out. What do you want? I asked. Crossing the bridge rice noodles. I haven't had them in forever. Oh, and boba. Got it, I nodded, turning to leave. Zixuan snuggled back under the sheets. When I walked into the classroom, I saw Siawa and Zhongfan gossiping behind our seats. They were arguing pretty intensely. What are you guys talking about? I asked, walking over. Oh, hey Zhongcheng, we weren't talking about anything seriously, Ziahua blurted out, her voice firm, but her eyes were darting everywhere, practically staring at the clouds. Yeah, old man, we definitely weren't talking about you and beautiful Tong, Zhongfan added solemnly. Zhongfan, you idiot, you just gave it away, Xiaohua hissed, slapping his arm in frustration. Zhongfan blinked, totally clueless. So what about us were you discussing, I asked, getting curious. Nothing. Nothing. By the way, how is Zixuan? Xiahua asked. She has a mild fever. She just needs some rest and she'll be fine, I replied. I nodded. Oh, right. I forgot to help her get a sick leave slip, Ziahua cried, rushing out of the classroom. All right, what were you really talking about? I grabbed Zhongfan as he tried to slip away. Ziahua's distraction trick wouldn't work on me. Come on, man, it was nothing. Zhongfan laughed nervously. If it was nothing, why hide it? I smirked. Because Ziahua threatened to kill me if I told you, Zhongfan whined. She's not here now. Spill it, I said, sliding into my seat. Zhongfan hesitated, looking torn. Fine, but promise you won't get mad at Zixuan. Why would I get mad at her? I asked. Just promise your attitude won't change. Xiahua thinks you'll blow a fuse if you find out, Zhongfan blurted, as if he wouldn't say a word unless I agreed. But Zixuan and I knew our feelings better than anyone. What could possibly drive us apart? Honestly, I couldn't think of anything. Fine, I promise, I said flatly. Zhongfan leaned in. Okay, here goes. Zhihua showed me some foreign news report, Zhongfan whispered. What report? I pressed. Look, before you ignored her. Now that she's sick, you're buying her meds, taking care of her, and even letting her stay at your place. Before and after is crazy, Zhongfan analyzed. So Xiahua thinks your situation matches that foreign article exactly. What article? I asked. It says you've probably been pawed by beautiful Tang. Chapter 208. Neither girl can be bought with money. Don't look at me like that, Zhongfan said. I told her you're too smart to get played, but her examples were spot on. How are they spot on? I sighed. Honestly, I wasn't annoyed by their gossip, but rather shocked that P was already a known term back then. First, she smothers you with affection. Then she pulls away. Suddenly, you're the one chasing her, Zhongfan explained, sounding like an expert. The more I think about it, the more it fits. Okay, wise guy, I sighed. What is she trying to scam me out of? Wait, what? Zhongfan blinked. Pa always has a goal. Usually it's money, I explained. Yeah, so what is she after? Zhongfan muttered, squinting at me as he started to think it through. Money? No way. Her family is way richer than yours, so that theory is out. I rolled my eyes at him. That shut him up. Suddenly, Zhongfan grabbed my arm and whispered, Wait, old man, what if she's after your body? Stared at him like he was an absolute idiot. Wait, no, Zhongfan mumbled. If she's after your body, you still win. Maybe we got it wrong. Muttering to himself, Zhongfan let go of me and sat down. Morning study started, and Jiahua soon returned after getting Zixuan's sick leave approved. Another brutal school day kicked off. Before our first period English class, Liu Ziying, sitting in front of me, glanced back in my direction. Stared back, confused. But looking closer, I realized his eyes weren't on me at all. He was staring at Zixuan's empty seat next to mine. When the bell rang and everyone filed out for morning exercises, Liu Ziyang rushed straight over to my desk. I stood up and stared at him, totally calm. Where is Zixuan? Why is she skipping class? Liu Ziang asked me, his forehead creasing with worry. Did she catch a cold or something? I told him she was sick. His eyes lit up instantly. Where does she live? I'll go take care of her during lunch. From what I could tell, he saw this as his golden ticket. Swooping in when a girl is vulnerable is the ultimate play. Are you insane? Before I could even answer, Xiaohua's angry voice cut in from behind us. Liu Ziyang spun around, saw her, and forced himself to inhale deeply. He tried to keep his tone calm. Can't I just care about a classmate? It was obvious he knew offending Zixuan's best friend meant instant death for his chances. Talk about a death sentence. She doesn't need you. Someone else is already on it, Xiahua snapped. No, a cold might seem minor, but it could be a symptom of some underlying illness, Liu Ziyang said, acting casual. You are Xiahua, right? I can treat you both to a full checkup at the military hospital this weekend. My treat. He was clearly trying to flex his cash and score a double date. Judging by his smug face, he thought he was killing two birds with one stone, since Xiaohua was a gorgeous low-key beauty herself. But his plan backfired instantly. You are seriously delusional, Xiaohua said, looking at him like he was a hopeless case. Even if you want to ask a girl out, who invites them to a hospital? Glancing at him with pure disgust, she turned and walked out. Hey, that military hospital checkup is super expensive. It costs thousands. Liu Ziang yelled after her, but she completely ignored him. Are you seriously trying to flex your cash? I asked coldly, breaking his flow. None of your business, Liu Ziang snapped, glaring at me. Anyone could see he viewed me as his biggest rival, but clearly noticed Zixuan and I were super close ever since he transferred. Nothing, just pitying you for flexing to the wrong target, I chuckled, shrugging as I walked out. You know, jack shit, Liu Ziyang muttered angrily behind my back, but our class monitor, Zhang Hao, patted his shoulder. Hey man, you just transferred, right? So you do not know how things work here, huh? What? Liu Ziyang blinked, clueless. He barely recognized Zhang Hao, only knowing he was the class monitor. First, neither of those girls can be bought with money. Why? Liu Ziyang asked, totally confused. As high school seniors, they should care about expensive stuff, right? Chasing luxury is normal, right? Zhang Hao shrugged. Well, remember your introduction? The teacher said that counting you, 3 students in this class have families running major companies. Too bad Zixuan is one of them. Zhang Hao shrugged. But she is not even here. On what grounds did Xiaohua reject me on her behalf? Liu Ziyang grumbled, still incredibly bitter about it. Well, Xihao is on a whole different level, Zhang Hao said. Have you heard of the Lingxia Group? Lingxia Group? Growing up in a business family, there was no way he had not heard of them. They were #1 in the entire country. They are a massive global player, and it is her family's company. Zhang Hao patted his shoulder and walked off. Liu Ziyang stood there completely frozen. Anyone could see he realized his pathetic wealth flex had totally crashed and burned. The guy stayed incredibly quiet all morning, never mentioning Zixuan's name even once after that. Once the lunch bell rang, Zhangfen came over and slapped my shoulder. Hey, let's grab some food together. Honestly, it feels like we haven't had a meal in forever. Ever since Zixuan transferred, you two are always glued at the hip, he sighed dramatically. Go eat by yourself, I replied. I packed my bag and stood up. Doing what? He asked. She wants crossing the bridge rice noodles. Bringing them to her, I said. Zhang Fan gave me a highly suspicious look. I asked. Man, Zhang Fan said solemnly, the more I look at you, the more I'm convinced Zixuan has you whipped. She is totally playing you. I picked up 2 bowls of rice noodles by the school gate and headed upstairs to our place. Sure enough, when I walked in, Zixuan was curled up, sleeping peacefully like a little kitten. Her head was tilted, her body curled tight. Time to eat, I said, gently tapping her shoulder. She blinked her sleepy eyes open. Is it lunch already? Stretching, Zixuan reached for the steaming noodles. Wait, actually, do not give them to me yet. I need to check them first. She handed them back to me, poking her head forward to peer suspiciously into the takeout container. No cilantro, no chili, I said, rolling my eyes. Well, do not give it to me anyway. I am sick. You have to feed me, she said, hiding under the covers and looking up at me with a grin. Fine. I set my bowl on the nightstand, snapped the disposable chopsticks, blew on a hot bite, and held it to her lips. She just opened her mouth and slurped. Taking it all in, tastes great, she nodded happily. Then eat up, I said. I picked up another bite. She ate happily, but her eyes kept shifting back to me. What are you staring at? I asked. Hey, hubby, do you remember what day next week is? She asked casually. Yeah, your birthday, I replied. I nodded. I'm finally turning 18, she beamed, looking incredibly excited. I was totally speechless. So you want a gift? I asked. She nodded eagerly. I had this awesome dream during my nap, she said. You gave me that one gift we both wanted so badly. Guess what it is, Zixuan teased. I shook my head. No clue. Tell me, I'll buy it. He grinned. No way, you can't buy this. Juan blurted it out, then paused. Well, technically you could buy it, Zixuan added, thinking it over. But that's like totally illegal. So what's this dream gift? I asked, completely lost. Zixuan smiled. I dreamed we had kids in this life. That is my ultimate dream gift. Xuan was beaming. We'd actually planned on kids for ages, but then that stupid medical report ruined everything. Even starting over, my body is still totally weak, Zixuan muttered, glancing at the cold meds. Crouching at my door for a minute did this. Breeze gave Zixuan a cold. There was no way I'd let him risk childbirth with a body this fragile. It was too much of a gamble. We can worry about that later, I said, but honestly, 2 things on your bucket list could actually work together perfectly. Which ones? Zixuan asked, eyes wide. I looked at him dead seriously. Traveling the world and having kids. Wait, how does that connect? Zixuan asked. But before I could even explain, his face lit up. It was obvious he got it. I get it. Traveling the world with you means tons of walking. It'll build up my strength, and my body will be way healthier, Zixuan cheered. I nodded, but Zixuan sighed. Going around the globe is so hard, though. It takes serious cash and like forever. Juan's past life, he ran a major company, so money wasn't the issue. But being a busy executive meant zero free time. I'll handle it, I promised, giving him a reassuring look. Zixuan nodded. Fine, I'll spend next week figuring out what birthday gift I want from you, Zixuan muttered, tapping his chin. I shrugged. Take your time. You've got a whole week. Truly didn't care. Whatever it is, I'll buy it. Zixuan rolled his eyes. Oh, look at Mr. Futures Trader, throwing his cash around. Juan pouted, then laughed. Actually, never mind. Just drive me to my prep class next week. That'll be my gift. We're basically an old married couple anyway. Gifts are overkill. Zixuan smirked. I shrugged and didn't push it. Sure, gifts help some couples, but we didn't need that. Zixuan swallowed a bite of rice noodles and looked up. Babe, did you eat? Zwan stared at me. I pointed to the bowl on the nightstand. It's cooling down. You should eat too. Let's share yours, Zixuan insisted. I nodded, blowing on the noodles before feeding them straight to Zixuan's mouth. Zwan frowned at me. You take a bite first, or I swear I'm going on a hunger strike, Zixuan demanded. Judging by Zixuan's worried face, he was just scared I'd starve. I smirked and held the chopsticks out. You think I'm being sweet? I kept feeding Zixuan anyway. Zixuan looked confused. Then why? I laughed. Because I don't want your gross cold germs. Zixuan glared, trying to look terrifying. You're begging me to end you, hubby? We kept teasing each other through lunch. I checked Zixuan's temperature next. Still feeling like garbage? I asked, looking at the thermometer. Bit, but way better than yesterday, Zixuan said. He'd slept all day, and thankfully the fever wasn't that high to begin with. Fever broke fast, and he was back to normal. I nodded. Suddenly Zixuan gasped. Does this mean my immune system is getting stronger? Zixuan beamed. I rolled my eyes. The fever's gone, but you're still sniffling. Whatever, I'm staying in bed, Zixuan grumbled, burying himself in the blankets. I checked the clock. My afternoon class was starting soon. I'm heading out. Rest up. Zixuan sat up. Wait, you didn't flirt with any girls today, right? Do I need to check your phone? Zixuan threatened. I rolled my eyes. Zixuan smirked. Even sick, your wife can still perform, you know. Chapter 210. A voice scarier than a ghost at midnight. Do you really think I'd cheat? I sighed. Juan beckoned me over. What? I asked, walking back. Zixuan offered his cheek. Kiss me and you're off the hook. Stood there, totally played. It seemed his suspicion was a total lie. He just wanted a kiss. Go to sleep, I muttered. Planted a soft kiss on Zixuan's cheek. Satisfied, Zixuan drifted off. Back at school, the afternoon classes were brutal. Everyone was already complaining about the insane workload just 2 days in. But during evening study, our teacher shut down the whining. You're seniors now, she lectured. This is the final stretch. Every ounce of sweat right now will pay off later. After school, I texted Zixuan to grab takeout. No noodles this time. I grabbed something else to bring home. I bought fried rice. If being sick means being pampered like this, I'd stay sick forever, Zixuan purred. Plus, we have zero real-world stress right now, Zixuan added, totally enjoying the VIP treatment. Opened his mouth and I spoon-fed him. No pressure? I smirked, raising an eyebrow. Pulled a heavy notebook from my bag and dropped it next to Zixuan. Start studying today's notes. Zixuan looked devastated. Study. Zixuan was still miles away from getting into Peking University. Anyone could see his food suddenly lost its flavor. A knock at the door interrupted us. I opened it to find Ziahua standing there. Hey, Zixuan, Ziahua called out. Are you feeling any better? Ziahua asked, gesturing inside. I nodded. Yeah, at least he's got his energy back. Lin Jiahua glanced at our room next door, wondering if I was staying or heading home. Zhang Chen stepped aside, gesturing for her to ask me. Sure, Lin Xiaohua said, following Zhang Chen inside. But the second she stepped into the bedroom, she looked like she knew something was off. Beaming fried rice sat on the nightstand, but anyone could see my hands were still tucked deep inside the blanket. Hey, Zixuan, she said. Are you eating? Lin Jiahua sat on my bed. Yeah, why? I replied, completely clueless about what she was getting at. Lin Xiaohua felt under my blanket. My hands were still warm. How are you eating without using your hands? She asked, throwing me a suspicious look. She eyed Zhang Chen. He fed me, I said, totally bragging. Lin Jiahua literally choked on her own spit. I knew she expected that, but she didn't think I'd admit it. Honestly, I never hid my closeness with Zhang Chen. Well, except for that. So, is Zhang Chen your boyfriend? She asked. I laughed. No way. We literally agreed to wait until college, right, Zhang Chen? I winked at Zhang Chen by the door. Yeah, he agreed softly. From what I could tell, I had him completely wrapped around my finger. Lin Jiahua muttered something. What? I asked. Nothing. Just wanted to know which room you're sleeping in tonight, she squeaked. She finally got serious. Here, obviously, I said like she was dumb. But what if Zhang Chen wanted to, I'm heading upstairs. Zhang Chen cut in. Before I could even overthink it, he turned and went up to Zhang Fan's room. Apparently, Zhang Fan took forever to open the door. Hey, you here tonight? Zhang Fan asked. What, don't want a room with me? Zhang Chen teased. No way, get in here. I'm watching something wild, Zhang Fan whispered, acting all mysterious. It was obvious he basically dragged Zhang Chen inside. Watching what? Zhang Chen followed Zhang Fan. Just get over here, Zhang Fan smirked. From what I gathered, he was up to no good. He whipped back the blanket, revealing a hidden phone. Dude, my desk mate sent me this site. The girls on here are wild, Zhang Fan gasped. It was clear that Zhang Chen only needed one glance to know what it was. Come on, hit play, Zhang Fan grinned, pressing the button. Instantly, loud moans echoed from the phone. No headphones? Seriously? Zhang Chen groaned. Dude, this is a music phone. Dolby surround sound. It makes it feel real. Upstairs, they watched and talked guy stuff. Clearly, Zhang Fan was at that age where curiosity takes over. Downstairs, Lin Xiaowa and I chatted about typical girl stuff. Dramas, fashion, gossip. Before we knew it, 10 p.m. rolled around. But suddenly, Lin Xiaowa and I heard a noise. Did you hear that? She whispered, pointing toward the door. Xiaohua, don't freak me out. I believe in science, I cried. I'm serious, there's someone out there, she insisted. Lin Jiaha peeked toward the door. We went dead silent. It sounded like someone was knocking next door. Are they looking for us? I muttered. A second later, aggressive knocks hit our door. Must be Zhang Chen, I said, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Tried to sit up, but Lin Jiawa stopped me. I'll get it. You're sick, so keep your butt in bed. I nodded, but as she ran to the door, a thought hit me. Doesn't Zhang Chen have his own keys? Maybe he thought it was awkward since Lin Xiaowa was here. But then why knock next door first? Wait, Xiaowa, a voice called. Why are you here? A woman's voice asked as the door swung open. Hearing that voice, my blood ran cold. Literally shivered. That voice was scarier than any horror movie ghost. It belonged to my mother, Wen Jinlan. Chapter 211. Talk about your bestie being a total traitor. Right now, I was lying in Zhang Chen's room. Worse, I was wearing his clothes, and there was literally nothing blocking the view from the front door straight to this bed. If my mom saw me like this, she'd immediately jump to conclusions. I was so dead, how could I even explain this? There was literally no excuse. I panicked and pulled the blanket over my face, praying Lin Xiaowa would lie for me. If she could just distract my mom so I could sneak back, I might survive. Auntie, I just came to hang out. I'm actually sleeping here tonight, Lin Xiaohua said. My mom's eyes went wide. You're sleeping here? She gasped. Lin Xiaohua nodded. Yeah, Zhang Chen went upstairs with Zhang Fan, so the room's empty. I mentally gave my bestie a huge thumbs up. Explaining Zhang Chen was gone meant my mom wouldn't suspect him. Now, if she could just disassociate me from this bedroom, we'd be golden. I believed in her. But then she added, also, Zixuan is sick in Zhang Chen's room, so I'm here taking care of him. She literally sold me out in a second. I wanted to cry. Xiaohua, I know honesty is a virtue, but seriously? Sometimes a white lie is necessary. Zuru is sick at Zhang Chen's house. My mom instantly caught onto that bombshell. Stood on her tiptoes, looking past Lin Xiaowa. I don't see her, though. Thank God I was buried under the blankets. Wait, wasn't she just in bed? Lin Xiaohua turned around. Seeing nothing, she yelled, Hey, Zixuan, where'd you go? Your mom is here, she called out. I stayed dead silent. Lin Xiaohua looked totally confused. Did you fall asleep? My mom asked. Let's go look. Sure, Lin Xiaohua replied, walking right in. Started walking toward the bedroom. Huddled under the covers, I literally wanted to die. I thought my bestie had my back. Within seconds, my bestie completely sold me out. I knew Xiaohua didn't mean to. She probably thought I was out cold, but her voice was right in my ear. Hearing rustling nearby, I snapped my eyes shut and faked being asleep. Sure, running away solves nothing, but it was my only way to escape for now. My blanket was ripped away, exposing me curled up in a ball. Mom frowned instantly. She could tell right away that these clothes definitely weren't mine. Worse, the t-shirt was clearly a guy's. Auntie, should I wake her up? Xiahua asked, turning to my mom. Once she realized how bad this looked, Mom's voice turned ice cold. If she didn't interrogate her own daughter right now, things would get completely out of hand. Things were about to spiral fast. Zixuan, Xia muttered, gently shaking my shoulder. I didn't make a sound. Seriously, was my bestie completely clueless? Couldn't she tell that my mom was already on the verge of exploding? Looks like she's really out, Jiahua said, glancing at my mom. Mom took a deep breath. Asleep? Fine, I'll wait right here until she wakes up. Jiahua paused, then leaned her face incredibly close to mine. I was totally panicking. What was my bestie doing getting this close to me? Bishwan, so you were faking it, Jiahua whispered mischievously. That was the exact moment I realized my massive mistake. My breathing had gone wild the second Mom walked in. You knew, and still let her in? I hissed. Well, she was already here, Jiahua whispered back. And pretending you aren't at Jiang Chen's house makes it look worse. Just act natural, and she won't suspect anything between you two, Jiahua argued. Wanted to cry. Mom already thought Jiang Chen and I were way too close. Now I was literally sleeping over. How was I supposed to explain this? Think of an excuse. I'll buy you some time, Jiahua whispered before turning to face my mom. I know how to wake her up. Really, Xiaowa? Please do. We need this girl awake right now, Mom said. Mom agreed immediately. Xiaowa nodded, and then she literally threw herself onto me. Whoa, Xiaowa! What are you doing? I was laughing so hard tears were coming out. Buying me time? Seriously? Her big plan to wake me up was to tickle me to death? Auntie, mission accomplished. Xiaohua giggled, turning to Mom. Excellent, Mom nodded. Mom stepped up. Remembering Jiahua's advice, I tried to sound completely casual. Mom, what are you doing here? You have the nerve to ask me that? Mom sneered. How about you explain why you're here first? I was sick. I had a massive fever and couldn't even walk. It was awful. I looked at Mom with my most pitiful eyes. Mom, you know I've been sickly since I was a baby. I was in special care, remember? Yes, I was shamelessly playing the pity card. But, with things this tense, there was no way Mom was falling for it. I get that you were too sick to walk, Mom nodded. Then her eyes pierced right through me. But how did you end up in Jiang Chen's room? The sickness made sense, but getting here was different. Ben, how on earth was I going to explain that? I couldn't exactly tell her I came here willingly and didn't want to leave. She would literally break my legs. No way, absolutely not. Suddenly, Xiaohua chimed in, Auntie, did you see Jiang Chen when you came in? Jiang Chen? Mom paused. Yeah, I mean, we're literally in his house right now, Xiaohua smiled. Didn't you say he was upstairs at Jiangfen's? Mom looked suspicious. Oh, right, I totally forgot, Xiaohua acted surprised. Actually, asking Jiang Chen does make more sense. You haven't told me a single word of truth, Mom muttered, glaring at me. I stared at Xiahua, sensing she had some hidden motive. Fine, let's go find Jiang Chen right now. Get up, hurry, Mom demanded. Okay, I mumbled, crawling out of the blankets. But the second Mom stepped out of the room. I leaned in close to Jiahua. What is your game? Exactly what I said, Jiahua nodded. Since you can't explain this, why not let Jiang Chen explain? But won't dragging him in make Mom even more suspicious? I asked, completely stressed. Well, he's the guy, Xiahua said, rolling her eyes. My mom's always says boys are supposed to protect girls. Your mom actually tells you that? I rolled my eyes. Duh, Xiao insisted. When she gets into her dramatic TV shows, she completely forgets I'm her daughter. Honestly, though, letting Jiang Chen handle this really was our best shot. Whenever Mom almost caught me in the past, Jiang Chen saved my skin. Maybe he could pull it off again. We headed out. 3 of us walked upstairs together. So where does this Jiang Fan live? Mom asked. Right there, Xiahua started. But she froze mid-sentence. In the dead quiet hallway, the 3 of us heard a faint muffled sound. Someone was talking. Stopped in our tracks. Xiahua looked puzzled, and Mom frowned. Who was up this late? Student still awake? Doesn't sound like one to me, I muttered, listening closely. Just then, the volume picked up. Oh my God, is someone crying for help? They sound so hysterical, Xiahua gasped, instantly panicking. But the second Mom and I heard it clearly, we froze in pure, agonizing embarrassment. Should we call the police? Xiahua squeaked. Jiahua scrambled to pull out her phone. Don't, I snapped, grabbing her wrist. But someone's in trouble, she pointed upstairs. Definitely not a cry for help, I groaned. Then what is it? Xiahua asked, glancing nervously at Mom. I whispered to Lin Xiaowa, is this that website you showed me? Hearing that, her face instantly flushed bright red. Sure, I'd secretly look up stuff out of curiosity, but never this loud. Speechless, I snapped. That's not even what I'm stressing about. Lin Xiaowa looked at me. Then what is it? I sighed. Totally speechless. Can't you tell that noise is coming from Jiang Fan's room? Lin Xiaowa huffed. I can't believe Jiang Fan is this dirty, and Jiang Chen went over to his house. I stared at her, totally dumbfounded. She is mad at him, but who was the one who literally showed her best friend the exact same thing? My mom, Wen Jinlan, frowned and muttered, what kind of student does this? Our school is prestigious. How can they be so shameless? Turned to us. Where did you say his room was? I hesitated, feeling a bit trapped. Right here. Lin Zhihua pointed at his door, and my mom's face went dead serious. It was clear she couldn't believe Jiang Fan would be so reckless. Lin Jiahua and I told her Jiang Chen was inside. She clearly assumed they were watching it together. Anyone could tell she felt completely fooled. Furious, my mom banged hard on the door. "Who is it?" Jiang Fan snapped from inside. "Is that Jiang Fan?" she yelled back. Just Xinxin's mom. "Is Jiang Chen in there?" my mom demanded loudly. Instantly, the room went dead silent. Chapter 213. If you two make it, I'm definitely the best man. "Where are you, Jiang Fan?" my mom called out again. She kept knocking. From what I could tell, she figured he was too embarrassed to face her, but that only made her worry more. And for good reason, Jiang Chen was in there too, and she knew I was incredibly close to him. Jiang Chen was into this trash. She probably feared he'd try something with me. After all, the news is full of teen crime sparked by this. Suddenly, the door clicked open. It was so abrupt we all took a step back. Out stepped Jiang Chen. Behind him, Jiang Fan was practically begging. "Bro, come on, just give it back, please." Jiang Fan clutched his arm desperately. But Jiang Chen stood tall. "Jiang Fan, we're students. We shouldn't be watching this." "No, wait, I was just curious and clicked it by accident," Jiang Fan pleaded. "Accident or not, it's wrong," Jiang Chen replied, his voice firm. "Let go of me, or I'm handing this SD card to the teacher." Judging by Jiang Fan's pale face, he was absolutely terrified. Guiltily, Jiang Fan stammered, "Then what do I do? Why can't you be more like Tang Zexuan?" Jiang Chen snapped. "She comes over to study. What about you? I'm sorry." Jiang Fan muttered, hanging his head. "Sorry isn't enough," Jiang Chen barked. "I'm reporting this so it goes on your permanent record." But as he said it, both boys glanced toward the door. My mom stood there completely frozen. It seemed like this wasn't what she expected at all. Honestly, teenage boys will be boys. "A permanent record will ruin your college and job prospects," Jiang Chen warned again. My mom quickly snapped out of it, stepping in to grab his arm. "Jiang Chen, wait. There's no need to go that far." Jiang Chen feigned surprise. "Oh, hello, ma'am. I came to find you, but I didn't expect this," my mom said. Her anger had completely vanished. Since I didn't really know Jiang Fan anyway, as long as Jiang Chen was clean, she was totally fine. Plus, Jiang Chen just confirmed that my visits were strictly for studying. Maybe my getting sick at his place really was just from overworking. With that thought, her mood lifted. For high school parents, as long as it's about grades, anything makes sense. Even the wildest things become totally acceptable. Anyway, Jiang Chen, no need to overreact, she advised. Permanent record is a big deal. Besides, Jiang Fan is 17 or 18. It's only natural to be curious. As long as you don't make a habit of it, I don't see a huge issue, my mom reasoned gently. "Really, ma'am?" Jiang Chen asked. "Absolutely," my mom nodded quickly. Jiang Chen sighed and glanced at Jiang Fan. "Fine, then I'll just destroy this card." With a loud snap, he broke it in half. Jiang Fan squeezed out a dry laugh. Anyone could see they were acting, but breaking that card definitely wasn't in their original plan. Apparently, that card held his entire private collection. "Jiang Fan, thank Jiang Chen for saving you," my mom said. Jiang Fan practically ground his teeth. "Yeah, thanks a lot, Jiang Chen." But secretly, he gave Jiang Chen a massive middle finger. "Since my mom said it's fine, let's drop it," Jiang Chen said, completely relaxed. Then Jiang Chen turned to her. "By the way, ma'am, did you say you were looking for me?" Right, my mom snapped out of it and nodded. "I actually have a few questions for you. Should we head downstairs?" Jiang Chen pointed down. "Sure, let's go," she agreed. "Remember, no more of that trash, Jiang Fan," Jiang Chen called out as we left. My mom gave him one last warning look. "Thank goodness the boy close to my daughter actually has morals," she muttered. It was obvious Jiang Fan wanted to sink through the floor. Jiang Fan lost his private stash and got judged by Zixuan's mom. He muttered that if I ended up with her, he'd better be my best man. He grumbled as the four of us walked away. I could hear him whining about how unfair it would be if he didn't get the job. We headed inside. In the hallway, Wen Xinlan walked ahead while Zixuan trailed behind. Looking anxious, Zixuan suddenly grabbed my arm to pull me back. "What was that drama with Zhongfan?" Ziswan whispered. I admitted we were just putting on a show. "Was that your idea?" Ziswan asked. "No, he came up with it," I laughed. Surprised he was that smart, Zixuan stared at me. That chaotic stunt actually turned out to be a lifesaver. Completely calmed Wen Xinlan down. Our little stunt worked. I told Zixuan how Zhongfan bragged about sacrificing himself to save us from her mom. He even demanded to be my best man when we get married. I laughed. Zixuan giggled, agreeing he definitely earned the spot this time. Once we got back to my place, I invited everyone to sit down. "Auntie, what was it you wanted to ask me?" I began. I wanted to clear the air. From what I could tell, that ridiculous scene had completely restored Wen Xinlan's good opinion of me. Wen Xinlan spoke softly, asking why Zixuan was at my apartment. Honestly, it was hard not to laugh at how we were both acting like drama queens. The room went dead silent. I noticed Zixuan holding her breath, her chest tightening as she waited for my response. No matter how calm her mom seemed, we still had to answer the real question. Why was Zixuan hiding in my bedroom? I let my expression turn dead serious. Zixuan looked terrified, probably thinking I was out of excuses. Then I bowed. Auntie, I am so sorry. Bowed deeply to Wen Xinlan. She gasped, completely stunned. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Zixuan and Xiahua staring in total confusion. You and our teacher trusted me to tutor Zixuan, I apologized. But I pressured her too hard and she got sick. I am truly sorry. Tutoring? When Xinlan blinked, I nodded quickly. Zixuan came over to study, but I stupidly left the window open and let her catch a cold. That is what happened, Wen Xinlan muttered, nodding slowly. But Jiang Chen, are you sure you were just studying? She asked, protective of her daughter. Absolutely, I replied earnestly. Look for yourself, Auntie, pointed to the study guide on the nightstand. Luckily, I had spent the afternoon putting those detailed notes together for her. Wen Xinlan flipped through the notebook, and it was obvious her suspicions instantly vanished. She had only rushed over because Zixuan's teacher called. Xuan had always been fragile, so a simple cold for anyone else was a major health scare for her mother. Anyone could see finding Zixuan in my bedroom made her mother assume we were skipping school to hook up and do things kids our age shouldn't do. That explained her rage. Seeing the medicine and school notes laid out, she seemed to find it all totally believable. My apologetic tone apparently cleared up her lingering doubts about Zixuan wearing my clothes. Auntie, I feel terrible about this, I added. She had a high fever, so I insisted she rest here while I crashed upstairs with Zhongfan. I never expected you to drop by. Scratched my head, looking sheepish. Wen Xinlan waved her hand dismissively. Do not blame yourself, Zhongchen. You were just trying to help. Having a supportive classmate is wonderful for Zixuan. She honestly never cared this much about school until she met you. Wen Xinlan smiled warmly. Mom, Zixuan piped up. My fever broke, Zixuan sniffled, looking pitiful. But you ripping the covers off earlier definitely made my congestion worse. Wen Xinlan sighed softly. All right, my bad. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. I will let you rest and head home. Keep pushing her to study, Zhongchen. If she gets sick again, it is her own fault for being careless. After giving Zixuan a few more instructions, Wen Xinlan finally left. The second the door clicked shut, Xiahua burst out groaning. You two are literal drama queens. That performance was insane, Xiahua groaned. Since Xiahua knew the truth, Zixuan teased her for helping us. If you hadn't woken me, Mom would have assumed the worst, Zixuan said, patting Xiahua's shoulder. Xiahua rolled her eyes. Misunderstanding? Trust me, your mom was right on the money. Xiahua snorted. I pointed upstairs, offering to head out, but Zixuan quickly stopped me. You two should talk. I am taking a shower next door, Xiahua said, standing up. I told Xiahua she could just use mine. Can you grab my clothes too, Xiahua? Zixuan added. If Mom does another surprise check, this oversized outfit is going to ruin everything. Fine, but I am still showering next door, Xiahua smirked. Zixuan tilted her head, looking confused. Why? Because if I stay, you will just gush about how brilliant your boyfriend is and how much you love him, Xiahua teased. Xiahua mimicked Zixuan's voice, making us both laugh. It's way too sappy. I'm leaving you two to your romance. The dramatic wave, Xiahua left. Zixuan burst out laughing, snuggling into the blankets. Babe, aren't they hilarious? I smiled, tucking Zixuan in. Well, they're only 18. It's totally normal for them to be energetic. Take your temperature tonight? I asked. Yeah, Xiahua checked, Zixuan replied softly. No fever, just a lingering stuffy nose, Zixuan said, letting out a soft sniffle. Are you going to school tomorrow? I asked. Yeah, I should. I'll just wear a mask, Zixuan murmured. Zixuan flashed me a smirk. So you're waiting for me at the door tomorrow morning, right? Deal, I said, standing up. Oh, by the way, hubby, I'm getting you a gift next week, Zixuan suddenly said. For me? But it's your birthday, not mine. Consider it payback for last time. But you have to let me run the show that day, Zixuan winked playfully. All right, whatever you say. Gently ruffled Zixuan's hair. She looked up at me, curious. Actually, what was up with Zhongfan's little stunt? Play that adult movie on purpose? He's just a curious teenager. It's understandable, I shrugged. Anyone could see the kid was actually pretty smart. Juan giggled. Oh, and remember to help Zhongfan explain to Xiahua, I added. Since Xiahua heard his voice too. Fine, no need to explain. Zixuan seemed totally unbothered. Judging by her face, she knew teenage girls were just as curious as boys. She'd even shown me a sketchy website once. Chapter 215. The next morning, Zixuan got up super early for school. Swan, why so early? Xiaohua mumbled, half asleep. She was the type who never got up before her alarm rang. She loved sleeping in. Zixuan was usually the same, but today she was early. Is he waiting for me? She asked. Changing her clothes, Zixuan said, I still have a cold. If we don't walk together, he'll definitely worry about me. Xiaohua instantly woke up, showing off first thing in the morning. Give it a rest. After washing up, Ji Swan stepped out. The moment she opened the door, she saw me waiting there. How are you feeling? I asked. I handed her a mask. I'm okay, Ziswan said, pinching her nose. Just a bit stuffy. Did you bring your cold medicine? In my backpack, Zixuan replied, patting her bag. I nodded, and we headed out. We grabbed milk tea and buns before heading to the classroom. Hey, buddy. Hey, gorgeous. Zhongfan waved at us from behind. Thanks for yesterday, Zhongfan, Zixuan said with a warm smile. No worries, we're brothers, Zhongfan said casually. But if you and Zixuan don't end up together, don't blame me for coming after you. Shh, Zixuan hissed, gesturing for silence. Zhongfan looked confused. Look, Zhongfan, when we're at school, Zhongchen and I are just classmates and deskmates. We're waiting until college to date. Zixuan looked dead serious. Oh, come on, Zhongfan scoffed. Zhongfan shook his head, speechless. I grinned. Zhongfan, she said at school. At school? Holy crap. Zhongfan's eyes widened. So outside school, you guys are exactly what you think, Zixuan interrupted, grabbing my hand and raising it. So we have to keep it low-key at school. You call this low-key? Zhongfan gulped. He definitely got the message. No PDA in the classroom. Sitting down, Zixuan pulled a warm carton of milk from her backpack and handed it to me. I looked at her, surprised. Zixuan shrugged. Of course! You never drink milk with breakfast. We need to build good habits early. Fine, but I just had milk tea. I'll drink it after first period, I smiled, setting it aside. Zixuan, Liu Ziyang called out. He rushed over from his desk. What do you want? Zixuan asked, frowning. You're still wearing a mask. Not feeling better? He asked, acting concerned. Tuan rolled her eyes. None of your business. Hey, as your classmate, Liu Ziyang tried to protest. Stood up, cutting him off. As a classmate, why don't you head back to your seat? Zixuan beamed. You heard him. It's morning reading time. Go back to your seat, Zixuan gloated. Liu Ziyang looked completely shut down. Blunk away, but not before throwing a nasty glare my way. Clearly, he blamed me for Zixuan's attitude. Neither of us gave him a second thought. You know, he really is super annoying, Zixuan muttered. Pulled up her mask and sighed. Well, Xiaohua did dig up his embarrassing past, I shrugged. I can't believe I used to run a company with him. It's actually sickening, Zixuan groaned. Honestly, it's fine, I replied. People like him are everywhere. Just don't let him trick us, I said. Please, your wifey is way too smart for that, Zixuan smirked. How could he ever fool me, she hummed. Class started, but the morning didn't go so well for Zixuan. Since she was absent yesterday, the teachers seemed to gang up on her, calling on her for every single question. Thank God she studied my notes, or she would have been totally lost. Was senior year always this brutal? This isn't how I remember it, she groaned. She complained to me on our way to lunch. Well, that's what happens when your goal is Peking University, I shrugged. Fair point. I'm not tired at all. I'm going to Peking University with you, she smiled. She sniffled, still fighting off that cold. Hey, hubby, look, she said, pulling my arm as we walked out. She pointed toward the intersection. What's going on over there? Why is there a huge line? A line? I looked over. Memories came rushing back. Remember what the owner of Joe's restaurant told us last semester? I smiled. They must have opened this location recently. Awesome, Zixuan pulled my arm excitedly. Let's eat there. No wonder this street looked so familiar. We used to eat there literally every day. Chapter 216. The line was packed. Seeing this brought back so many memories for us, since their food was always the best around. Zixuan craned her neck, looking at the front of the line. Are we going to be stuck here until afternoon class starts? The new spot was way bigger than their old alley joint, but it was absolutely slammed. Waiting in line, Zixuan and I heard kids hyping it up. We should have stayed in the alley, Zixuan groaned, sighing. I teased her about wanting this spot. I laughed, admitting I just wanted to relive our old dates. But the line is barely moving, Zixuan whined, eyeing the crowd. It's gonna take forever. I told her to chill. We had nothing else to do. Zixuan's eyes flashed with mischief. I have a plan, she smirked. Hubby, be a good boy and wait right here for me. Before I could even protest, Zixuan marched straight into the restaurant. About 5 minutes later, she popped her head out. Xuan waved from the door. Hubby, over here. Heads turned instantly. Calling your boyfriend hubby near campus was seriously bold. She had major guts. When the crowd realized it was Zixuan, they stared even harder. From what I could tell, they were dying of jealousy. They probably wondered if her guy was even worthy. But when I walked up and Zixuan grabbed my hand to pull me inside, they froze. Suddenly, it clicked for them. I was the undisputed face of First High. My grades and looks were top tier across the city. Plus, my recent business pitch win was basically a free pass to a top university. Their vibe shifted from, is he good enough for Zixuan? To whether Zixuan deserved me. Hey, what about the line? I asked, utterly confused as she dragged me past the crowd. The owner said we don't have to wait. Right, ma'am, Zixuan chirped to the lady busily clearing a table. The owner smiled and nodded. She's right, you two are loyal regulars. Once I wipe this down, take a seat. Thanks, ma'am, Zixuan beamed. I looked at her highly amused. How did you finesse that? Juan winked. Babe, did you forget? Last term, the owner promised if this place ever blew up, we'd get a free pass. I was stunned. I couldn't believe the owner actually took a casual promise that seriously. Zixuan looked at me, dead serious. Babe, remember this. When you run your own startup, keeping your word is everything. Oh, so you're mentoring me now? I chuckled. Why not? Zixuan smirked. I nodded. Fair enough. I knew she actually could teach anyone a thing or two about business. We ordered, and Zixuan pulled down her mask so we could eat. But with her cold, everything tasted like cardboard. Zixuan took 2 bites and shoved her plate away, totally over it. Whatever, I'll just have some soup. Zixuan sighed, grabbing her spoon. Nothing has any flavor. Really nothing, I asked. Yeah, definitely the cold, Zixuan pouted. You still have to eat, I countered. I rolled my eyes. School is brutal right now. How will you survive the afternoon? But I have zero appetite, Zixuan whined. What do you actually want? I'll go get it. I started to get up, but she stopped me. No, don't. Zixuan pulled me back into my seat. She paused, then gave me a sly grin. If you really want me to eat, you could just feed me. I'll eat anything if you feed me. I rolled my eyes. I'm just gonna buy you something else. No way! Wasting food is a crime, Zixuan protested, pointing at her plate. I want this, but only if you feed me. You sure? Right here? I scanned the crowded room, then stared at Zixuan. There were way too many people watching. What if we get caught? Please, teachers would never come here. The line is too long, Zixuan scoffed, waving off my concern. I sighed, defeated, and lifted my chopsticks to feed her. Let's be real, tons of kids in high school were secretly dating. To avoid teachers, they all ate off campus, so this place was packed with young couples. Now it tastes amazing, Zixuan sighed happily. A couple at the next table watched us with pure envy. Her boyfriend is so sweet, actually feeding her, the girl whispered. Big deal. If you got sick, I'd feed you too, her guy snapped. Please, you don't have the guts, she scoffed. She rolled her eyes. You dropped my hand miles before we even reached school. Coward. I just don't want to get caught, he protested. Spot is right by school, and they aren't scared, she shot back. You're just never the initiator. Why does the guy always have to start everything, he muttered. Look at them. She's literally wiping his mouth with a tissue. Why don't you try wiping mine, she snapped. No way. You're the guy and you never take the lead. I'm not walking home with you today. As we paid, Zixuan pulled up her mask. I think they're fighting because of us, she whispered. She glanced back at the bickering couple. Something about who should take charge. I nodded, squeezing her hand as we walked out. Zixuan laughed outside. There is no rule. Real couples just have an unspoken vibe. I rolled my eyes. They aren't married, Zixuan. True. But are we? Zixuan smirked. She slid her hand into mine, slowly intertwining our fingers. Back in class for lunch break, Zixuan collapsed onto her desk. Between her cold and the brutal study prep, she was constantly exhausted. I kept my phone under my desk, scrolling through trading sites to verify that my future knowledge matched up. Ever since I was reborn, I've had decades of market data in my head, but futures shift with massive cash flows. If I traded too heavily, I'd alter the timeline. Luckily, I anticipated the butterfly effect. I spread my investments out. Dumping everything into one asset could make millions, but it would risk everything. Spreading my plays like this keeps me from wrecking the futures market. But even so, I have already bagged over 10 million bucks. Turning my first 50,000 into 800,000 was the hardest part. Once you have real capital, the cash multiplies fast. 1:40 p.m., lunch break over. Classes start in 20 minutes, but my phone starts buzzing. It is my dad, Zhang Xinhua, calling me. I lift my head off my desk and catch Lu Ziyang staring back at me and Tong Zixuan. I just glare at Lu Ziyang. I pick up. Chen, is your schedule tight today? My dad asks. I immediately sense something is off. Dad, did something happen? My dad's tone sounds totally off, so I press him. He sighs. It is nothing. Just if you are heading home today, I probably won't be there. I knew it was your lunch break, so I figured I would tell you, my dad says. Not home? I freeze for a second, then ask, Dad, seriously, what is going on? It is nothing. It is just Auntie Me. She is in the operating room right now, my dad mumbles. Surgery? I thought that was in 2 weeks, I ask, confused. My dad says her tumor is worsening too fast. They had to rush her in. I just hope she makes it. My dad's voice starts shaking. Anyone could see how terrified he is. Taking a deep breath, I tell him, Dad, I get it. I am skipping class to come over. My dad gasps, skipping? Quickly protests. Chen, do not do that. Do not let this ruin your grades. I am fine. I laugh. Senior year is just practice tests anyway. It is Friday. I will do a makeup test this weekend. He sighs. All right. Call me when you get here. He agrees and hangs up. Judging by his tone, he probably regretted dumping this heavy news on me. But with something this huge, and me being his entire world, he naturally let it slip. I pocket my phone. I stand up, glance at Tong Zixuan sleeping soundly, and tap Zhongfan on the shoulder. Zhongfan looks up. What is up? Phone's glow lights up his chin. Tell him when he wakes up. I have a family emergency and need to head out. I look back at Tong Zixuan. Zhongfan nods quickly. Got it, Zhong. What is going on? Nothing major, I say. I smile, then head to the office to ask Zhang Shuli for a pass. She does not even ask questions. She just hands me the slip. You need a homeroom teacher's permission to leave during class. I grab a cab straight to the hospital, calling my dad while searching for the operating room. Chen. My dad waves from the hallway. I pocket my phone and rush over. Dad, how is Auntie Ni? Not great, he says. Auntie Ni's brother, Ni Yongchuan, steps up, speaking in a low voice. Of course he is here. Why is it not looking good? I ask. My sister's health has always been terrible, Ni Yongchuan sighs. They had to rush her in today, but she actually needed days of prep first. Honestly, she is just too weak, my dad sighs. They spent weeks prepping because the doctors saw how bad her physical condition was in the checkups. With that tumor, her body is running on empty compared to us. Hearing the phrase too weak makes me go completely silent. Tong Zishuan and I got those exact words on our Prino kids for now. I look up, so there are major risks? Ni Yongchuan nods slowly. This surgery is always high risk, but right now, it is even worse. Ni Yongchuan stares at the operating room doors. I turn to my dad, Jiang Xinhua. He is clenching his fists so hard his knuckles are white. Pat his arm. Dad, we just have to wait. Don't panic. Trust the doctors. Yeah, I know, he whispers. He nods hard, staring ahead. It was obvious to me a long time ago that my dad is totally in love with Auntie Ni. He never admitted it, but I could tell. This is the first time since my mom passed that he has actually cared about someone like this. As his son, especially knowing how lonely he gets, I fully support them. But before he could even confess his feelings, Auntie Ni is suddenly fighting for her life. Only someone who has watched their soulmate slip away knows how agonizing this is. I got lucky. Tong Zishuan and I found a way to survive. But my dad already lost my mom when I was born. If he loses Auntie Ni too, I do not know what he will do. The surgery will go fine. I am sure of it, I say, squeezing his shoulder. It is a bit bold, but I think he appreciated the comfort. Time drags on. The red light stays on. Ni Yongchuan, my dad, and I wait outside, holding our breath as the hours crawl by. None of us complain or even sit down. As long as Auntie Ni makes it out okay, we will wait here forever if we have to. Suddenly, it is 5:30 p.m. My phone starts vibrating. I glance at the screen and look up. Dad, I need to take this. I point toward the exit. My dad nods and I step into the stairwell before picking up. Hey, I say. Where did you go? Tong Zishuan asks on the other end. The hospital, I reply. What happened? She gasps. From what I could tell, she was totally panicking. Nobody comes to the hospital for fun. Auntie Ni is in surgery, I explain quickly. I am staying here with my dad. Oh, right, Tang Zishuan says, remembering. I told her about my dad and Auntie Ni before. Should I come over too? Tong Zishuan offers suddenly. There is still an hour before night study. Don't bother, I say, shaking my head. An hour won't be enough anyway, and you still have that cold. Hospitals are crawling with germs, but she did not care. I will just wear a mask, she insisted, determined to come anyway. I took leave to be here. You will get in trouble with the teacher, I warned her. This is my family's mess. I can handle it. What do you mean your family? She muttered, looking annoyed. Your dad is basically my dad too. I froze, trying to process her logic. Babe, we might not be on the same registry yet, but he is still my dad, she snapped. He absolutely loves me as his daughter-in-law. Back then, my dad really did treat her like his own daughter. I hesitated, then finally let out a soft laugh. Fine, I replied. Come on over then. Just make up a good excuse, I said. Please, she scoffed. I can slide out of anything. Then she hung up. Barely 20 minutes later, my phone buzzed. She was already at the entrance. I went down and guided her through the busy hospital corridors. What lie did you tell Teacher Zhang? I asked as we walked. She sniffled, looking proud. Easy. I just told him I was feeling sick. And that my period started, she added. I rolled my eyes, groaning. Way too much information. But it actually did start today, she whined. She nudged her mask. I only delayed calling because I felt awful. Then why are you here? I asked. She shrugged. Duh, our dad's future is on the line. Of course I had to show up. I smiled faintly, my chest tightening. Okay, our dad's big day. And I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Sorry for what? She asked, clearly having forgotten already. I reached over, gently ruffling her hair, for saying this was just my family's business. You were right. It is our family. I shouldn't even joke about that. With that, we walked deeper into the sterile hospital corridors. We reached the operating room. From down the hall, she spotted Ni Yongxuan and my dad. Remember him, I whispered. Aunt Ni's younger brother. Gestured toward Yongxuan. Yeah, the guy who nearly ran me over. She glared at me, her voice dropping. Do not bring that up. Seeing my face turn dead serious, she quickly grabbed my arm. Okay, chill. I am not mad. I actually really want to thank him. Thank him? I blinked, totally confused. She nudged me. Think about it. If he had not caused that scene, would you have finally confessed to me? Irked. Exactly. Now let's go. I gestured toward the waiting area. Wait, have you figured out how to explain your sudden appearance to my dad? She looked at me, surprised. Tutoring, I muttered. The classic we're just studying excuse never fails. She giggled as we walked over. Zixuan, what are you doing here? My dad asked, confused. I quickly smoothly covered, claiming I was tutoring her after school. Can I stay, uncle? She asked my dad sweetly. Zhang Chen treats me like a sister, so I really care about what your family is going through. She looked at my dad, pleading. He hesitated for a second, then finally gave her a warm nod. My eyelid twitched. Brother and sister? That sounded so wrong. She leaned closer and whispered, Babe, what actually happened to Aunt Nee? I quietly filled her in on the details. I see, she murmured, looking down at herself. From what I could tell, she was processing something big. I really hope her surgery goes well, she said softly. I nodded, and just like that, the three of us waiting became four, wrapped in silence. The heavy doors creaked open, and a doctor stepped out. All four of us bolted upright. Doctor, how is my sister? Yang Xuan blurted out. My dad stood close by, his brow deeply furrowed, as the doctor nodded. The surgery went perfectly. She is going to be fine, he said. A collective wave of relief washed over us. Thank goodness, she whispered. The doctor continued, We are moving her to a recovery room now. She is still under anesthesia. Keep things quiet for now. Once she wakes up, just make sure she feels supported. Understood? The doctor instructed. Yes, of course. We understand, Yongshuan stammered, nodding quickly. Tears streamed down Yongshuan's face. Aunt Nee was his only living relative. Moments later, the nurses wheeled her out toward her room. My dad and Yongshuan stayed by her side. She and I stepped out to give them space since Aunt Nee desperately needed quiet rest. Babe, I just thought of something, she whispered, tugging my sleeve. What is it? I asked. She looked up. Do you want to have a baby? I really feel like we need to have a child of our own, she insisted, her eyes intense. I tried to deflect. Let's wait and see. Maybe the chance will come, I added with a forced smile. I hated dragging out this conversation, knowing how deeply this painful topic hurt her. The night we first planned our family, we had painted such a beautiful future together. A family of three, it was our ultimate dream. But her medical results shattered that dream. If having a baby meant risking her life after surgery, I would never let her do it. Never. My own mother was tragic proof of those risks. Actually, seeing Aunt Nee's successful surgery gave me an idea, she murmured after a brief silence. Stomach dropped. An idea? I asked, frowning. Aunt Nee has a weak body too, yet her surgery worked. If she can pull through, then maybe I can too. Absolutely not, I snapped, my voice turning cold. Do not ever say that again. I am not risking you. Ever. Do you understand me? I stared deep into her eyes, dead serious. She blinked, visibly taken aback by my sudden intensity. She waved her hands, trying to laugh it off. Babe, I was just talking. I do not care, I replied, taking a slow breath. We do not joke about your life. Seeing how angry I was, she quietly shut her mouth, realizing she had crossed a line. It was obvious she realized she had actually pissed me off. By 9 p.m., she leaned against my shoulder. Babe, how much longer? Head home first. I need to wait for my dad, I said, gesturing toward the room. She grabbed my hand. Then I am waiting with you. Tong Zishuan immediately snapped. Why are you waiting for me? I'm definitely going home tonight. I rolled my eyes at her. Waiting for you to walk me home, Tong Zishuan said with a smirk. It's pitch black out. You wouldn't make me walk alone, right? Fair point, I said, nodding. Right then, the hospital door clicked open. Only Ni Young Xuan stepped out of the room. Hey, where is everyone else? Tong Zishuan asked, curious. Ni Yongchuan smiled. Oh, hey, I remember you from last time. So sorry, truly. Anyone could see Ni Yongchuan looked way better now, but he immediately started apologizing to Tong Zishuan. No worries, it's fine, Tong Zishuan chirped. Who knows? We might actually end up as family later anyway. Family? Ni Yongchuan blinked. From what I could tell, he was clueless, but I knew exactly what Tong Zishuan meant. If my dad married Auntie Ni and I married Tang Zishuan later, boom, family. But you can't just blurt that out. I cleared my throat to cut in. How is she doing? Ni Yongchuan replied. My sister woke up and wanted a private word with your dad. So she kicked me out for a bit. Ni Yongchuan scratched his head like he was totally lost, but Tong Zishuan and I got it instantly. We locked eyes. Tong Zishuan leaned in and whispered, Babe, do you think Auntie Ni is making the first move? I paused to think. Knowing my dad's shy self, probably. Then let's spy. Tong Zishuan instantly pressed her face against the window of the door. Seriously? Have some shame, we're in a hospital, I groaned. Tang Zishuan pouted, Ugh, I can't see a single thing. Maybe they aren't doing anything yet, Tang Zishuan muttered, squinting through the glass. No surprise there. Who starts kissing right off the bat? Oh yeah? What about when I confess to you? I smirked. Tang Zishuan dropped from her tiptoes and whipped around to look at me. Time, she asked. I raised an eyebrow. We might be the only couple to ever confess twice. This time, obviously, Tang Zishuan said. She meant post-rebirth, but I shrugged. That doesn't count. We had history. The very first time basically felt like we were just chatting. Actually, you have a point, Tang Zishuan said, nodding. Meanwhile, Ni Yongchuan let out a loud cough next to us. Sure, teen romance is normal, but judging by his face, Ni Yongchuan thought we were complete weirdos. Confessing twice? Like, what? Shoot, Tong Zishuan gasped, silently mouthing the words to me. I totally forgot. Someone was standing right here. All good, I chuckled, giving Ni Yongxuan a knowing look. You didn't hear anything just now, right, Ni? Ni Yongxuan froze. Right, just about keeping this from my dad and Auntie Ni for now, I added casually. Oh, that. Ni Yongxuan rubbed his nose. It was obvious that standing near two flirting teenagers was painfully awkward for him. Don't worry, he stammered. My lips are sealed. He promised to ease the tension, but also because he felt guilty about the accident that almost hurt us. Suddenly, the door clicked open behind us. Chen, could you step in here for a second? My dad called out. My dad rubbed his hands together awkwardly. Seeing him look so tense, I got curious. What's up, Dad? Did Auntie Ni say something? Yeah, we talked, but I need your advice, my dad murmured, glancing at Ni Yongchuan. Ni Yongchuan took the hint instantly. Hey, got a lighter? I'll grab a smoke outside. My dad handed it over. Sure, go ahead. Ni Yongchuan hurried off. My dad gave Tang Zishuan an apologetic look, looking pretty uncomfortable discussing romance in front of an outsider. Dad, Tang Zishuan is just my classmate, I said calmly. My dad nodded, finally relaxing a bit after my reminder. So, what are you guys talking about? Tang Zishuan asked curiously. My dad flushed. Well, it's not a big deal, but looked at me, face turning red. Chen, I really need a straight answer from you this time. About what? I smiled. I already knew what he was going to say. Auntie Ni thanked me for taking care of her. She thinks I'm a decent guy. And we get along well. My dad's voice trailed off like a whisper. I bit my lip to keep from laughing out loud. I never expected to see this side of him. Anyway, she said since we're both single, maybe we should start a family together. My dad was incredibly tense. Dad, that's amazing. You like Auntie Ni too, don't you? I grinned. Well, yeah, but I need your green light first, my dad muttered. He definitely agrees, Tang Zishuan chimed in. We both knew that in our past life, my dad ended up depressed and lonely without a partner. Naturally, we wanted him happy. As his son and future daughter-in-law, how could we not? My dad stared at Tang Zishuan's surprise. Oh, just a guess, she squeaked, blurted it out of habit. In our past life, my dad always asked Tang Zishuan for advice instead of me. He always joked that a big boss like Tang Zishuan shouldn't spoil his useless son. That's why she always answered for me. Dad, I completely agree, I said, nodding. That's great, my dad whispered, still nervously rubbing his hands together. Is there something else you want to ask him? Tang Zishuan asked. My dad nodded, hesitating as he tried to speak. Chen, how should I answer her? I laughed. Wait, you haven't answered her yet, Dad? Yeah, it feels too rushed. Don't know what to say, my dad muttered, his face red. Tang Zishuan smiled. I know exactly what to do. Juan chimed in, telling my dad that since he liked Auntie Ni, she'd want a real answer, not just a lazy verbal agreement. What else should I do? My dad asked, totally clueless. Ziswan grinned. Buy flowers. Seriously, get a bouquet. She pointed out the late-night flower market right next to the hospital. My dad looked skeptical, whispering, will that actually work? Juan just smirked. Trust me, Uncle. I'm a girl. I know exactly what kind of romantic gesture Auntie Ni is waiting for. Hearing that, my dad slapped his forehead like he just woke up. Right. Why on earth didn't I think of that? Swan, thank you so much, Dad said. She waved it off. Don't, did Uncle? Just remember, do not buy roses. She warned him that strong-smelling roses were a bad idea for a hospital room. Dad kept thanking her over and over. He looked like a giddy teenager on his first date. Thanks again, Ziswan. Son, I am heading out now. I shook my head, amused. Go get her, Dad. Be safe. He gave a quick nod and practically sprinted to the elevator. Chapter 221, Confessions. The second we were left alone outside the door, Zixuan smirked. So my plan is pretty great, right? She wrapped her arms around my neck from behind, clinging to my back. I looked back and gave her a playful roll of my eyes. That advice only works on teen girls, I teased. She pouted. Who says every woman wants to get flowers from the guy she loves? She smirked, looking incredibly proud of herself. Besides, when it comes to girls confessing to guys, I am practically an expert. Oh, really? I looked at her. Yeah, and it is all your fault anyway, Zixuan huffed, giving me a playful glare. Confessing once in our past life should have been enough, but since we got sent back in time, I had to do it again. By that logic, do I owe you a bouquet now? I laughed. Zixuan paused, her eyes darting around as she thought it over. She waved her hand. Never mind, we are basically an old married couple, unlike my dad and Auntie Ni. My mouth twitched at that. The son is the seasoned marriage expert, while the dad is the clueless dating rookie. It felt so weird to think about. All right, enough. My dad will be back any second, I warned after a minute. Oh, Zixuan said, quickly sliding her arms off my shoulders. Stood up straight but leaned close to my ear, whispering playfully, Hubby, you are taking me home tonight, right? Even if you did not ask, I would have to, I smiled, shaking my head. Zixuan looked at me, totally curious. Why? Because of my dad, I shrugged. Just then, the elevator chimed and Zixuan scrambled away from me like we were strangers. My dad and Yongxuan stepped out, Dad clutching a bouquet of pink carnations. He turned to Zixuan nervous. Do I just go in? gestured toward the door, looking incredibly shy. Zixuan nodded encouragingly. Just go in there and tell Auntie Nee exactly how you feel, Uncle. Dad grit his teeth, finally finding his courage. Before pushing the door open, he looked at Yongchuan. I am going in now. He wanted to respect Yongchuan, Auntie Nee's only living relative. Yongchuan smiled warmly. Go on, Brother Zhang. I know your love is real. Plus, you are a great guy, Yongchuan added with total sincerity. Dad took a deep breath and nodded. All right. Dad pushed the door open. The second it closed, Zixuan pressed her face to the glass, and Yongchuan and I immediately crowded around. We watched Dad hand her the flowers. Her pale face lit up with a smile as she spoke, and he gently placed them in a vase. He sat by her bedside, chatting. Ugh, I wish we could hear what they are saying, Zixuan sighed, watching them laugh. We can probably guess, Yongchuan smiled. He seemed thrilled his sister found a good man. Zixuan rolled her eyes. You do not get it. Only Zhang Cheng and I get it, she smirked. Yongchuan scoffed. Like what? Hubby, get over here, Zixuan whispered, dragging me away. Since Yongchuan caught us talking earlier, she was not risking him overhearing us. Just wish we had super hearing, she sighed. I laughed, amused by her. Are you really that desperate for gossip? It is not gossip, she argued. They are basically middle-aged. In another decade, this is officially going to be a twilight romance. We have never experienced this stage of love before. So, I grinned. So we should steal some older generation tips. 20 minutes later, Dad finally stepped out. Dad, how did it go? I asked. Seeing his glowing, blushing face, I already knew the answer. We had a really nice talk, Dad admitted, looking incredibly shy. I smiled. That is amazing. Why did you come out then? Well, it is getting late, Dad replied, glancing out at the dark sky. It was already 11 p.m. Not expect Zixuan to wait so long, Dad said politely to her. My son did not even get to tutor you, so sorry. Swan quickly waved her hands. Please, do not be polite, Uncle. Anyone could see she already saw herself as his future daughter-in-law. Son, when you have free time, you make sure to help Zixuan with her studies. Got it? Dad demanded. Dad looked at me seriously. I nodded immediately. He added, I am staying at the hospital tonight. You are a guy, so make sure you take Zixuan home safely. Here is some cab money. Dad handed me a $100 bill. I nodded. Okay, Dad. I might not go home tonight either. I will sleep near the school. Dad paused, surprised, but slowly nodded anyway. Tong Zixuan's eyes flashed with excitement. Me walking her home, and I wasn't going back tonight? This night was already leaving its mark. Hubby, what are we doing tonight? The second we left the hospital, Tong Zixuan was buzzing. I just stared at her. What do you mean, what? I'm taking you home, I said, rolling my eyes. But didn't you say you weren't going home tonight? She asked, looking genuinely confused. I have things to do, I replied flatly. Oh, she sighed, sounding totally let down. I kept my head down, lost in my own thoughts. So what are you doing so late? She asked, tilting her head. Just cleaning up my apartment. I'll be living near the school long-term now. I explained. Like tracking the futures market. Having my computer there just makes things way easier. And grabbing some seasonal clothes, I added. Fine, Tang Zixuan nodded. She stepped right in front of me and pointed a finger at my chest. But I'm checking up on you Monday. That computer better be in your room. Deal, I said, half lawing as we walked to the curb. It's easy to grab a cab near the hospital. 20 minutes later, we pulled up to her complex. Tang Zixuan opened the door. See you Monday, hubby. She waved. I nodded, then told the driver to head to my place first. I packed up some winter clothes. Next, I boxed up my computer and took a cab to the apartment near school. It took an hour of heavy lifting to finally finish. Booted up my PC to check the market data. It matched my memory perfectly. I sorted the rest, then found my notebook on Tang Zixuan. I paused, then gently opened it. There were so many things written down. I wondered when we would ever finish them all. But after flipping just 2 pages, my eyes went wide. What the hell? I stared blankly at the page. Next to the line, eat milk tea and buns for breakfast, there was a check mark. Nobody else had touched this notebook, right? I was completely baffled. I kept flipping. On the page about watching the sunrise during a morning run, there was another check mark. And everything we actually did in this lifetime got marked off. But it made 0 sense. The notebook had been sitting untouched in my room. Who could have checked those boxes? Every single bucket list item was strictly between me and Tang Zixuan. Nobody else knew what we did. In other words, besides me, only Tang Zixuan could have checked them. But she didn't even know this notebook existed. How was this happening? I frowned, my brain working overtime to solve this. The notebook's origin was already a mystery. Now these random check marks, it made no sense at all. Then a sudden idea hit me. I came up with a plan. I flipped through the pages rapidly, searching for one specific entry. There it was. My finger stopped on one entry. It read, everyone says I look handsome in a suit. I wonder what Zhang Cheng would look like in girls' clothes? So curious. Next time I'm going to wear his clothes and make him wear mine. Then we'll see who's hotter. Yep, adding this to the list. I took a deep breath and closed the file. I searched my closet but couldn't find what I needed. I had no choice but to call Tang Zeishuan. Hubby, why are you calling so late? Her voice was a tiny whisper. Judging by her tone, she was home and avoiding her parents' radar. Where are the clothes you left at my place? I asked directly. Probably still hanging on the balcony, she recalled. Xiaohua threw them in the wash for me, she added. Got it, I said, nodding. I was about to hang up. Wait, she blurted out. Hubby, why are you asking about my clothes? Just asking, I lied. There was no way I was telling her I wanted to try on her clothes. She would never let me hear the end of it. She would definitely tease me. You're not going to laugh at me like Xiaohua did, right? She asked nervously. Laugh at you for what? I asked, genuinely baffled. Wait, you didn't notice? She shot back. I was completely lost. Notice what? Never mind. Good night, hubby. I'm going to take a shower and head to bed. She hung up instantly, as if she was terrified I'd press for details. I shook my head, pocketed my phone, and headed to the balcony. Sure enough, her clothes were hanging there, but as I pulled them down, 2 thick white bra inserts fell out. I stood there, speechless. Now I knew why Xiaohua laughed at her. Sure, she would grow into a killer figure later, but right now, she was still lagging behind her future self. I figured my joke on the mountain about her looking like the Hayer brothers had triggered this. I took the dry clothes back to my room. Staring at the girl's outfit, my mouth twitched. I was a grown-ass guy. Putting this stuff on felt seriously wrong. The mental hurdle was real. But whatever, how else would I find out the truth? I glanced at the notebook, then started changing. Luckily, it wasn't a low-cut top. It was just a cute feminine shirt, nothing too crazy. It looked normal enough. As for the skirt, the entry only mentioned tops, so I probably didn't need to wear that. Once dressed, I immediately opened the notebook to that exact page. But unlike the other completed tasks, no check mark appeared. No mark. I stared at the text she wrote, and my eye started twitching. Was it because I hadn't shown her yet? Highly likely. I pulled out my phone and messaged her on QQ. Text me after your shower, I had sent. Tang Zishuan shot back instantly. I'm here, and I wasn't showering. You know my routine, Tang Zishuan texted. Phone goes in the bathroom basket. I stared at the screen, totally speechless. Hubby, what's up? Tang Zishuan asked. It was obvious she'd noticed my hesitation when I called her earlier. Didn't you say you wanted us to swap clothes? I asked. Tang Zikinswan lost her mind instantly. No way, hubby! Tang Zishuan seemed hyped. Wait, did you ask about my clothes because you want to cross-dress for me? Not exactly, I replied. I had no clue how to explain the memo file. Can I see now? Tang Zishuan begged. Anyone could see she was dying for this. I sighed, snapped a selfie, and sent it. Well, I asked. Tang Zishuan spammed me with a million nosebleed emojis. So hot, Tang Zishuan replied. Okay, hot is fine, I let out a breath. Describing me as handsome was totally cool. Don't call me pretty. No, like a cute kind of hot, Tang Zishuan added. I looked down at her clothes on me. That cute vibe was definitely because of her style. Whatever, I'm just trying them. I texted, rolling my eyes, but she went dead silent. After a few minutes, I asked what she was doing. My mom just walked in on me in the bathroom, Tang Zishuan complained. Tang Zishuan snapped. Because seeing you in girl clothes shocked me so bad I dropped my towel on the floor. Oh man. I could literally picture it. Anyway, hubby Tang Zishuan texted. Why the sudden urge to try this? I sighed. You wrote this in your memo. Yeah, but why now? First the morning run, then breakfast. Why all this suddenly? She asked. No chance back then. Now we do, I explained. True. Then you better work hard for me, hubby. I knew she was giggling in her bathroom. Having me erase all her old regrets must have made her feel incredibly loved. Go finish your shower. I put the phone down and stared at the memo file again. That was when I noticed it. Checkmark had appeared next to the dress-up task. I frowned, staring. Nobody touched this file. It was updating itself. I guess that was a good thing. I locked the file in my drawer and tried not to overthink it. Nothing felt too crazy anymore. Honestly, Tang Zishuan and I traveling back in time was already the ultimate peak of ridiculousness. Mysterious magic memo didn't even faze me. If I couldn't understand it, why bother stressing? Besides, the auto-check feature was actually super useful. I promised Tang Zishuan I'd fix every single regret from our past. Sure, her wishes were weird as hell, but I was committed. After a quick nap, I headed home. Dad was back from the hospital, resting on the sofa, chicken soup simmering in the kitchen. Hey Dad, how are things going with Aunt Nee? I asked. She's amazing, Dad said, practically beaming. She's not like other women at all. What do you mean? I asked. I told her last night that our relocation payout is going straight to you. She didn't even blink, Dad explained. She was totally supportive, he added. I blinked, surprised, then just laughed and shook my head. Dad, I don't care about the house. I just want you two to be happy. It seems like she really cares about you. Dad looked so touched. Hey, Aunt Nee is a teacher, I teased. She probably thinks our old place is a dump anyway. But seriously, shouldn't we start packing? I asked. Dad blinked. Moving, yeah, I muttered, rubbing my chin. Even before the demolition cash hits, we should buy a new place. It's time for an upgrade. I nodded. The development zone across the river has tons of new builds. You should go look with Aunt Nee. Wait, son, do you mean Dad stammered? I smiled. Dad, neither of you are teenagers anymore. You're dating to get married. She doesn't care about money, but we should still give her our absolute best. You're right, Dad sighed, nodding repeatedly. I could tell his head was spinning with a million different emotions. He'd commented on me growing up before, but seeing him look at me like that, I knew he finally trusted me to lead. On Saturday, Dad stayed at the hospital with Aunt Nee. Meanwhile, Tang Ziswan texted me that she was drowning in test prep, still aiming for her dream college, no doubt. Me? I locked myself in my room, analyzing stock charts and trading boards. I tracked tech stocks all day. By evening, I transferred a massive chunk of cash to my bank account. The day flew by. Sunday morning, I took a cab to Chuangxin Tech. Qin Shan, the head of research, was already waiting at the entrance for me. He ran up to greet me the second I arrived. Is everyone here? I asked. Qin Shan rubbed his nose awkwardly. My direct question caught him completely off guard. I laughed. Relax, just tell me who actually showed up. Qin Shan nodded and explained the situation. The entire research team showed up, not out of loyalty but for survival. Their current project was their golden ticket. Even if this startup went under, finishing it would guarantee them killer jobs elsewhere. The only other department fully staffed was finance. They were desperate to get the new owner, me, to pay off the company's massive debts. Place went belly up tomorrow. Nobody would blink. Besides tech and finance, only a few random stragglers from sales and support actually showed up. I totally expected this. Tech and finance only showed up because their own money was on the line. Judging by their faces, the rest had already checked out. Basic math. Take customer service, for example. We do not even have active clients. Who are they supposed to support? Mess was on the Li Bings for running things into the ground. 5 floors total, with the executive offices right at the top. Sure, Li Bing wrecked the place, but the bones of this company were still solid. That is why I was confident enough to take over. I walked with Qin Shan to the 5th floor conference room. Everyone was still gathering, but that middle-aged guy from finance was waiting. Boss Jiang, you are here. Smiled and waved. I reached out my hand to him. We meet again. What should I call you? Wang Yuan. Just call me Xiao Wang, he said, shaking my hand. I shook my head. You are older than me. I will call you Brother Wang. I skipped his suggested nickname. I actually stole that trick from Tang Zishuan. Sure, corporate hierarchy exists, but when you are talking face-to-face, better not to play the boss card. It works wonders for winning people over. Since Tang Zishuan built a Fortune 500 company, his methods worked. Brother Wang, go with Brother Qin and get everyone, I called out. I have a massive announcement to make today. Qin Shan nodded. They headed down. At the stairs, Wang Yuan hesitated. He turned back with a dry smile and said, Boss Zhang about our finance department. I smiled. Do not worry, I will sort out the finances today. That is great, Wang Yuan replied, nodding in relief. He headed down too, leaving me alone on the 5th floor. I peeked inside the conference room. The table was practically buried in dust. I figured since the company was basically dead, meetings were a thing of the past. I wiped a chair with a tissue and sat at the head. Soon footsteps echoed down the hall. Hello, boss? A middle-aged stranger stammered as he walked in and saw me sitting there. Froze for a second before nodding. From what I could tell, Qin Shan and Wang Yuan must have warned everyone that the new boss was waiting, even if that new boss was ridiculously young. Hey there, I said, standing up to greet everyone one by one as they filed into the room. Qin Shan spoke up in a serious tone. Boss Jiang, everyone who showed up today is here. Awesome, I nodded. I scanned the room. There were only about 40 people. That might be plenty for some tiny startup, but for a legit tech company, it was sad. Seriously pathetic. I thought for a second, then called out, line up by department, managers to the front. Swapped looks, but quickly got in line just like I asked. It did not take long before I noticed something weird. One row had exactly one guy in it. I walked over, highly amused. What department are you? Looked totally embarrassed. Sales department. Since we have not had any business in forever, I am the only one left. I flashed him a smile. No big deal. The company was bleeding and the old boss did not fund it. High turnover is totally normal under those conditions. I patted his shoulder. Congrats, you are the new head of sales. Judging by his face, he did not care. A promotion is usually cool, but when you have not been paid in months, it means nothing. I cleared my throat. I need status reports from every department. I want real details. I walked back to my seat, letting my face go dead serious. If we were talking business, I had to look the part. A guy in his 20s sneered. What situation? Pay us first. Who is going to work for free? Xiao Wu, Qin Shan snapped. What? Your tech team can sell and research to survive, but my support team cannot, Xiao Wu shot back. Selling research under the table was an open secret, but saying it aloud totally disrespected Qin Shan. Qin Shan pointed angrily at him, so I patted Qin Shan's hand. I smiled at them. Brother Wu is right. Everyone is here to make money. Nobody works for free. I pulled a bank card from my pocket. I had prepped this yesterday. Brother Wang, you have the back pay records, right? I asked. I do. Wang Yuan nodded. Great, I slid the card over. The pin is 091300. Pay them department by department. Everyone's eyes lit up. To be honest, future company plans are total garbage compared to holding cold, hard cash. Do me first. Suddenly, everyone was shouting. One single bank card was all it took for me to completely win them over. I think this kid has some real moves, Wang Yuan whispered, giving a thumbs up. Let's hope so, Qin Shan muttered. Anyone could see that if their boss was actually reliable, they would never have tried to sell off their own tech. Spent the morning learning the ropes. Frankly, what I discovered was a massive surprise. The ruin was purely from the Li Bings being awful managers. The guys knew exactly what to do. The old boss just refused to fund them after one failure. No cash meant no business, period. Spending over $3 million on this place was actually a steal. Around noon, I rubbed my chin, reviewing the numbers. Boss, is it our tech team's turn? Qin Shan stepped up. It was obvious he had been holding back to see what kind of boss I would be. Yeah, do not forget what I told you last time, I said with a heavy stare. Qin Shan looked around. I cleared my throat. Except for tech, everyone back to work. Get on it, especially market research and sales. We're not short on cash anymore. The two managers nodded instantly. Cash definitely talks. I handed the black card to Wang Yuan, telling him there was plenty to clear our company debts. He nodded, looking ready to see this place rise. Clearing the debt was a must. From his expression, it was obvious he actually saw me as a decent boss now. Once everyone left, only the tech team remained. Before I could even say a word, Qin Shan pulled out some papers. He called me Boss Zhang and handed over their project proposal for a charging phone case. I flipped open the folder, glanced at it, and tossed it aside. Looking at him, I smirked. You know this isn't what I came to see. I smiled. Qin Shan froze for a second before pulling out a different file, admitting they originally planned this one but never got the funding. So we couldn't finish it, he told me. But he promised that while it needed heavy funding, the payoff would be absolutely massive. Lao Yu stopped Qin Shan. To them, these projects were their lifeline. Giving it all to the boss felt like handing over their entire soul. Trust me, Qin Shan snapped back, staring straight at me. I grinned. Fine, let's see what you've got. I blinked, then took the file with a smile. But the second I started flipping through the pages, my jaw dropped. Curiosity turned to shock, then straight up hype. Once I finished reading the proposal, I looked up. Brilliant. I nodded firmly at Qin Shan. Do it, I declared, waving my hand. I'm allocating 10 million to get this project started right now. 10 million? Everyone stared at each other, totally stunned. From what I could tell, the old boss would never have risked that kind of cash. Go see Brother Wang and get your paychecks, I told the crowd, nodding. I need a private word with Brother Qin. The crew cheered and headed to finance. Qin Shan stayed back, looking tense. He was clearly still guarded despite my promise of 10 million. Probably been burned before. Brother Qin, I smiled, breaking the ice. I've always believed a tech company is absolutely nothing without solid research and development. Obviously, Qin Shan sniffed proudly. I grinned. Exactly. That's why I'm handing the entire future of this company over to you. To me? He froze, completely blindsided. Yeah, I replied, staring him down. You. And I mean completely, I repeated. He let out a cold laugh. Right, but I assume you're dumping the financial headache on me too? Actually, yes, I smirked. But your only job is to call me, and I'll wire whatever cash you need immediately. As long as you clear it with Brother Wang first. Qin Shan frowned. It was obvious he realized I wasn't just playing games. I mean it. I nodded. You're not just the tech chief anymore. You're the general manager. If I remember right, that spot used to belong to Li Bing's wife. Yeah, Qin Shan said, taking a deep breath. Judging by his face, he was starting to realize I wasn't just talking big. After all, bringing a card to pay back wages and clear the company debt proved I was willing to spend. Suddenly, a voice called out. Wang Yuan rushed to the door, totally out of breath. What's wrong, I asked. The card had hit its daily limit, he panted. Wang Yuan rubbed his hands, looking embarrassed. I cracked up. Then pay them tomorrow. If tomorrow isn't enough, we'll do the day after. Keep the card. But if anyone complains about late pay, I'm holding you responsible, I joked. Deal. I'll tell them right now, Wang Yuan said, heading out with a huge grin. Leaving the card with him clearly proved my sincerity. Qin Shan smiled too. I was a bit defensive before, he admitted, but it really looks like you want to build this place up. Duh. Why else would I take over this place? I shrugged. But I still have one question, Qin Shan said. Looked puzzled. Boss, if you care so much, why aren't you running it yourself? I got serious. There is a major issue. What issue? Qin Shan asked. Judging by his tense look, he was probably worried he'd missed some major red flag. I have school. Hearing that, Qin Shan almost choked. My ultimate excuse for not running a multi-million-dollar tech company was homework. Nobody would believe it, but it was reality. That noon, I treated the managers to lunch nearby. They were all calling me boss now. Sounded so sweet. Compared to our first meeting, they actually treated me like a boss now. Turns out cash buys real respect. I announced Chin Shan as our new general manager. Nobody complained. He was a company veteran, and his R&D department was our entire backbone. After lunch, I toured the office before leaving at 5 with everyone. Wang Yuan caught up to me. Boss, about the staff. The ones here are sorted, Wang Yuan said. But what about those who skipped today? Pay them off, I replied, then fire them. He nodded. Got it. By the way, I added, have HR list the positions we need to fill once the debt is cleared. Post the job listings immediately, I said. To be honest, I had no clue how the company would turn out, but I'd done my best. Sure, we might lose money, but I wasn't sweating it. As long as I didn't break the futures market, I'd never run out of cash. Monday flew by. Monday morning, I headed to school. Right at the front gate, there she was, waiting for me like always. Tong Zixuan ran up, totally hyped. Hubby, it starts today, she squealed. I blinked. What starts today? Are you serious? You forgot? She pouted, crossing her arms. My training classes start this week. I know. I'll walk you to class and then walk you home. I laughed, patting her head. She smiled, finally satisfied. By the way, here, I said, unzipping my backpack to hand her something. I handed Tang Zixuan the drawing board and DSLR. She instantly went wild. It was obvious these were her favorite old models. Babe, I totally misjudged you. You actually remembered. Tang Zixuan threw her arms around my neck and kissed me. But, well, Tang Zixuan adjusted her face mask. Her cold wasn't gone yet. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Still sick? I asked. She sighed. Luckily, her fever hadn't returned. Then no more kissing, I rolled my eyes playfully, especially not right in front of the school gates. True, I'd hate to get you sick. Tang Zixuan nodded and we walked into class together, a brand new week. For high school seniors, it was just another brutal round of studying. So exhausted, Tang Zixuan complained after class. The weekend didn't help at all. Final evening study session finally ended. Are we still going to prep school? I asked. Of course we are, she insisted. I'm counting on it to get into Peking University, she said, clutching her drawing board. Our friend Zhang Fan leaned in. Wait, you're learning art? Yeah, she nodded. Zhang Fan looked surprised. Not that training center down the road, right? How did you know? Tang Zixuan asked, confused. Because Xiaohua posted it on her feed, Zhang Fan explained. Her parents signed her up for singing lessons there over the weekend. Zhang Fan pulled out his phone to show us the photo. Xiaohua stood in the middle, flanked by a mature man and a smiling woman. That was Xiaohua's mom. We'd met her before. They looked like such a happy family. Tang Zixuan shot me a quick, subtle glance. Isn't the real point that you and your bestie are going to the same place? I asked, changing the subject. No surprise there, she shrugged. She whispered to me, Xiaohua always wanted the Kyoto Music Conservatory. Plus her mom's a music teacher. Zhang Fan suddenly groaned. Man, I wish I could go. I've got zero talent. I'm stuck hitting the books for our final year. As we left school, Zhang Fan kept whining about his fate. The girls had their prep classes, and I was tagging along to support Tang Zixuan. Zhang Fan desperately wanted to join just to see Xiaohua. Wishful thinking, though. Reality is always harsher. He'd probed her a dozen times to confirm her dream school was Kyoto Music Conservatory. So his new goal was Kyoto, but after checking the cutoff scores online, his grades weren't even close. Just study hard, I smiled, comforting him. Next year's exams might surprise you, Xiaohua sighed, right? You think Kyoto universities are easy? If they were, I wouldn't be taking singing lessons. But Tang Zixuan caught the real clue in her words. Wait, Xiaohua, does that mean Zhang Fan wants to go to the same city as you? She nudged me with her elbow, winking. From what I could tell, she thought my best friend and her bestie actually had a shot. Whatever he does is none of my business, Xiaohua scoffed, turning away. But her blushing face totally betrayed her. So we're allies now? Zhang Fan asked. What does this have to do with me? Tang Zixuan asked. Because you're aiming for Peking University for Zhang Chen's sake, Zhang Fan replied. And he trailed off, silently gesturing toward Xiaohua. Tang Zixuan burst out laughing. All right, fine. You'd better work hard then, Zhang Fan. Absolutely. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and pumped his fist, trying to psych himself up. I'm heading home to study first. See ya. After we said our goodbyes, Zhang Fan left. The three of us continued walking toward the training center. Passing a boba shop, Tang Zixuan dragged me in for 2 cups. I didn't want mine, so I handed the second cup to Xiaohua. And let's get a slice of cake for Xiaohua too, Tang Zixuan told the clerk. Thanks. You really get me, Xiaohua said happily. Of course. We're best friends, aren't we? Tang Zixuan said, playfully pinching Xiaohua's cheek. Wait, I think I'm thanking the wrong person, Xiaohua muttered, glancing at me. Why? Tang Zixuan asked. Because Zhang Chen paid for everything. I should be thanking him, she added, pointing at me. I was caught off guard for a second, then smiled. Don't mention it, I said. As we walked, Xiaohua leaned in and whispered to Tang Zixuan, Zhang Chen is seriously so sweet to you. How do you know that? Tong Zishuan giggled. Duh, you mentioned boba and he bought it instantly. If that's not sweet, what is? Xiaohua said innocently. Honestly, I drink it almost every single day. I think he's just used to buying it for me by now. Jiang Chen buy it for you literally every day? Xiaohua whispered. Yeah, Tong Zishuan nodded. Is that really a good idea? Xiaohua asked cautiously. What's wrong with it? Tong Zishuan frowned. My mom always says, when you take free things, you owe people. She says guys use tricks like this all the time just to charm girls into falling for them, Xiaohua warned solemnly. Your mom is a relationship expert? Tong Zishuan asked. Totally. She watches so many dramas, she knows every single trope in the book. Xiaohua nodded. But she also said if a guy is genuinely treating you well, then it's actually not a bad thing. Well, Jiang Chen really is incredibly good to me, Tong Zishuan insisted. Are you absolutely sure about that? Xiaohua asked. 100%. Soon we reached the center. Xiaohua headed to voice training downstairs. Babe, you should head home, Tong Zishuan suggested. Waiting out here is going to be incredibly boring. I shook my head. No way, I'll just scroll on my phone. Time flies. She hesitated. All right, but leave if you get bored. Just text me first, okay? I don't want you stuck here waiting. Come on, we're not kids. Go to class. I gently ruffled her hair. With a quick wave, Tang Zishuan headed inside her classroom. I sat on the bench outside, waiting with the other parents. A few minutes later, one of the prep school teachers approached me. Hey kid, which class are you in? Why aren't you inside? The teacher stared at me, looking completely confused. I'm not in class. Just waiting for someone, I replied, shaking my head. He gave me a weird look but didn't press further. Sitting with a bunch of 30-something parents made me look totally bizarre, but Zixuan told me classes ran daily, with double sessions on weekends, plus a practice lab. Since our prep schedule is so intense, weekdays are strictly for theory. We do all the actual drawing at home. For the next hour, I checked our website and texted Chin Shan for company updates. Before I knew it, the dismissal bell rang. Just before dismissal, the entire art class suddenly turned, stared straight at me. I frowned, looking at Zixuan in utter confusion. Xuan stood by the podium, winking at me. The other kids stared like I was some zoo exhibit, and an instant realization hit me. My wife had definitely pulled another stunt. The second the teacher announced dismissal, kids started flooding out of the art studio. Swan ran over, carrying her drawing board. I glanced at the lingering crowd. What did you tell them? Why are they staring? Oh, that? Z-Swan chuckled, dragging me downstairs. Since it was our first class, the teacher wanted to spark our interest. Gave us a goal. A goal? I asked. Yeah. He asked us what we wanted to draw the most. She nodded. So what did you say? I asked. Zixuan got dead serious. I told him I wanted to paint nude portraits of my husband. Then he asked who my husband was, so I pointed at you. I rolled my eyes. No wonder those kids looked at me like that. Honestly, I knew she wasn't joking. She'd written that exact wish down in her secret bucket list. She wanted to pick up drawing again to paint me. Honestly, besides traveling the world and having a baby, most of her list was easy. They were simple, but the sheer absurdity of some left me speechless. You used to be so cautious about us, I noted. Now you don't care if people know about us? I asked, changing the subject. Nope, why should I care? She chirped. Jisquan shook her head. First, these aren't our high school teachers. Second, my parents have no clue I'm here. I blinked. True, I agreed. I guess seeing other parents here threw me off. Sixwan giggled. I don't need them. You paid my tuition anyway. Shrugged, staying quiet. Wait, Zhang Chen paid your tuition? Xia Hua had just left class and bumped right into us. Zixuan didn't hide a thing. Get over here, Xiahua muttered, dragging Zixuan aside. Zixuan, we have a major problem on our hands. Problem? Zixuan asked. Xiahua frowned. Your food, your boba, even this class you're spending all of Zhang Chen's money. Xiaohua's face went dead serious. Do you know what that makes you? West Sixuan tilted her head. A sugar baby. Xiahua looked totally exasperated. Zixuan, you literally look like a girl he's sugar daddying. That a bad thing? Zixuan mused. Xiahua stared at her like she was crazy. Sugar babies are just toys to guys. Judging by her face, Zixuan was speechless. But she quickly got where Xiahua was coming from. Look, Xiahua, she said, getting serious. I get it. A girl shouldn't rely entirely on a guy's cash, right? Exactly, Xiahua nodded. That's solid advice. Make sure you remember that and never do it yourself. Zixuan started lecturing her back. I don't need the lecture, I'm trying to warn you. Xiahua sighed. Fine, but Zhang Chen and I are different. You don't need to worry about me, Zixuan replied. Why? Xiahua pressed. We just are. To outsiders, relying on one partner's cash is a red flag, but to Zixuan and me, it wasn't even a question. We didn't care about those rules. The reason was simple, exactly like Zixuan said. We weren't like other high school couples. We were husband and wife, not some high school fling. School by day, art class by night, that became our new daily grind. I asked Zixuan how her lessons were going. She claimed it was a breeze, especially since she'd done some basic drawing back in college. By Wednesday, she finally took off her mask. Her cold was officially gone. But I still worried about her. A simple cold shouldn't take that long to beat. She was way too fragile. Friday finally arrived. Liu Ziyang slithered over to suck up, asking about her cold and offering to do her homework. Zixuan shut him down instantly. First, my cold is long gone. Second, do you want me to fail college by doing my homework? You're bad news. Even if I wanted help, I'd ask Zhang Chen, not you. That shut Liu Ziyang up real quick. After transferring here weeks ago, he already knew my reputation. He knew my grades were unmatched at the top of our class. Competing with me was impossible. But what he didn't expect was what followed. Second he left, Zixuan did a complete U-turn. Clinging to my arm like a sweet kitten, she whined, "Hubby, pick me up after class tomorrow. Let's get dinner." Sure, I agreed. But isn't your birthday the day after tomorrow? Yeah. So will you stay with me until midnight tomorrow? Zixuan looked at me with puppy dog eyes. I can, I said, nodding. But what's your excuse for not going home? We only rented the apartment near school for weekday convenience. Weekends are free, and her parents have no idea about her art class. Same excuse. Zixuan grinned, swaying side to side. Schoolwork is just too hectic. Tong Zixuan claimed she needed peace to study and wouldn't be coming home on weekends anymore. The moment her mom heard the word study, she bought it instantly. I knew this excuse all too well. Back in our past life, everyone used it to dodge going home. But this time was different. Back then, it was our final semester. Right now, we were barely starting our senior year. In our past life, Tang Zixuan and I were regular kids. We only realized how much the college entrance exam mattered in that final semester. We already knew how crucial the exams were this time around. I looked at Tang Zixuan. Isn't it bad to keep using studying as an excuse? Tong Zixuan sighed heavily. I have no choice. What other excuse would make my mom let us stay together and let me live out here? Thought about it and nodded. Fair point. Should we invite Shen Qing and Lin Xiaohua? No way, Tong Zixuan blurted out. I'll celebrate with them on Sunday, but midnight has to be just the two of us, Tong Zixuan insisted. I nodded, deal. I might need to head home tomorrow during the day though, I said. Tong Zixuan looked at me, curious. What for? She knew my situation was different. At my house, I actually had a real say now. Just some businesses, I muttered vaguely. Truth was, I wanted to visit my company. Tong Zixuan suddenly nodded. Oh, I get it. Since your dad and Auntie Ni just got together. I raised an eyebrow. Why's that? Because they're different from us, Tong Zixuan analyzed. They just started dating, while we've been solid forever. So it's fine if you don't drop me off at prep class tomorrow. Just pick me up in the evening. Tang Zixuan smiled sweetly at me. I'll definitely be there when you're in class, I said. She shook her head. Why? Don't you have work? Tang Zixuan smiled. What if there's another guy like him? I glanced toward Liu Ziyang. Oh, I get it, Tang Zixuan nodded. Worried someone will steal your girl? Exactly, I shrugged. Tang Zixuan beamed. Don't worry. Nobody's stealing me, I'm all yours. Besides, I promised to walk you to prep class daily, I laughed, rubbing her head. Fine, but if you're too busy, don't push it. It was clear she wanted me to prioritize my business first. I nodded, got it. But I mentally noted her weekend class started at 4 p.m. On Friday, Lin Xiaohua heard Tang Zixuan was staying and called home too. She made the exact same request without the drama. Tang Zixuan told me Lin Xiaohua just said, sign me up for prep classes. Commuting on weekends is exhausting, and this is way closer. Her parents bought it. Fast forward to Saturday morning. Remembering what Tang Zixuan said, I skipped going to the company first and headed straight to the hospital instead. Outside the entrance, grabbed a fruit basket. Seeing Auntie Ni chatting happily with my dad, I pushed the door open. Oh, Chen, you're here! Auntie Ni nodded warmly. Hey, Auntie Ni, have some fruit, I said, setting the basket on the table. Oh! Chen, you're too sweet. Your dad keeps me stocked up on fruit, she smiled, pointing at my dad who was peeling an apple. Just a little something, Auntie, I smiled, sitting down next to her. She turned to my dad. Chen is such a sweet kid. Old Jiang, stop worrying about your finances. With a kid like Chen, your future is bright. My dad nodded happily. I think so too. Honestly, praising me worked way better than praising him. From what I could tell, Auntie Ni wasn't just trying to flatter him, either. Teacher, she valued kids more than most adults did. Chen, which college did you choose for your early admission spot? She asked. I smiled. Actually, Auntie Ni, I'm skipping that free pass. I want to take the college entrance exam. My dad frowned. You're turning down a top school? Now, old Jiang, Chen must have his reasons, Auntie Ni interceded quickly. Besides, skipping the big exam would leave a major gap in life. Huge regret if you skip it. Why is that? My dad looked puzzled. To him, securing a top school easily was the dream. Auntie Ni smiled. Because the exam builds character. It teaches students the value of hard work and the sweet taste of earning their success. Those are lessons no classroom can teach. Is that really true? My dad scratched his head clearly out of his depth. Absolutely, I laughed. Besides, if I mess up the exam, I can still use my backup admission spot, my dad gasped. Wait, really? My dad stared at me. Auntie Nee teased him. Look at that, old Jiang. Your son is way ahead of you. My bad, my dad muttered sheepishly. Auntie Nee turned to me. By the way, Chen, if you need help preparing, ask. I have decades of teaching experience under my belt. I smiled warmly. Thanks, Auntie Nee. I appreciate it. I need to get back to studying, so I'll let you rest, I said, saying my goodbyes. All right, go on. Walk him out, old Jiang. No need, Auntie. I'm not a kid. Besides, you need my dad way more than I do right now. I winked, leaving my dad and Auntie Nee blushing. My dad shook his head with a helpless laugh. You little rascal, seriously. Catch you later. Feast is on me when you're discharged. I joked, then slipped out of the hospital and hailed a cab to Chuangshin Tech. 30 minutes later, I walked into my office. The vibe was entirely different now. No more lazy slackers dragging the company down. Hearing I was on my way, Qinshan rushed down to meet me. Boss, perfect timing. I have something to discuss with you. It was clearly about our new project. Judging by Qinshan's face, I knew exactly what was on his mind now that our debts were fully settled. If we want this startup to keep surviving, we obviously need new projects. Qinshan nodded, walking beside me as he pitched his ideas. Boss, now that things are steady, I want to launch our battery case ASAP. Judging by his tense tone, he was in a massive rush. When I asked why, Qinshan took a deep breath. The smartphone market is saturated, he warned. Phone accessories are the next gold mine. Battery cases aren't rocket science. If copycats beat us to it, our patent is useless. We have to ride this market wave right now. I nodded, genuinely surprised. I had heard the exact same warning from Zixuan before. It was impressive that Qinshan saw it too. Back then, Zixuan thought battery cases were outdated tech, but in this current era, it was actually a highly profitable move. Fine, go for it, I nodded. Qinshan rubbed his nose nervously and asked, what about the budget? Didn't you say? Just clear the budget with Brother Wang, I replied, confused. Qinshan rubbed his hands, muttering, but we need 500,000. I had to laugh. Brother Qin, just follow company procedures. If it helps us grow, you have my full support. Awesome, I'll submit it to Wang Yuan, he said, looking embarrassed. I knew his hesitation came from how stingy the previous owners used to be. Business is a gamble. You win some, you lose some. But the old owners couldn't handle losing a dime, micromanaging every single penny. I'll wire the funds directly this once, I decided, understanding his fear, but log it with Wang later and follow protocol next time. I pivoted quickly. Using cash from my recent futures trades, I transferred the money right then and there. Qinshan stared. Boss Jiang, you're nothing like Li Bing, Qinshan said, studying my face. I scoffed. What do you mean? Isn't this how bosses run things? I gave him a knowing smile, but he shook his head. No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about... You're crazy young, but your management style makes me feel incredibly secure. I grinned. Secure is great, but if you don't file this with Wang, I won't feel secure about my 500,000. He panicked. Right, I'm going. I let Qinshan rush off to finance. Handing him cash directly was a solid move to build trust, but strict protocols keep a startup alive. Rules are rules. Earn their respect first, and they'll respect the boundaries. I'd learned that invaluable lesson from watching Zixuan run her empire. She was brilliant, and any smart entrepreneur could learn from her. Walking around the office, I saw everyone working like a well-oiled machine. I reviewed Qinshan's battery case proposal. Every detail was flawless. This potential was why I had dropped 3 million to clear this startup's debts. Foundation was solid. As I headed toward the door, Qinshan caught up with me. Boss, are you heading out already? Yeah, just about. I've got things to handle. I checked my phone. It was exactly 3 in the afternoon. I needed to drive Zixuan to prep class. Could we discuss some hurdles we're facing? Qinshan asked, gesturing to the plan. I smiled. I'm the owner. Who else would you tell? He nodded, realizing I wasn't like his old stingy boss. He needed to break those bad habits. The issue is marketing. Sales is short-staffed, and without a major phone brand partnership, our initial launch numbers are going to tank, Qinshan explained. It made sense. A battery case is just an accessory. If we wanted real volume, we absolutely needed a massive, top-tier mobile brand partner. Sales have a target list, I asked. Qinshan nodded. Yeah, domestic giants like Meizu, Xiaomi, Ningxia, and global brands like Samsung's and Apple. We're pitching them all. And I asked? Only Xiaomi agreed to sit down. Qinshan looked sheepish. The others were massive conglomerates. I thought for a moment. Fine, start with Xiaomi. Let's see what they say. Keep me in the loop. Having wrapped up, I grabbed a cab and headed back to my apartment near campus. Barely 3:30, right when Zixuan and Xiahua would be heading out. I knocked on Zixuan's door, but a man's voice answered. I paused, confused. The girls co-rented this place, so why was there a guy inside? The door clicked open. A middle-aged man with an intense, powerful aura stood there. Who are you? He asked coolly. I blinked. I'm looking for Zixuan. I snuck a glance at him. He looked incredibly familiar. Turning back, his deep voice boomed, Zixuan, someone's here for you. Voice wasn't loud but carried massive authority. Coming, Zixuan called out, rushing from her bedroom. Seeing me, she beamed. Right on time. Yeah, just got back, I smiled. I nodded, but my eyes kept drifting to the stranger. I'll leave you to it, the man said, nodding before heading inside. Once he left, I gestured toward the hallway. Who's that? The vibe around him is pure pressure. Zixuan whispered, that's Xiaohua's dad, chairman of Lingxia Group. Of course he has presence, I gasped. Wait, that's him? Heavy hitters in business always carry a different kind of gravitas. As Zixuan's husband, I knew exactly how that felt. People praised Zixuan's sharp aura, not just her looks. A Fortune 500 CEO has it, so the head of Lingxia Group would obviously be terrifying. Is he here for Xiaohua? I asked. Zixuan nodded. Yeah, it's her first weekend living away, and apparently he's a nervous wreck about it. Then how did your mom let you stay? Zixuan threw her arms around my neck, grinning. Because I told her you live nearby, too. Told her you were tutoring me. She totally bought it. I could only roll my eyes. Classic Zixuan. A second later, Lin Xiaohua yelled from inside. Hey, Zixuan, time to head out. Got it, Zixuan called back. She turned to me, smiling. Babe, wait up. I gotta grab my things. Juan ran inside, grabbing her bag with her art gear. Mr. Lin Xiaohua's dad gave us a nod. I nodded back. The four of us walked to the prep center, arriving 10 minutes early. Dad, I'm heading in, Xiaohua yelled. Bye, Xiaohua waved. Her dad smirked. Study hard. Fail your mom's test in a month and your graduation trip is dead. So much for slacking off, Xiaohua groaned. Zixuan nudged my arm, whispering, Babe, think you'll end up like him? Me? I blinked, letting out a dry laugh. He's a massive CEO. I'm nowhere near that level. Yeah, but you have cheat codes, Zixuan teased. Juan grinned. Didn't mean money, dummy. Then what? I asked. As a dad, Zixuan whispered, looking right at me. It was obvious she was imagining our future kid. Would I be that cool dad walking them to school and cracking jokes? Focus on finishing school first, I laughed, shaking my head. Why not? Zixuan pouted. Basically an old married couple, Zixuan argued. Too bad my wife isn't even 18 yet, I said, pinching her soft cheek. Juan nodded. Fair point, I'm heading in. Go get him. Let's go up, I replied. We walked to the second floor. Like always, I watched Zixuan enter her music class, then sat outside the door to wait. 5 minutes later, a voice called out behind me. You must be Jiang Chen. Professor Yuan mentioned you. Wait, you know me? Spun around. It was Yao's dad. Subconsciously, I pointed at myself. He just smiled. Yup, Sha Kong told me. Plus, Professor Yuan was my old teacher. Makes sense, I nodded. But Yuan said you turned down Tsinghua for Peking University. Mr. Lin sat down right next to me. He chatted like we were old buddies. Peking University just felt like a better fit, I replied calmly. Really? Professor Yuan said you wanted to give your spot to someone else. Peking University made it happen, but Tsinghua refused. He gave me a knowing look, glancing toward the music room. You did it for Zixuan, didn't you? Pretty much, I shrugged. He obviously knew about us, but if Zixuan's mom, Wen Xinlan, found out, we were dead. Mr. Lin, you're not planning on telling her family we're dating, are you? I asked, narrowing my eyes. No way, he laughed. I don't mind high school romance. It's totally normal at your age, as long as grades don't slip. Oh, I studied him. From what I could tell, they were incredibly open-minded. Just call me Uncle Lin. But save the business titles for work. Uncle Lin smiled. Honestly, I didn't feel an ounce of corporate arrogance on him. Message received. He wasn't going to snitch to Wen Jinlan. All right, Uncle Lin, I smiled back. Bo, what brings you over? Sha Kong told me you want to start a venture capital firm, he said. Yeah, I do. My post-reincarnation cheat code was literally made for investing. But then Uncle Lin shrugged. You might have the wrong guy. Merked. The companies we acquire are massive. You probably don't have the cash for that kind of scale yet, even with your futures market profits. I froze, but it made sense. For a giant like Lin Xia Group, buying a company wasn't like buying a cheap startup. But Uncle Lin clapped my shoulder. Still, your investment talent is undeniable. I've been watching you. Every single future you've touched has hit the jackpot, he added. Pocket change, I said, playing it cool. Pocket change? He laughed. Don't sell yourself short. Every empire starts small. I literally ran a street food stall. You're kidding, right? I laughed, waving it off. No, seriously, he shook his head, looking back in the day. You know Xia Kang, right? He followed me everywhere. We'd grind at school stalls, and I'd buy him cheap noodles as a reward. Chips, then real allowance. Now he's my most trusted guy in the whole company. So, always build with people you trust. I listened closely. This billionaire was dropping pure gold, and I absorbed every word. When a legend speaks, you shut up and learn. 2 hours flew by and the classroom door opened. Looks like they're done, Uncle Lin said, glancing inside as the room erupted into chatter. Thank you, Uncle Lin, I said, standing up with a respectful nod. He blinked, waving it off. For what? Story is pure gold for a young investor, I said sincerely. He just laughed. I was just killing time. I squinted, testing him. But really, why share this with me? This stuff is front-page business news. You really are built for business. Uncle Lin laughed, patting my shoulder. Reading between the lines already. You're a businessman, I smiled. Spot on. I actually have 2 questions for you, he admitted without hesitation. What question? I was totally confused. Why would a massive CEO like him have questions for a guy like me? First off, here is my card. You are always welcome at Lingxia Group. I seriously respect your investment skills. He slid a card toward me. It was clean but flexed serious power. Just his name, Lin Shiren, chairman of Lingxia Group. Just a name and contact info. That is real boss confidence. Maybe after I graduate, I said, avoiding a flat-out rejection. I had 0 plans of working for anyone. He crossed his arms, staring. So, second question, why start a business so young? Stared at me, looking amused. My intel says you bought out innovation tech, too. I shrugged. Your sources are scary fast, Uncle Lin. I froze for a second, then shook my head. But honestly, you probably won't believe my actual reason. Shrugged. Try me, Uncle Lin said with absolute certainty, so I pointed toward the classroom. I did it for her. I glanced toward the art room. Just then, Tang Zilswan ran out with her drawing board, shouting, "Hubby, my class is over." She leaped forward, wrapping her arms tightly around my neck. "Why is there paint on your face?" I asked, wiping green off her nose. "Probably got it from my brush," she giggled. I rubbed the paint onto my finger and held it up. "Look, green." She quickly grabbed my hand, wiping my finger clean. "Green is bad luck. Don't you dare cheat on me." Totally speechless. Uncle Lin patted my shoulder, speaking softly. "All right, I'm grabbing Xiaohua. And hey, I believe you." I blinked in surprise while she waved. "Bye, Uncle Lin." Watching his retreating figure, I asked her, "Are you close to him?" "Not really," she said, shaking her head. "He came for Xiaohua's." We chatted, and he immediately guessed we're together, but he promised not to tell. "He won't tell our parents." I nodded in relief. "All right, good. Let's get out of here, too." 6 o'clock, dinner time. "I'm starving," she whined, dragging me downstairs. On the first floor, we ran straight into Lin Xiaohua. Uncle Lin was asking his daughter, "Were you paying attention in class?" Xiaohua nodded rapidly. "Of course I was." "Great. Let's head home so your mom can quiz you," he teased. Xiaohua grabbed his arm, whining, "No, Dad. Mom is brutal about my singing." After all, her mom is a professional music teacher. He leaned down, pinching her nose. "Promise you'll practice?" "I swear, Dad," she laughed. She held up 4 fingers in a dramatic oath. He smiled, rubbing her head, and handed over a mystery bag. "Here's your reward." She opened it, gasping at the mountain of cupcakes inside. She gave him a sly look. "Dad, did you steal Mom's stash?" "Shh, keep it down," he whispered, looking terrified. She grinned. "If you don't take me on that vacation, I am totally snitching." "You little blackmailer," he laughed. "Study hard. Survive senior year and I'll buy you whatever you want. See ya." He waved and walked away. "Bye, Dad," Xiaohua called out. From what I could see, he was a completely different person around his daughter. No corporate CEO ego. At that moment, he was just a regular dad doing anything to make his kid smile. Once he left, my wife and I exchanged a look. She rested her head on my shoulder. "Ugh, hubby, I'm so jealous." "Honestly. Same here," I admitted, rubbing my nose. Seeing a family that close, it really hits you right in the feels. Especially for us. We had always planned on having kids, but never could. She looked up at me, eyes watering. "We need a baby, okay?" Stared at me, pleading. "Yeah, definitely, I promised." But deep down, I knew the harsh truth. If her health couldn't handle the pregnancy, I'd choose her life over a baby every single time. "Tomorrow's my birthday," she whispered, changing the subject. "Wishes actually come true on birthdays." I pinched her nose. "Oh yeah? What are you wishing for then?" "Our baby," she said instantly. There was 0 hesitation in her voice. Suddenly, Xiaohua piped up from behind us, staring wide-eyed. Tong Zishuan, what did you just say?" My wife jumped, finally realizing Xiaohua was right there. She had been so focused on me, she completely forgot her surroundings. She had only been thinking about our future. Xiaohua gasped. "Did I just hear you say you guys want a baby?" "Joking around," she muttered, trying to brush it off. "That is so bizarre," Xiaohua said, scratching her head. She muttered, "2 people who claim they aren't even dating are planning a baby? The world's gone mad." Chapter 234. Romantic? Yeah, right. That was a straight-up horror movie. Class was finally over, but Xiaohua did not join us for dinner. She said her dad is always working, so the duty of keeping her mom company during the weekend fell entirely on her shoulders. Plus, those bribe cupcakes did not come for free. The second Xiaohua left, she gave me a sweet look. "Isn't this perfect, hubby?" "Treat. What are you craving?" I asked, not holding back. She tapped her chin. Let me think." Suddenly, a memory flashed in my mind. "How about Liwan Park?" I suggested. She looked up at me, totally confused. "Mild, it's right by the river. Great view and the food there is amazing." "Ooh, yes," she cheered, thrilled. "Hubby, I have this crazy theory." "What's that?" I asked. She sized me up. "Did you steal my phone when you reincarnated?" She meant the phone she used in her past life. I blinked in surprise. "Why do you say that?" She grinned. "Because of my notes." Baishuan blurted out, "Remember my birthday on that plane? We were flying out for business. Trapped in the air all damn day." Oh, mad. Zero birthday vibes. I laughed and teased her. Hey, I got the flight attendant to make a cake. That barely counted, Zishuan pouted. Even if we aren't at some romantic beach, a riverfront dinner in Liuxi is fine, Zishuan said, eyes full of hope. Her wish was honestly so simple. So simple any local could do it. But not her. Her crazy work schedule ruled her life. Suddenly, Zishuan looked up. By the way, babe, how did you suddenly think of that restaurant? Zishuan asked, studying my face. Joking about being reborn with a phone was one thing, but my suggestion was actually because of an old note in my memo pad. I wasn't ready to spill that secret yet, so I just smiled. Liuxi is inland, so finding a beach in one day is impossible. The river is our best bet. It is not a compromise, Zishuan beamed. With this view and you is literally the perfect birthday. Here is your reward. Zishuan stood on her toes and kissed my cheek. I rolled my eyes, feeling totally helpless. Honestly, hand-holding and quick kisses were routine for us, but we never got sick of it. The real reason for that was all Zishuan. From what Xinlan said, Zishuan can be pretty dramatic. In relationships, she is a total simp. Once she is into you, she never lets go. She wants to be physically close 24/7. It has always been this way even after she became a big-shot CEO, she still clung to me. Personally, I never minded her clingy side. Our 10-year spark survived because we loved each other, but also because she constantly kept things physical. Like the old saying goes, physical friction keeps the emotional spark alive. We grabbed a cab to Liwan Park, arriving right around 7 p.m. Right by the entrance was the Liwan Music Restaurant. Let's go here. It looks super romantic, Zishuan said, dragging me toward the door. As night fell, neon lights painted the courtyard and warm, slow music drifted through the air. I nodded, taking it all in. The place was packed, with both indoor and outdoor seating. Outside, you could catch the river view and the musical fountain. Total magnet for young couples. Since it was packed, the host gave us an apologetic look. Sorry, only indoor seating is left. No worries. Zishuan waved her hand. Leave that romance for the kids. We are an old married couple anyway. The waiter stared at her, stunned. Then he looked at me. Old married couple? At our age? From what I could tell, he thought she was delusional. Obviously, he kept his mouth shut. Once we sat by a window, he quickly handed over the menus. Here you go, guys. Order whatever you want. It is your birthday, after all. I slid the menu over. Well, I am not holding back then, Zishuan laughed. As if you ever hold back anyway, I teased, rolling my eyes. She giggled, studying the pages. Let me see. These names are so weird, Zishuan muttered, flipping pages. What is this Moonlight Sonata? She looked up at the waiter, who cleared his throat. Just a salad and a hot dog, he said awkwardly. But we bend the hot dog. Zishuan knit her brows, totally unimpressed. Basically, yeah, the waiter nodded. Forget it, Zishuan sighed. What about this one called Eyes Locking? What does that mean? The ingredients look way better than the hot dog. Zishuan pointed. The waiter smiled. Ah, that is our house specialty. He pointed out the window. Look up. At night, it looks like someone on Earth staring at someone in heaven. Romantic, right? The Ferris wheel? Zishuan spotted it on the hill. We went to an amusement park before, but skipped the wheel entirely because of… Yes, exactly, the waiter beamed. The wheel is a boy's head and the moon is a girl's. They stare at each other all night. Romantic, right? He grinned. Zishuan shuddered. Romantic? No way, that sounds like a severed head. That is a straight-up horror movie. Horror movie? The waiter stood there, completely dazed. Knowing exactly what she meant, I intervened. Just recommend a birthday meal. He nodded and suggested a few dishes. Zishuan finally ordered, looking satisfied. She even added 2 boba milk teas to the list. From what I could hear, the waiter muttered as he walked off, confused why Zishuan didn't love their cheesy names. While we waited, Zishuan rested her chin on her hands, staring outside. Suddenly, she grabbed my arm. Babe, look at the fountain. She practically forced me to turn. The outdoor tables were totally empty. Instead, everyone was crowding inside, shouting for space. Why was everyone rushing indoors? I looked around, confused. Are you blind? Zishuan giggled, pointing excitedly toward the fountain. Someone is literally confessing their love out there. She was right. I saw a young couple sitting together. Suddenly, another girl started yelling at the staff. Hurry, start the music. Track, the staff asked, looking clueless. Slowly loving you, she screamed back. It is literally the ultimate love song. My bestie needs it right now. The girl looked ready to explode. The waiter blinked. Wait, was this scheduled? We paid you already. Ask your manager. Just then a guy in a suit stepped up. Yes, they did. Play the track. Since the manager gave the green light, the waiter scrambled. Within seconds, a soft, beautiful melody filled the entire restaurant. Feels exactly like when I confessed to you, Zishuan giggled. Does it? I raised an eyebrow. Yes, we both had wing girls. Back then, Xiaohua did that for me, she said, pointing at the shouting girl. I scoffed. Yeah, but they're here. You confessed in school nurse's office. And it was basically a threat. I rolled my eyes, but those old memories came right back to me. Threat. I was actually sick, Zishuan pouted. You were my desk mate. Weren't you supposed to take care of me? So, if I didn't become your boyfriend, you were actually gonna rip out your IV, I snapped. Zaishuan acted like it was totally obvious. Well, had to do it. How else was I gonna make you give in? Zaishuan smirked. She even got Xiaohua to pretend she was pulling the tube. I was completely speechless. I actually fell for her stupid little trap back then, and that's how we ended up together. No way, absolutely not. Xiaohua wouldn't have actually pulled it. I just needed you to nod. Zaishuan waved her hand. And didn't you nod right then? Said flatly. I was just scared the teacher would say my desk partner was out all semester. Doesn't matter, she said. My trap worked anyway. Zaishuan acted totally unreasonable. Besides, if we did it all over again, could you really reject me? Honestly, I probably couldn't. I shook my head. No matter how many times we restarted, I would still choose her. Sure, the confession was a total trap, but being with you has been amazing. Zaishuan stared at the couple by the fountain, as if she were remembering when we first started dating. Hey, babe, did you really only agree back then because I threatened you? She turned and asked me. Not really, I said, shaking my head. I was 17. A pretty girl was getting handsy with me. Any guy would have lost it. Then why didn't you just make a move? From what I could tell, Zaishuan was annoyed she'd wasted all that effort designing her trap. Well, I didn't like you as much as I do now. I shrugged. True. I definitely love you more now, too. Oh, why's that? I asked. I don't know. She shook her head, thinking it over. Honestly, I think it's just time. Over time, some couples drift apart. Or, like us, they realize they are perfect for each other. I nodded gently, agreeing with her. Though I guess that girl was right. Zaishuan looked around for the wingwoman friend. That song really is perfect for confessions. Slowly loving you fits. I agreed. Suddenly, Zaishuan stood up and waved at the girl. Wait, do you know me? The girl asked. The girl was still watching her friend outside. No, but your confession strategy is pretty cool, Zaishuan smiled. Of course it is. I learned it from watching tons of dramas, the girl said proudly. Ah, makes sense. Are you guys seniors in high school too? Zaishuan asked. Not even close. We are freshmen, the girl shook her head. Freshmen? Zaishuan blinked, whispering to me. Looks like someone is more precocious than us. Wait, are you seniors from second high? The girl asked. Zaishuan stuck her tongue out. Nope, we're from first high. Just curious. Oh, look, they did it. It worked. Suddenly, the girl ran outside excitedly because the couple had just hugged each other. The whole restaurant cheered and clapped, buzzing with excitement. Must be nice, Zaishuan sighed. So, you want us to do it over too? I smiled. Maybe somewhere that isn't the clinic? I laughed. Nah, Zaishuan shook her head. They are slowly falling in love. But I've already slowly fallen for you. Yeah, true, I smiled, and I've already fallen for you too. Bon smirked, biting her lip. As a verb or a noun, I rolled my eyes, totally speechless. Oh, right, babe, I actually got you a surprise today. Zaishuan pulled off her backpack. Page 236. First, let's draw our faces. Prize? I was definitely curious. She'd mentioned that even though it was her birthday, she wanted to give me a gift. Yep! Zaishuan nodded firmly. I've been planning this for a really long time. Planning it that long? I raised an eyebrow. Duh! Zaishuan sighed dramatically, glancing at me on the sly. And it's all because a certain someone pretended not to know me. So what actually is it? I asked, laughing. Secret for now. I'll tell you after we eat. Right then, the waiter brought our food. We ate and chatted as the noisy restaurant slowly quieted down around us. Hey, babe, looks like those high schoolers left, Zaishuan pointed outside. Probably going on a proper date, I guessed. Maybe. The amusement park is right up there. They might hang out there. Zaishuan pointed to the park on the hillside, the one we visited last time. Where do you want to go tonight? I asked. I want to go over there. Please? Zaishuan pointed toward the river. Night had fallen, and aside from a few dim lights, the spot she pointed to was pitch black. What are we doing out there? I asked. Curious, it's my birthday, so I make the rules, right? Zaishuan dodged the question. She tossed the question back at me. I nodded. Then just follow me later, Zaishuan said, digging back into her food. By around 9, dinner was finished, milk teas were empty, and we'd even polished off our desserts. Let's go. Zaishuan grabbed her backpack and said to me. All right, I nodded. She grabbed my hand and pulled me along. Leaving the restaurant, we jogged down to the riverbank. Sit here, babe, Zaishuan said, scanning the area. Found a big rock. For what? I blinked. I want to draw you, Zaishuan said, mysteriously pulling out her sketchbook. For prize? I asked. Yep, but not entirely. Don't move. I need to do a good job. Zaishuan stood opposite me. Sure, I nodded, pulling out my phone. Hey, don't look down, Zaishuan scolded. Aren't you just doing the outline first? I asked. Nope. I'm only drawing your face, Zixuan said, shaking her head. Just my face? It made no sense to me. Come on, babe, she whined. Do what I say. She clearly didn't want to explain. I pocketed my phone, watching her grab her paintbrushes. She sat across from me, resting the board on her lap. Her eyes darted from the paper to my face. I just watched her quietly. Zixuan looked incredibly focused. It was obvious her whole world was that canvas, and absolutely nothing could break her concentration. The night breeze blew stray hairs across her face. She brushed them back without missing a beat. I couldn't help but stare. She was mesmerizing. Babe, are you zoning out? She asked. Your eyes are totally blank. Got something on your mind? I snapped out of it, shaking my head with a smile. No. Then why are you staring? She whispered. Just looking at you, I admitted. She beamed instantly, her face lighting up. Really? Yeah, really. I nodded. So take a good look, she giggled. Your girl is pretty cute, right? She pursed her lips, but her massive smile totally gave her away. I never said you weren't gorgeous. Did I? I teased. Babe, you're sweet-talking me today. I love it, she laughed, completely losing her composure. Hey, stop moving so much, I warned. Don't mess up and make me look ugly, I joked. Relax, I'm already finished, she replied. Stood up and shoved her phone into my hands. Don't move, babe. Open the camera and point the screen right at me. What are we doing now? I asked, taking the phone. I drew you, so obviously I have to draw myself now, she said. Can't you just look at a photo? I muttered. She blinked. Oh, right. Why didn't I think of that? She grabbed the phone back, pulled up a selfie, and zoomed in on her face. Why only the face, though? I asked. I slid over to sit beside her. Shh, you'll see. Don't distract me. I can't mess up my own face, she muttered. Didn't even look up. I nodded, but quickly noticed something weird. Even though she was only drawing our faces, they were incredibly tiny. Why so small? I mumbled to myself. I decided not to bug her about it yet. Just waited. Finally, she tossed her brush down with a triumphant grin. And done. Stood up, admiring the two tiny portraits with a proud nod. Can I talk to you now? I asked. What's up? She asked. Nothing. Just got paint in your hair. I laughed, gently brushing the sticky strands off her cheek. She immediately grabbed a mirror. Red and green? Ew, I look hideous! Why didn't you tell me sooner? Hey, I didn't want to break your focus, I said, shrugging. You have to clean it off for me then. She leaned in close, offering her cheek up to me. Fine. I cupped her face in my hands, gently wiping the paint away with my thumb. Once I let go, she still looked worried. Is it off? Check the mirror, I said. Nah, if you say it's good, I trust you. Besides, if I look ugly, you're the one stuck with me. Smirked. So, babe, do you know what these drawings are actually for? She asked, turning to me. I shook my head. No clue. Because of this, she pulled a bag from her backpack, revealing 3 little clay figures she'd made. It looked like a tiny family of 3. What's this? I asked, studying them. They were small and cute, definitely styled like cartoon characters. Xiaohua suggested this back on New Year's. She smiled, placing 2 headless clay bodies right under our tiny paper faces. I felt a bit of a sweat drop. Why don't they have heads? I asked. Because I don't know how to sculpt faces. She sighed, looking completely defeated. It's way too hard. It was obvious she had 0 formal sculpting skills, so making realistic faces was impossible. Plus, if she messed up either of us, she'd hate it. I snorted, unable to hold back a laugh. So you made 3 headless dolls instead? Honestly, it's kind of creepy. Oh, stop judging. Watch this. She grabbed scissors, carefully cut out our tiny faces, and pinned them onto the clay bodies. See? Instant heads. She admired her work, looking pretty pleased. It's cool, but why are you making this for me? I asked. Studied the little figures. Because I love what it stands for, she said, pouting slightly with a nod. Stands for, I repeated, confused. Look, this is you and this is me. But what about this one? She slid the 3rd headless figure right between us. I shook my head. 3rd one is our baby, she said instantly. Once we have a kid of our own, I'll draw their face and add it here. I nodded slowly as her words sank in. So that's the plan. And babe, they have another cool feature, she teased, holding them up. She lined them up on her lap and linked their tiny hands. Look, we're a real family of 3. She waved them playfully in my face. That's actually really sweet, I said, nodding. But what made you think of this? Honestly, I got the idea from your place, she confessed. My place? I asked, totally lost. Yeah, on your nightstand. You have that old photo of you and your parents, remember? She stood up slowly. She leaned over my back, whispering softly in my ear. Babe, honestly, you want a real family even more than I do, don't you? A perfect family. My heart skipped a beat. Family was a completely foreign concept to me. Sure, I'd been reborn, living an entire extra lifetime compared to most people. But when it came to actually understanding what a family felt like, I was clueless. A simple family of 3 was all I ever wanted. I never knew what a real family felt like. Whether as a kid or a parent, it was empty. My mom died when I was young. When I married Tang Zixuan, her health meant kids were out of the picture for a long time. So for me, the whole family of 3 concept was broken. I stared at the clay dolls. Guess this gift is actually cool. Duh. Genius idea do you think it was? Tang Zixuan beamed, splitting the dolls. Hubby, this one is yours. She handed me my clay self and kept her own. And this one stays with me. What about this one? I pointed to the tiny kid doll. Tang Zixuan giggled. Stays with me first, obviously. I'm the one birthing the baby, after all. I raised a no me then? No way. So you gotta work hard, hubby. Tang Zixuan patted my shoulder, acting all serious. I just shrugged. I'd never bring up her health issues to hurt her. Suddenly, Tang Zixuan crawled up behind me. Let's imagine our kid. She sat down, grabbing a brush. I bet they get your nose in my eyes, like this. She sketched it out. I leaned in close. Whose eyebrows are those? They look like yours. But your brows with my eyes look weird, so I changed it, she muttered. No way, I said. Must be ours. I looked serious. Tong Zixuan blinked, then smirked. Got it, hubby. You're worried about the guy next door. We sat by the river, sketching and dreaming about our baby. Night crept in and a cold breeze hit us. Tong Zixuan sneezed. Time to go? I draped my jacket over her shoulders. Let me check the time. Wow, 11:30 already, she gasped. Let's go. It's freezing, I said, pulling her up. But you promised midnight. She gave me puppy eyes. I ruffled her hair. You want a baby? Then don't freeze out here. Fair point. Let's run back then. Tong Zixuan jumped up. I hadn't spelled it out, but she knew exactly what I meant. Where to now? She asked. Home, I said. Ugh, I guess there's nowhere else open right now, she sighed. She sounded a bit bummed. You're having lunch with Shen Qing and Lin Xiahua tomorrow anyway, I said. Early night. Like you're not coming, she snapped. Exactly, so we both sleep early. Just then, a taxi rolled past. I hailed it. As we climbed in, Tang Zixuan leaned in and whispered, Fine. Are we sleeping together, though? You're coming to my place, I asked. Obviously. You promised to stay with me until midnight, she pouted. Fine, but behave yourself, I warned her. If she started teasing me late at night, I couldn't guarantee my self-control. We got to my apartment near campus, and Tong Zixuan headed straight in. You shower first, I told her. She grabbed her change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. I opened my nightstand drawer and checked my bucket list. Her wish to spend her birthday by the river was checked off. Wonder what happens when we finish them all, I muttered. I scrolled through my phone, checking stock news. Soon the water stopped. Hubby, your turn, she called out. She ran out in fresh clothes. Go ahead and rest, I nodded. Sweet, I'm not holding back then, she chirped. Dove straight under the covers. I rolled my eyes. Like you ever hold back. Dry your hair, it's still wet. I knew her lazy habit of skipping the blow dryer. Yeah, I got it. Go already. She waved me off. I gave her a suspicious look. She was acting way too rushed. Is she planning something? I headed in to shower. 20 minutes later, I came out dressed. Hubby, come here. I already warmed up the bed for you. Shuffled over, leaving her spot for me. I raised an eyebrow. This nice? I'm always nice to you. Pouted, acting offended. I rolled my eyes and quietly lay down. Then snap. Flicked the lights off. Suddenly, I felt her weight press down on me. Hubby, think you can resist me? She giggled. I knew it. She might look like a polished student or a charismatic CEO outside. But at home with me, she was a total troublemaker. A little temptress who never stopped teasing. Keep this up and you're sleeping in the guest room, I threatened. But she just grabbed her phone. No way. She lit up the screen. It's past midnight. My birthday, my rules. I sighed. Fine, what do you want? This, she whispered, resting her head on my chest and snuggling close. Behave, I muttered, tactically turning onto my side. She giggled. Wow, giving up already? She looked serious. Don't worry, I'm always good. I hope so, I sighed. I knew better. Been together for years. I knew exactly when she was bluffing. And right on cue, I felt her finger tracing circles on my stomach. This is you being good? Yeah, just drawing circles. Problem? I smirked, intentionally snuggling deeper into Jiang Cheng's chest. He took a sharp breath, suddenly pinning me beneath him. Hubby finally lost his self-control, and I giggled. Honestly, with moves like mine, who could actually resist? Don't push me, Jiang Cheng warned, looking dead serious. I laughed. Oh, I'm so scared. Besides, I turn 18 today anyway. Friendly reminder, I teased. The convenience store is right outside. Jiang Cheng just muttered, I'm not going. Jiang Cheng shook his head. I blinked, stunned. Hubby, you're not buying that? No, he replied bluntly. But what if you know? I worried. There is no what if, Jiang Cheng growled, taking a sharp breath. I originally thought teasing Jiang Cheng was just a fun game. I never expected him to go for real. Suddenly, he leaned all the way down. Hubby, stop! I'm sorry. Tears of laughter filled my eyes, mostly because Jiang Cheng hadn't actually done what I expected. Instead, he started tickling me. After being together so long, I knew how easily he got flustered, but he also knew my biggest weakness. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll do it again. Jiang Cheng smirked, his hands never pausing for a second. Hubby, seriously, I'm done. Please let me go, I gasped, completely out of breath. After I begged for mercy, Jiang Cheng finally stopped. Still want to tease me? He threatened. No, never again. I promise, I whimpered, looking up at Jiang Cheng pitifully. Then go to sleep. Do you hear me? Jiang Cheng warned. I sighed. Honestly, that was just how our relationship worked. We knew each other inside out. I knew how to push his buttons, and he knew how to handle me. Hey, hubby. That I'd stop. Where are you going? I asked quickly as I saw Jiang Cheng get out of bed. Cold shower, Jiang Cheng muttered, turning away. Right, I got it. Time to cool off. After all that chaos stopped teasing him. We cuddled up and quietly drifted off. By the time we woke up, it was already 10 a.m. Let's invite them for lunch. You have training classes this afternoon anyway, Jiang Cheng said, walking in with a cake box. Happy birthday. Thanks, hubby. I beamed, giving Jiang Cheng a quick kiss before texting Shen Jing and Lin Xiahua. Right after I texted Lin Xia, there was a knock. That fast Cheng went to answer, and sure enough, Lin Xia was there. Tang Zixuan here? Lin Xiahua asked seriously. I scurried over immediately. Lin Xiahua, you're so early! I live next door, okay? Lin Xiahua said, rolling her eyes. She grabbed my arm and dragged me out of the room. Xuan, I need to ask you something serious. What about chapter 239, eating with them? What's wrong? I asked, curious. Today is your 18th birthday, right? Lin Xiahua asked. Yeah, didn't I tell you guys already? I waved my phone. But even if you're 18, you can't just lose all self-control. Lin Xiahua let out a deep sigh. Lose self-control? I gasped. When did I do that? Do you think I'm deaf? Lin Xiahua snapped. You and Jiang Cheng kept me awake until 2 a.m. Don't think I don't know what you did, what we did. I blinked. Lin Xiahua sighed. You were literally begging Jiang Cheng to stop, and you're asking me? Even if you're an adult, you can't just jump into. Oh, you mean I finally realized? I waved my hand dismissively. You've got it all wrong. It's totally not what you think, not what I think. Then what was it? Lin Xiahua demanded. He was tickling me. I couldn't even breathe from laughing so hard. I huffed. Lin Xiahua sighed in relief but still looked confused. But Jiang Cheng doesn't seem like the type to do that. Why would he tickle you? I tapped my chin thoughtfully. Well, because I was teasing him. Lin Xiahua facepalmed. Zixuan, please have some self-control, Lin Xiahua groaned. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Lin Xiahua came inside to wait for Shen Jing. But when she noticed only one bed in the bedroom, she gasped, Zixuan, where did you sleep last night? Don't tell me you went home, because you're still here right now. Nope, I slept right here, I admitted honestly. You slept together? Lin Xiahua's eyes widened. Yeah, but nothing happened. Don't worry. I knew she was just being protective, but honestly, she didn't need to stress so much. Are you sure? Lin Xiahua clearly didn't buy it. No guy and girl share a bed and have absolutely nothing happen. Seriously, I can swear to it. I wasn't lying. But Lin Xiahua still looked puzzled. Jiang Cheng is usually such a good guy, though. How did you end up in his bed? It was my birthday. I threatened him. I giggled, glancing at Jiang Cheng. Ah, makes sense. Lin Xiahua nodded. Scheming against Jiang Cheng was my specialty since day one of transferring, so she wasn't surprised at all. Oh, I should invite Zhang Fan too, I said, pulling out my phone. Wait, why him? Lin Xiahua asked quickly. Jiang Cheng's friend. Otherwise, it's just one guy with 3 girls. He'd feel totally left out and awkward. Tang Zixuan texted Zhang Fan. I could tell Lin Xiahua was complaining inside, thinking I'd get sidelined, but she and Shen Qin were the ones actually getting ignored. But Lin Xiahua dropped it. As for Zhang Fan, it was simple. He claimed he was studying at home, but the second he heard she was going, bolted. Within 30 minutes, Shen Qin and Zhang Fan showed up at my place. Shen Qin teased, not bad, Tang. Inviting us straight to his house now? Shen Qin smirked at Tang Zixuan, hinting we were moving fast. Tang Zixuan just shrugged proudly, muttering, obviously. So what's the plan, Lin Xiahua asked. Shen Qin chimed in, food first, then karaoke. Typical teen birthday ritual. Tang Zixuan agreed, so the 5 of us headed out to a Chinese restaurant in Baida Plaza. We got a private room. Before eating, we toasted her with sodas. Shen Qin sighed. Wow, our little Tang is 18 now. Shen Qin sounded so dramatic. Tang Zixuan didn't care, though. To her, there's a difference between physical age and mental age. Honestly, mentally, she and I were way past 18. Shen Qin smirked. Nothing, just time for my 18-year-old bestie to get married, darting a look at me. Straight face. What, you got a candidate for me? Tang Zixuan teased. Shen Qin gestured, duh, right here. Shen Qin pointed right at me. Tang Zixuan pouted. Shen Qin laughed. Well, hope you officially lock him down soon. Lin Xiahua suddenly tugged Shen Qin's sleeve. What is it, Xia? Shen Qin muttered, turning around. You got it all wrong, Lin Xiahua corrected. What? Wait, let me eat first. Sipped breakfast for this free meal. I'm starving. As the waiter brought the food, Shen Qin instantly reached with her chopsticks. We were just friends, so nobody cared about table manners. Tang Zixuan looked across at me, eyes sparkling. Hey, Jiang Chen. Grab me a rib? I can't reach. Fine, I stood up and picked up a sweet and sour rib for her. Feed me. She opened her mouth. Helplessly, I brought it to her lips. She bit right off my chopsticks, looking completely blissful. See? Does she look like she hasn't got him yet? Lin Xiahuard. Shen Qin looked shocked, whispering back. They're already like this? Duh, they slept in the same bed last night, Lin Jiahua added. Shen Qin gasped, eyes wide. Relax, nothing happened. Jiahua quickly noted. Shen Qin shook her head. But still, this is insane. Insane, Lin Jiahua asked, confused. Yeah, they basically lived together for a day, and they still claim they aren't dating. Shen Qin sighed dramatically. stuffed her mouth. Why are you eating like that? Lin Jiahua asked. Shen Qin mumbled back, cheeks full of food. They're feeding each other. What else can we do but eat? Chapter 240, The Taste of Lipstick. After finishing our lunch, we agreed to head straight to the KTV upstairs. When I walked to the counter with Tang Zixuan, the lobby was packed with students. Back then, karaoke was the ultimate teen hangout. Tang Zixuan pointed to the lobby snack shop. Beer or soda, she asked. Skip the alcohol, I warned. We're seniors. It ruins your memory. Even though it was her birthday, I wanted to play it safe. Sure, it's a buzzkill, but we're all grinding for college exams. I didn't want any stupid mistake messing up anyone's future. That would suck. Fine, let's just get some low-alcohol cocktails, Tang Zixuan decided. We booked a medium room. Second we walked in, Shen Qin hyped us up. Tang, you and Zhang Chen go first, Zhang Fan muttered. But I thought he hated singing. Zhang Fan mumbled. Tang Zixuan turned to me with a smirk. Ready for our usual song? I nodded. Zhang Fan nudged me, looking suspicious. Bro, you used to hate singing. Since when do you two have secret codes? Codes? Nah, she just made me listen to a few tracks, I lied. Back in school, I really couldn't sing to save my life. But in college, and after graduating, we lived in karaoke rooms. If your wife is running a business, you have to be able to sing. Otherwise, you can't protect her at business dinners. Back when her company started, to keep slimy clients away, we developed a strategy. Our opening duet always marked our territory and relationship. Lin Jia gasped as the track loaded. Wow, Tang! You and Zhang Chen are singing this? She squealed, pointing at the screen. Tang Zixuan grinned. Of course, I know you love it too. Tang Zixuan pinched her cheek. She only knew the song because of her. Lin Jiahua beamed. I'm definitely singing it next. I nudged Zhang Fan, darting a look at the screen. Hear that? Can you sing it? I wanted to help my bro out. Got a wingman for him. The screen showed Summer Swept by the Wind. Zhang Fan looked devastated. I don't know this one. Hubby, you first! Tang Zixuan handed me the mic, sitting close. Sure, I nodded as the backing track kicked in. The verse hit. Remember yesterday, that summer moment the second I started singing, every head in the room whipped around. Even Tang Zixuan stared in disbelief. I must have sounded like a totally different person. Lin Xiaohua, who had vocal training, gasped, Zhang Chen, have you had vocal training? Nope, I shrugged, glancing over at Tang Zixuan. Your turn, I prompted. Tang Zixuan blinked, realized she'd missed a bar, and quickly started singing her part. She seemed totally dazed by my singing. Once the first verse ended, Zhang Fan yelled, Bro, you've been holding out on us. Zhang Fan gave me a thumbs up while everyone else hyped up my singing. Tang Zixuan switched off her mic, leaning in to whisper, Hey hubby, when do you sing like that? She teased. She had heard me before, but it was always just average. This was on a completely different level. Now, my voice literally sounded professional. You know my real skills. I shrugged, whispering back. Must be some weird side effect of us being reborn. That it? Tang Zixuan wondered. Judging by her face, she was probably thinking about her rebirth wish, the one to make me the absolute best. Singing definitely fell into that category, but honestly, she was no slouch either. It was obvious to everyone that we made a pretty perfect couple. Right? Shen Qin nudged Tang Zixuan with a sneaky smirk. Now that is what I like to hear. Tang Zixuan beamed, clearly loving the compliment. She sang enough to hold her own, basically on par with Lin Xiaohua. As we finished the second verse, the whole room erupted into applause. You guys did a duet. How about a kiss? Shen Qin teased, clearly trying to play wingwoman for her best friend. Sure. Tang Zixuan stood on her tiptoes, pressing her lips to mine. Lin Xiaohua, Shen Qin, and Zhang Fan squealed like crazy while I calmly sat back down. Like it was no big deal. Shen Qin immediately leaned in with a grin. All right, classmate Zhang Cheng, I need to interview you right now. How did it feel to get kissed by Tang Zixuan? My thoughts? It was fine, I muttered casually. Just fine? Come on, you are the birthday boy. Give us some real details, Shen Qin teased. Getting kissed in front of everyone like that. Basically relationship flexing. Come on, what did it feel like? Lin Jiahua chimed in, clearly loving the drama. You really want to know? I glanced at Tang Zixuan. Go ahead, tell them, she said, completely unbothered. They were her best friends after all. Plus my friends. They would all find out about us eventually, and they would be at our wedding anyway. Fine, if you really want to know. I nodded slowly, looking at Tang Zixuan. Strawberry chapstick. Yep, I always use that one, Tang Zixuan agreed. Maybe you should stop using it, I suggested. Something without artificial fragrances would probably be much better. Oh, okay, she replied obediently. The other three just stared at us, completely baffled. Seriously? My only takeaway from a kiss was the chapstick flavor? Chapter 241, Truth or Dare. After our duet, everyone took turns singing until Lin Jiahua basically took over. She was headed to music school, after all. Hearing her sing for free feels like a total steal, Tang Zixuan giggled. I leaned in close and whispered, Hey, remember what Zhang Fan does later? Let me think. You mentioned this once. She nodded. Trying to remember. I think he becomes a programmer, right? Yeah, the pay is decent, but the overtime is absolutely brutal, I said. True, and Zayawa too, she added. She nodded. She becomes a music teacher like her mom. They would barely cross paths. Wait, I get it now. She turned to me. If they are going to end up together, high school is literally their only shot. I nodded. But who knows if they would stay together, she sighed. Long-distance relationships are brutal. Not everyone is like us, completely locked in and knowing they have found their lifetime partner. Hubby, do you think they will end up like those movie couples? She asked, looking at me. You mean those tragic teen dramas? I raised an eyebrow. Yeah, long-distance drama, heartbreaks, all that stuff, she muttered. I rolled my eyes. Have you been watching too many soap operas with Xiaowa again? Guessing. I am honestly curious about them, she said. I had no idea about Lin Xiaowa's path. But for Zhang Fan, I plan on changing his path, I said seriously. Wait, what kind of change? She asked, surprised. Like bringing him into my company once I start it. It will definitely beat working endless overtime as a coder. That actually works, she agreed. But hubby, what made you think of that? Probably because of Xiaowa's dad, I replied, pointing toward Lin Xiaowa. Chairman of Lingsha Group? She blinked. Yeah, I nodded. When he took Xiaowa to prep class, he mentioned something. Remember Xia Kang? The guy doing investments for Lingxia Group? Of course I know him, she said. Xiaohua's uncle, right? Zhang Fan's third uncle? Yeah. According to him, Xia Kong was an old friend. It is always safer to have trusted people in charge. Exactly. You can actually sleep at night. I nodded. We could totally do the same thing, she said, thinking it through. Think about it, hubby. So many major companies are family-run. Why? Because you can actually trust the people closest to you. Yeah, my thoughts exactly, I replied. But that is for later. Right now, we are still just high school seniors. True. Eventually, Shen Qin and Lin Xiaohua got tired of singing. Zhang Fan had not touched the mic once. Hey, not going to sing? I teased him. No way. Zhang Fan waved his hand, looking nervous. I remember you used to love singing. I challenged him. That was just messing around, Zhang Fan mumbled. Look at this lineup. You, beautiful Tong, and Xiahua, who literally studies music. I would just embarrass myself. I had to laugh. My buddy was just totally insecure. Zhang Fan, Zhang Chen. Tang Zixuan suddenly waved us over. Turned around. Qin suggested we play Truth or Dare. What do you think? She asked. I am so down for that. Zhang Fan agreed instantly. I had no objections either. We were just hanging out anyway. We would roll a die to guess high or low. Get it right, and you roll next. Lose and you pay the price. You have to choose either Truth or Dare. Ready? Shen Qin asked, grabbing the cup and leaving just one die. Who goes first? Maybe our birthday boy should set the example. Shen Qin smirked at Zixuan. But Zixuan, obedient never. From what I could tell, she only saved that sweet side for me. For others, she fought back. Xuan immediately shut her down. No way, the birthday girl rules. Qin, you go first. Deal? Fine, have it your way, Shen Qin muttered, rattling the dice cup before slamming it onto the table. Now who goes first? Let me think. Scanned the room, her eyes locking onto Zixuan. What? Zixu snapped, looking totally creeped out. Shen Qin just flashed a sly smirk. She looked at me. Not her, I'm picking you, Jiang Chen. Guess first, okay? Shrugged and agreed. I'll guess small. It's a 50% chance anyway. No brainer. All right. Shen Qin lifted the cup and it actually was small. Truth, she declared. I'm not scared of any of your questions. Besides, she smirked, I don't have a crush like you guys. Ask anything. Are you sure? Zixuan whispered, leaning into me. Is it really okay to ask her that? Zixuan whispered. I gave her a conflicted look. It's fine, really. To ask, Zixuan urged. Shen Qin cut in, waving her hands. Hey, no scheming in the corner. Are you helping him cheat, Zixuan? Aren't we besties? Of course we are, Zixuan giggled. But Zhang Chen is my hubby, right? Everyone stared at me. Future hubby, future, Zixuan quickly corrected herself. Everyone let out a breath. Unbelievable, Shen Qin sighed, turning to me. All right, Zhang Chen, shoot. Fine. I asked the question Zixuan had whispered to me. When was your first relationship? Ha, never had one, Shen Qin replied proudly. I figured she'd say that Zixuan had already called it. Following Zixuan's cue, I added, even 1 second counts. Online dating too. Shen Qin's face instantly dropped. Wait, online dating counts? She squeaked, her confidence totally vanishing. Her voice went quiet. Duh, didn't you say you never dated? Zixuan gloated. You totally eavesdropped on me and Xiaohua, Shen Qin gasped. How else would you know? Shen Qin whined. Zixuan just smirked. Anyone could see she was keeping a big secret. From what I knew, Zixuan had known about Shen Qin's embarrassing online fling since high school. Fine, I lose. I'll talk, Shen Qin groaned. Shen Qin sighed. Remember when Zhang Fan was chatting with Xiaohua online? At that, Xiaohua huffed and completely ignored him. Zhang Fan let out a dry laugh. Don't deflect, Qin. Tell your story. Fine, I met this guy online back then, she confessed. We clicked instantly and he went to our school, Shen Qin said. So what happened next? Xiaohua asked eagerly. Don't you remember? Shen Qin replied. We were sophomores and he was just a freshman. After meeting up, I thought he was kinda cute, she mumbled. So why'd it fail? Zixuan teased. Don't even get me started. Shen Qin fumed. Our first date was great, but on the second one he asked what grade I was in. I told him sophomore, but technically I should be a senior since I got held back. Guess what he said? He said seniors are too old. Can you believe that? She looked absolutely furious, making us all burst out laughing. Stop laughing, she yelled, shaking the cup again. Zhangfan, you're next. Naturally, Zhangfan lost this round. Shen Qin glanced at Xiaohua. Actually, you and Xiaohua haven't even started dating yet. Truth is too boring. Do a dare instead. Since when do you choose for me? Zhangfan whined, crying dramatically. Do the dare, Xiaohua urged, as if terrified he'd spill a secret. Everyone exchanged knowing looks. Zixuan leaned in and whispered, Hubby, I think they're making progress. I nodded. Meanwhile, Shen Qin looked like she regretted her choice. Actually, truth might have got us some gossip, Shen Qin muttered to Zhangfan. Too late. I'm doing the dare, he snapped. Xiaohua had backed him up. He wasn't about to change his mind. Fine, fine, Shen Qin sighed. You haven't sung tonight. Perform a song. Deal, Zhangfan agreed without hesitation. Shen Qin smirked, winking at Xiaohua. Xiaohua pouted, but she didn't say a word. But once Zhangfan picked his song and the video started, both Xiaohua and Zixuan rushed to shut it down. They wouldn't let me finish, Zhangfan complained. No kidding, Shen Qin snapped. You like Xiaohua, right? Zixuan's birthday. Why'd you pick Rose's funeral? But I like that song, he mumbled. It was a hit back then, but still. Funeral? Seriously? On my birthday? Zixuan snapped, completely losing it. Xiaohua rolled her eyes. Who sings that to a girl they like? Next! Move on, Shen Qin yelled. Shen Qin skipped Zhangfan. Your turn, birthday girl? Bring it on, Zixuan said, cracking her knuckles. She guessed big, joking that girls should aim high, but she ended up rolling a measly one. Guess you're not that big after all, Shen Qin teased. Pick your truth, Zixuan replied instantly. Let me think. Shen Qin immediately looked at me, but then paused. It was obvious she realized any question for Zixuan would involve me and our closeness. I never hid anything from them. While others kept secrets, Zixuan and Xiaohua saw right through me. Shen Qin sat there, racking her brain for a question. Shen Qin finally remembered something, looking totally mischievous. You slept in Zhang Cheng's room last night. Shen Qin nudged Zixuan. So, what actually happened in there? Like this, Zixuan shouted, suddenly pinning me down on the sofa. She was lying flat on top of me, and I just rolled my eyes in pure defeat. Shen Qin and Xiaohua exchanged looks. From what I could tell, Shen Qin wanted real gossip. That is literally it, Zixuan insisted. What else did you expect up? Shen Qin groaned, complaining that our truth game had zero drama. Boring. This is so boring, she whined. Xiaohua, you're up, Shen Qin said, shaking the dice cup. I noticed that besides losing to me in the first round, Shen Qin had been on a winning streak. Choose dare, Xiaohua said without hesitation. A dare, huh? Shen Qin muttered, instantly plotting her next move. Kiss someone, just like Zixuan did, Shen Qin challenged. Easy, Xiaohua said, quickly pecking Zixuan on the cheek. Shen Qin sighed, lamey, so incredibly lame. Why can't you be bold like Zixuan? Shen Qin sighed. Anyone could see she wanted Xiaohua to kiss Zhangfan. We played a few more rounds. Finally, I lost a round. The one holding the dice cup was none other than Zixuan. Go get him, Zixuan, Shen Qin cheered. Chance, Shen Qin cheered. Zhangfan smirked, teasing Zixuan, you've played so many games on Zhangcheng already. Why stop now? One more won't hurt. Let me think, Zixuan laughed, cracking her knuckles at me. Judging by her wicked grin, she was planning something totally inappropriate. Choosing truth, I said calmly. Truth? Zixuan froze. It was obvious she had completely forgotten that I actually had a choice here. Fine, whatever. I'm not playing anymore. We have class anyway, Zixuan groaned, dramatically face-planting onto the table in total defeat. Aren't you going to ask Zhangcheng anything? Xiaohua asked. Zixuan snapped. Truth is supposed to reveal secrets. But we had been together for years. What secret of mine did Zixuan not know? Asking me for a truth was honestly pointless. With Auntie Nee about to be discharged, September was wrapping up. Unsurprisingly, I aced my monthly exams, landing first place in our grade with a near-perfect score. I'd held the top spot since junior year, but this first exam of senior year was different. It mattered more. So, at the school morning assembly, principal praised me endlessly, pulling me right up in front of the entire school. For the next few days, I was the main topic. I went viral on the school forum again. Underclassmen girls were begging to date me. To them, a handsome honor student was the ultimate Prince Charming. Shen Qin even warned Zixuan, saying, you're in danger. Zhangcheng is the school's golden boy now. Did you completely miss last semester's speech contest? Far as I could see, Zixuan couldn't care less. After I won that speech contest, girls from other schools chased me constantly, but it meant nothing. Messing with a married couple is basically a crime. Even without our marriage certificate, Zixuan knew my heart just like I knew hers. Still, I could tell my high grades pressured Zeke Swan. Even without my guaranteed speech contest admission, my scores could get me into any top university in the country. Her scores were decent, but she needed a perfect art score to hit Peking University's cutoff. The problem was, she had only recently started painting again. She was far behind students who had painted since childhood. Reaching her target was tough, but even if we ended up at different schools, she'd never let me skip Peking University. She knew that if I wanted to start a business, going there was my best option. By October, Zixwan and I silently agreed to pack up. Instead of heading to our apartment near school, we both decided to go home. I walked her down to her building. "Why are you heading home too?" I smiled. "For the exact same reason you are," she replied playfully. Then grinned. I nodded, knowing we both had the exact same date marked on our calendars. "Hey hubby," she added. "Tomorrow or the day after?" she asked, unsure. "The day after," I said, shrugging. "We're already late anyway. One more day won't matter." "True, that gives me a day to make my mom lower her guard," Zixwan muttered. I chuckled. "You still have to sneak around?" "Yeah," Zixwan sighed. "I told her I was coming home, and she immediately accused me of just wanting to slack off. And?" I laughed. "She said I'm grounded for the entire holiday because I'm neglecting my studies." Zixwan looked completely miserable, just talking about it. "Hubby, what if I really can't leave the house?" she whined. "Then I'll just go by myself," I teased. "No way," she snapped. "I'm coming to see Auntie too. She's basically my mom anyway," Zixwan argued. I froze for a second, totally caught off guard. Slowly nodded. "Okay, what do you mean, okay?" Zixwan stared at me pleadingly. I literally might be locked inside. I knew exactly what she wanted. Ruffling her hair, I sighed. "Fine. I'll call your mom and tell her we're studying at the library." Exactly what I wanted to hear, Zixwan cheered. Since it was about studying with the school's top student, her mom had no excuse. "Go home now, it's getting dark," I said, pointing to the sky. "Okay," she chirped. "Bye, hubby." Zixwan stood on her tiptoes, kissed my cheek, and waved. I smiled, shaking my head as she walked away. I watched her disappear inside, then grabbed a cab. 20 minutes later, I was back at my place. My dad, Zhang Xinhua, was already sitting inside. The second I unlocked the door, he stood up. "Cheng, you're back." He wasn't surprised to see me, since I'd called him the night before. He was only home because he knew I was coming. "Dad, aren't you at the hospital with Auntie Nee?" I asked. "Oh, she's actually ready to be discharged anytime now, so I don't need to stay." My dad rubbed his hands sheepishly. From what I could tell, he needed some relationship advice. "Even after she's discharged, you should stay with her," I said. My mom passed away years ago, so my dad was totally out of practice. "Dad, you and Aunt Nee just started dating. You need to show some effort." "Leaving her alone in the hospital is a bad look," I told him. He quickly shook his head. No. Yongshuan is there with her." My dad shook his head, looking totally flustered. "Son, that's not actually what I meant." I stared at him. "Then what is it?" I blinked, completely lost. "Aunt Nee is leaving the hospital soon," my dad mumbled. "I was thinking maybe I could take care of her for a bit." "Sounds great," I blurted out. But the second the words left my mouth, my dad's real motive hit me like a ton of bricks. Our tiny apartment was basically a one-bedroom. My room was literally a converted balcony. If Aunt Nee moved in, we'd be living on top of each other. "I get it, Dad," I said, giving him a knowing look. "Bring Aunt Nee here. I can easily move into the school dorms." My dad shook his head frantically. No, son, I already talked to your Aunt Nee. That's definitely not what we want." Chapter 244. "Then what is your plan?" I asked. Judging by his face, my dad had this all mapped out already. Just wanted my approval first. "Son, I told Aunt Nee this apartment is yours, no matter what," my dad said firmly. "So I want to move into her place and take care of her there. What do you think?" "Ugh, don't be ridiculous," I scoffed. "Just have her stay here," I said, waving it off. "I have college exams coming up anyway, so I won't be home much." My dad hesitated. I literally laughed out loud. "Dad, just focus on dating Aunt Nee. Stop worrying about me so much." "But you're my son," he insisted seriously. Serious tone caught me off guard. Then I smiled. "Dad, honestly, this tiny apartment isn't a big deal anyway." My dad raised me alone, so I was his entire world. I knew how much I meant to him, and that mindset is hard to change. So, I decided to pitch a different idea. "Dad, this place is ancient anyway. Remember those new apartments in the development zone I told you about? Buy one." After a year of trading futures, I was swimming in cash. Buying a new place was pocket change for me now. My dad thought about it, then finally nodded. "Okay, I'll consider it." "Great, I'll wire you the money right now," I said. I grabbed my phone, but my dad stopped me. "Son, keep your cash. I'm buying this place with my own hard-earned money." I hesitated, then pocketed my phone. "You sure you have enough?" My dad gave me a firm nod. Had some savings stashed away. "Fine," I shrugged, not pushing the issue. My dad knew I made cash in futures, but he had no idea. Didn't know I was sitting on millions. To a regular blue-collar worker, that kind of money is insane. "By the way, Dad, plans tomorrow?" I asked, keeping my voice completely casual. My dad nodded. I'm heading to the hospital to handle Aunt Nee's discharge paperwork tomorrow. Cool. I might go visit Mom in a few days, I replied. My dad sighed. Honestly, with school being so crazy, you don't have to. I shot my dad a suspicious look. I'd asked about his plans just to test his loyalty to my late mom. Aunt Nee was great, but I didn't want him completely forgetting my mom. My dad nodded. I actually visited her last week. Cleared out all the weeds already. Weeds always sprout like crazy at her grave. Every year at Luan Cemetery, my dad and I burn paper money and clean up the dirt. We do it so my mom can still see the world. Hearing his words, I smiled. He hadn't forgotten her. I got it. I'll still go visit Mom when I get a free second, I said. My dad just nodded. After a solid night's sleep at home, I woke up early to the smell of fresh chicken soup. My dad had already left with the pot, but he left a steaming bowl for me. Sipping the soup, I texted my girlfriend Tung Zaishuan. You up? She replied instantly. Duh, I always wake up before you do, lazy. Can we hang out tomorrow? I texted back. I'm waiting for you to call my mom first, remember? She replied. You didn't tell Aunt Wen yet? No way. Can't blow my cover, Tung Zaishuan texted. If I tell my mom now, she'll instantly know I set this up. So how do we play this cool without making her suspicious? I asked, highly amused. Let me think. Tong Zaishuan went radio silent. 5 minutes later, her master plan popped up. Okay, first, I'm going to turn off my phone. Then you call my mom. Turn off your phone? Why? Duh, she replied with a smirking emoji. Now you have a legit reason to call her. I'll say my battery died. She won't suspect a thing. Wow, you really use your evil genius on your own family, huh? I texted back, deadpan. But honestly, her plan was flawless. Hey, it's different, Tang Zaishuan fired back. Family expects a little plotting. Plus, it's harmless. Your mom is just worried about your grades and keeping you safe, I texted back. Tong Zaishuan sent a laughing emoji. Why worry? I'm literally going out with my husband. Of course I'm safe. I couldn't help but laugh. She had a point. By afternoon, we launched our mission. Aunt Wen didn't suspect a thing and instantly cleared Tang Zaishuan for the library tomorrow. As for today, she had to stay home and finish her homework. That evening, my dad came home. Dad, when is Aunt Nee leaving? I asked. Next weekend, my dad said, nodding. Want me to come along? I offered. But son, what about your exams? Won't this distract you? From what I could tell, he secretly wanted me there. We were basically family now. But my studies always come first, right? Come on, Dad, you saw my latest exam scores, I said, cracking a smile. Dad looked stunned. 1 or 2 good exams could be a fluke, but I'd kept my grades rock solid for a whole year. That wasn't luck. It was my hard work paying off. Dad finally nodded and agreed we'd pick up Aunt Nee next week. The next morning, as Dad made chicken soup, someone knocked. Time for chapter 245, confessing my relationship with Tang Zishuan. Coming, Dad muttered, wondering who'd show up this early. But the moment he swung the door open, he froze. Stared, and the person outside looked just as surprised. But Tang Zixuan quickly flashed a smile. Good morning, Uncle. Oh, Zixuan, Dad stammered. What's all this? Dad was shocked, not just by her visit, but because she brought ritual paper and incense for my mom. Why did she have them? Judging by her face, she was speechless. She couldn't exactly tell my dad I was her hubby and his mom was hers too. That'd be crazy. Dad would totally grill me about dating during our senior year, a major red flag right now. As they stood there in awkward silence, I walked out of my room and glanced at her hands. Dad, I asked her to buy those. He nodded, though he still looked suspicious. Dad stepped aside to let her in. Take a seat, Zixuan. I quickly stepped up. Here is the money and the book. You can go now. I handed her 2 100 yuan bills and grabbed a random book. She pouted. How can you be so cruel, hubby? Chasing me away already, she muttered. I have to keep my dad from suspecting us, I replied, giving her a helpless, quiet smile. True. She nodded, then turned to my dad. I should get going, Uncle. Looked surprised. Leaving so soon, Zixuan? Coming all this way just to bolt? What was that about? But she moved fast, giving Dad zero time to ask any questions. Just came to borrow a book, Dad. Rushing back to study. Probably, I lied, smiling. Oh, makes sense, Dad nodded. Tell her exactly what to buy? Dad asked, staring at the bag of ritual items. No, I don't think so, I replied, feeling unsure. I had no idea what Dad was getting at. Then he muttered thoughtfully, but the paper, money, and flowers are identical to what we always buy. She seems like a very thoughtful girl, Dad noted. Probably. She came with us last year after all, I replied, acting casual. Honestly, it wasn't about being thoughtful. For years, we'd bought these exact same things. To both Zixuan and me, it was second nature. We knew this ritual inside out. If we had to buy anything else, we wouldn't even know where to look. Dad, I'm heading out. I grabbed the bags and headed to the door to change my shoes. Hey, son, Dad called out, stopping me in my tracks. What's wrong, Dad? I asked, confused. So you and Zixuan seem pretty close, he said, testing the waters. The second Dad said that, I knew exactly what he was hinting at. Denying it now would just look fake. We were always together, and no regular friend would buy funeral offerings for you. Probably because I tutor her, I said, trying to pivot. I tried to keep the focus on school, but Dad just smiled warmly. Come on, son, he said. Don't play dumb. No boy and girl get this close just because of homework. Dad looked right at me, bit my lip and stayed quiet, just staring back at him. Be honest with me, son, he pressed. Zixwan like you? Dad glanced toward the door. I nodded without a second thought. I could tell he already knew. Picked up on the little details. Zixwan and I were definitely more than just friends. And what about you? Dad asked. Same here, I admitted, smiling, but we made a deal. Dad raised an eyebrow. Oh, what kind of deal? Dad frowned slightly, looking concerned. We'll wait until college to date. Right now, school comes first, I said casually. It was the perfect way to tell him the truth without stressing him out. Dad sighed in relief. Ah, I see. Frown vanished, and he gave my shoulder a reassuring pat. Zixwan is a great girl. If you two date in college, port you. Dad, isn't it a bit early to give me the talk? I teased, keeping up my good student act. I had to prove I was focused on my future. Haha, fair point, Dad laughed, nodding. All right, Dad, I'm off. Go on. Don't be late. I grabbed the bags and headed out, down in the stairwell. Zixwan, waiting and looking up at me. Hubby, you made me wait forever, she pouted. Dad stopped me to chat. I laughed. Oh no, does he suspect us? She whispered, glancing nervously up the stairs. Did, so I confessed. I said. Zixwan gasped, her eyes wide with shock. To tell him I'm your wife. I rolled my eyes at her. What wife? At our age, you're my girlfriend. Right. So you said I'm your girlfriend? I could see her heart was practically pounding. We'd been through this before, but still made her flush. Not exactly, I smiled, shaking my head. I told him we might date after graduation. Not might. Definitely, she corrected. Fine, definitely, I laughed. Since you were so good, let me carry the bags. She snatched the bags from me. But after walking a bit, she stopped, catching her breath. Wait. You made me wait, and you haven't been punished yet. So how are you going to punish me? I could tell she was exhausted. Carrying bags was your reward. Now you have to carry me. Chapter 246, Your Future Daughter-in-Law. I carried Zixwan to the curb. In the early morning fog, an empty cab rolled up fast. Flagged it down. We slid in. You holding this or am I? Zixwan asked, tossing the bags in. I got it, I said, piling the bags on my lap. We shut the door. Aw, cute couple, our young cabbie teased. 30 max. So where's the hot date so early? He joked. Zixwan beamed. Take us to Liwan Cemetery, driver. Driver nearly choked. A cemetery date? Judging by his face, he either thought we were crazy or realized he'd put his foot in his mouth. Definitely the latter. He started the car and wisely shut up. No point making small talk with people heading to a graveyard. It was a heavy ride. The trip from my place took over 30 minutes. We paid, and Zixwan hopped out first, grabbing the bags. Blinked up at the sky. Hubby, I think it's starting to rain. October in Lou City. I was used to this gray weather. Really? How did I never notice before? Zixwan pulled my hand, leading me toward the cemetery. I smiled. You were always working. No time to care about rain or shine. She sighed heavily. True. Inside my office, the weather was always the same. She went quiet. Rather, just the world changed right beside you. I nodded. We never had the time before, but we do now. I nodded. But wait, Zixwan asked curiously, even if I step down, aren't you planning to start your own business? It was obvious she'd been dying to ask me. I'd promised to support her, but I could tell she's still worried about our future. She probably figured if we got busy, we'd lose this precious school day freedom. Launching a startup doesn't mean I'm abandoning you, I laughed. Why, she asked. Having been a CEO herself, she knew exactly how brutal the boss life could get. I want a business, but only to make a decent living. I don't need an empire, I explained calmly as we walked. But will you be okay with that? She asked softly. In our past lives, we worked to death, but we lived like royalty. No one would believe a Fortune 500 CEO was broke. Still, I felt like Zixwan preferred not to stress about cash between us. That mutual respect kept our spark alive, feeling just like the honeymoon phase. You're worried about cash, right? We'll have enough, I smirked. Spending habits. I've gotta make something. Hey, don't look at me. If you're broke, she scoffed. Can easily cut back. I'm not that spoiled, Zixwan fired back. I just smiled and shook my head. And I have an easy way to make cash. An easy way like what? Zixwan asked. You already know. My luck in the futures market, I said. Zixwan blinked, stunned. Wait, wasn't that just luck? Yeah, then. But before I traveled back, I memorized decades of market data. I stopped and tapped my forehead. Serious? Zixwan gasped. Just like the wish you made when you returned. It's all real. Sure, in books and movies, revealing your cheat code is a huge mistake. But when it came to Zixwan, I had zero secrets. Why hide it? Fiction is just scripted drama, but our life is real. So that's your secret, she muttered. My lips are sealed, Zixwan promised with a firm nod. Why's that? I grinned. She offered a sly smile. Anyone else knows they'll copy us and crash the market. Free money is ours to keep. Smart girl, you get it. I nodded. No surprise there. She did build a Fortune 500 company. Our chatter quieted as we reached the graves. fell silent. The air grew heavy, matching the rows of gray tombstones around us. Remember where she is? I whispered. Yeah, over there. Zixuan pointed, nodding at me. From her smug little smile, she was proud of her memory. Go ahead and say hi first. I need a moment with her. I took a breath, pulling Zixuan forward. Sure. Zixuan kept pace. We stopped before the stone engraved with my mom's name, Li Jingfeng. Auntie, we're back, she murmured. Zixuan knelt, setting down a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. I carefully cleared the area, though my dad had already pulled most of the weeds. Finished, I stood back, watching Zixuan talk to my mom. I never got to meet you, but before and after the crash, we'll visit you every single year. Even if he can't make it, don't worry. I'll always look after your son. After all, he is my husband. She paused and looked up. What is it? I asked. Does she know we're getting married? Xuan asked. I smiled softly. I'm sure she does now. She nodded eagerly. Clearing her throat, she said solemnly, Auntie, I'm Zixuan. I'm officially your daughter-in-law. Chapter 247, The Holiday Rush at the Cemetery. Hardly anyone was visiting today. Who wants to ruin a holiday with the depressing graveyard vibe? But October in Lu City was brutal. The weather was rarely nice. The drizzle was quickly turning into a downpour. Hubby, it's really raining now, Zixuan said. Stopped talking to my mom and looked up at me. I nodded, opening an umbrella and stepping closer to cover her. Ready? Almost. Your turn? I nodded. I crouched in front of the gravestone. Let me, Tang Zixuan said, grabbing my umbrella to shield me from the rain. Mom, I'm here. I took a deep breath, staring at the grave. After setting up the wreath, I slowly burned the spirit money, piece by piece, right there. Tang Zixuan watched from the side, looking like he wanted to speak, but stopped. I just kept silently burning the paper money. Once the ashes settled, I stood up. All done? Tang Zixuan asked, looking surprised. Yeah, I said, let's go. I nodded, taking the umbrella back. Oh, Tang Zixuan's mumbled, sticking close to my side as we walked out of the cemetery. But, hubby, why didn't you say anything to her? Tang Zixuan asked. From what I could tell, he wanted to ask earlier but felt it wasn't the right time. I already said everything years ago. Maybe she can see me anyway, I said with a faint smile. I just wanted to visit her. True, Tang Zixuan agreed. Growing up, I always came here with my dad. Any tears for my mom had probably been cried out years ago. We walked down the highway. Tang Zixuan turned to me. Are we going home now? Where else do you want to go? I asked. Find somewhere to escape the rain, Tang Zixuan suggested. Sure, I replied. It was obvious he just wanted an excuse to hang out. Passing a boba shop, I pointed inside. One, yes, please. Tang Zixuan nodded, his eyes lighting up. He never turned down boba. I ordered his favorite flavors like a pro, and we took a seat by the window. You always know what I want, babe, Tang Zixuan beamed, unwrapping his straw. I smirked. Aren't you worried you'll gain weight? Nope, science says not everyone gains weight from sweet drinks, Tang Zixuan argued. I teased, what if this time is different? I laughed. Tang Zixuan shrugged. Doesn't matter, even if I blow up like a tank, you'd never leave me. You a tank? I rolled my eyes. Most people would kill for his physique. When are you heading back to school? Tang Zixuan meant our rented apartment near campus. The 4th, I replied. Oh, then I'll head back on the 4th too, he said. Tang Zixuan nodded. Any plans till then? Just tracking the futures market, I said. I didn't have anything solid lined up. Even though it was National Day break, everyone was grinding for the college entrance exams. I'll study and practice my drawing, he decided. Tang Zixuan had his days planned out. Like our friends, he had to prep for the exams. We stayed at the shop until noon. Then we headed home. The entire holiday was a rainy mess. On the 8th, school reopened and the sun finally appeared. What a joke. Seriously? It clears up right when school starts? I wanted to play basketball. On day 1, Tang Zixuan and I walked into Zhangfan complaining. Did he ask you to play over the break? Tang Zixuan whispered to me. I shook my head. Nope. All right, watch this, Tang Zixuan whispered. He turned to Zhang. Hey, why don't you and Zheng Chen play a game after school today? Wait, why? Zhang Fan blinked. Weren't you just whining about wanting to play? Tang Zixuan teased. No way, I was just venting. We're seniors, who has time for that? Zhang Fan waved his hands frantically. Tang Zixuan glanced at me. We shared a smile. Zhang Fan hadn't changed at all. He pushed himself so hard senior year. Honestly, it was the only reason he managed to scrape into a top-tier university. But while others were panicking, I was totally relaxed. I knew I'd crush the exams without studying. Instead, I focused on staying in touch with Qin Shan and managing my tech company. Qin Shan planned to launch our battery-charging phone case next week. My first big project since taking over innovation tech. We were co-launching it alongside Xiaomi's new phone. It was a decent move, but Xiaomi wouldn't blow up for another 2 years. Right now, they were just a small startup, so they couldn't help us much. Still, given our company's rough history, it was a solid win. Scoring any partnership was a massive step forward. By Friday afternoon, the school bells rang and the crowd started thinning out. Tang Ziswan, Lin Xiahua, and I headed to our prep class. Tang Ziswan nudged me. Babe, we have a test. Guess my score. Test already? I asked. Tang Ziswan nodded. Yeah, the art exams are early next year, 6 months before the academic ones. No time to waste. What are you aiming for? I smiled. Well, it's out of 80 points, so let's go with 80. Tang Zishuan giggled. He was beaming on the way there, but he looked completely miserable walking out. Usually, he'd practically jump into my arms after class. Time he just dragged his feet, head hanging low. Babe, I bombed it, he muttered. Chapter 248, A Tale of Two Scores. What did you get? I asked. 59, Tang Zishuan groaned. What's the passing score? I asked. Peking University needed a 75 last year. Tang Zishuan sighed, looking totally defeated. Short by nearly 20 points, which was a huge blow. Take it easy, I comforted him. You just started. Fides, the real exam is different. Maybe you just didn't get the grading rubric yet. I guess that makes sense, he mumbled. Tang Zishuan nodded slowly. Let's check on Lin Xiahua. She's been at this longer, but it's still her first test too. I nodded, and we headed downstairs to the music room. The door was shut, but we spotted a familiar face waiting outside. Oh, hey, you're here too? Tang Zishuan asked. Are you here to pick up Lin Xiahua? He added, looking at the familiar woman. Lin Xiahua's mom nodded, saying, Isn't the class testing today? I came by after work. How do you think she did? Tang Zishuan asked cautiously. It was obvious she desperately needed a bad comparison to feel better. Out of 100, she has to get 90, right? Lin Xiaohua's mom bragged. Back in my day, I was the top art scorer. With my genes, if Xiaohua cannot even hit her allowance is gone next month. Brutal Tang Zishuan whispered to me. Wait, you are Zhang Chen, right? Xiaohua's mom turned to me. I blinked, then nodded. Are you free to hang out at our place this weekend? Xiaohua's mom invited. Your Uncle Lin wants to see you again. Meet me? I asked, confused. Tang Zishuan can come too, just to hang out. Xiaohua's mom smiled. Sure, Tang Zishuan agreed instantly. From what I knew, she had visited her best friend's house plenty of times. But I shook my head. Busy weekend. Between the phone launch and Auntie Nee's hospital release, I had zero time. I definitely had no free time. Are you busy in the evening too? She asked. The evening? I questioned. Yeah, we have spare rooms. If needed, I can call your parents to let them know, Xiaohua's mom said. Oh. I looked at her, searching her face. From what I could tell, she wanted us there to talk about something pretty important. Probably had to do with investments. Her dad had wanted to talk business before. Hubby, are we going? Tang Zishuan whispered to me. She did not jump to agree this time. The casual invite had turned into a high-pressure pitch, which clearly meant an agenda. Anyone could see she was overthinking. She likely figured they wanted my future secrets. A massive corporate chairman would definitely notice my winning streak on the market. My success caught their eye. Even though they were her friend's parents, I knew she would back me up if things got messy. She waited for my lead on this. Sure, Sunday night? I asked, keeping my guard up. Yeah, Lin Shiran wants to talk. He said any time works. I am just the messenger, Xiaohua's mom joked. Judging by her look, she noticed my defense. Just then, the classroom doors opened, students poured out, and she scanned the crowd. Scanning for Xiaohua. Hubby, guess what Xiaohua scored? Tang Zishuan whispered. No clue, I muttered. But her expression said it all. She crushed it. Just then, I saw Xiaohua walk out, looking the complete opposite of how miserable Tang Zishuan had looked earlier. Xiaohua walked out with her head high, humming a tune. How did it go? Her mom called out, waving her over. Mom, what was the reward score again, 95? Xiaohua asked, sporting a massive grin. From her reaction, her grade was definitely top tier. Yep, 95 gets a prize, her mom nodded. Please, look at who your daughter is. 95 is nothing to me, Xiaohua bragged. Tang Zishuan rolled her eyes. Like mother, like daughter. I nodded. So what did you get? Her mom asked. 99, Xiaohua bragged, letting out a fake sigh. 1 point away from perfect. Such a bummer. Beside her, Tang Zishuan looked devastated. Bummer? Tang Zishuan looked ready to crawl into a hole. If 99 was disappointing, what was her 59 out of 80? Oh, then no prize, her mom snapped back. You couldn't even get a perfect score, so no reward. Xiaohua pouted instantly. Lin Xiaoke, you liar, I am telling Dad. You brat, how dare you call me by my name? Next month's allowance is officially canceled, her mom barked. Xiaohua huffed. Whatever, I will just get cash from Dad. Her mom was not backing down. Let's see who your dad listens to. Xiaohua folded instantly. Okay, Mom, my bad. Watching them argue, Tang Zishuan and I couldn't help but smile. But I noticed a trace of envy in her eyes. Jealous she beat you? I ruffled her hair. Not exactly, she shook her head. Honestly, I just envy them. Them? I asked, completely blank. Yeah. Xiaohua and her mom, she sighed. It clicked immediately, just like last time when she envied Xiaohua and her father. Never experienced that dynamic in our marriage. Chapter 249. Aren't you guys coming? Xiao Shukfa suddenly called back to us. Yeah, let's go. I nodded, walking out with Tang Zishuan behind them. Back at our place, Xiaohua packed up to go home. It seemed her family had weekend dinners. Neither Tang Zixuan nor I was surprised. We used to run a hectic business ourselves. A guy like her dad barely has time for home. Dinners are how they stay close. Walking back with Tang Zixuan, she looked curious. Hubby, should we do family dinners too? Tang Zixuan asked. Why? I replied. Well, what if you and I get too busy later? She nodded. And when we have a baby, we need time together. Not really, I shrugged, completely dismissing the idea. Did you forget what I told you? Oh, I get it, Tang Zixuan smiled. Futures? Yep. I nodded. Trading futures using my secret knowledge meant I never had to grind standard business hours. Hubby, let's make a deal. At our gate, Tang Zixuan looked at me with serious eyes. What's on your mind? I asked calmly. She looked at me longingly. Let's just stick to futures, okay? It might not be crazy wealth, but we'll live well. Why the sudden change? I raised an eyebrow. Because since we got a second chance at life, we should experience all the things we missed out on before. Tang Zixuan looked at me. Say you want to go somewhere, I'll come. Even if we have to travel miles for local food, we leave right then. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, it is, I nodded. Then it's a deal. Judging by his face, Tang Zixuan was terrified I'd back out, and when we have kids, we'll raise them together. Whatever you say, I laughed. From what I could tell, Tang Zixuan was completely shocked by how fast I agreed. What did you expect? I shrugged. Tang Zixuan teased. I figured you'd build some massive business empire like in a drama. I rolled my eyes. Why not just achieve immortality instead? Wait, really? Then we'd live forever. Tang Zixuan looked totally hyped about the idea. Keep dreaming. That stuff isn't real, I said, rolling my eyes. Tang Zixuan just stuck out his tongue and grinned playfully. Look, even after graduation, my time is yours and yours is mine. Fine, I nodded. I'm heading home. See you at Xiaohua's place on Monday. Bye. After saying goodbye to Tang Zixuan, I soon got home. My dad arrived a little later, telling me Aunt Ni was being discharged tomorrow. He'd been handling the paperwork with Ni Yongshuan. Saturday noon. A cold October drizzle was falling as my dad and I headed to the hospital and walked into the ward. We saw Ni Yongshuan tending to Aunt Ni. She was moving much better than the last time I saw her. Hey, Cheng, she greeted me warmly. I nodded back. Hi, Aunt Ni, I'm so sorry to trouble you. This surgery took a lot out of your dad, she sighed. Aunt Ni looked at my dad with deep gratitude. Well, I had nothing else to do, so I came over, my dad muttered, blushing. Aunt Ni, it's only right for him to take care of you, isn't it? I smiled. No, I can't take that for granted, she insisted. She shook her head. I never even asked him to. Your dad is just so warm-hearted. That's why, Aunt Ni, I cut in. That's not what I meant, I chuckled. I mean, with the relationship you two have now, him taking care of you, isn't that just a given? Our relationship? The other three in the room exchanged looks, looking completely embarrassed. Aunt Ni laughed. Cheng, I don't know whether you're just too mature or precocious, but Aunt Ni, is it not the truth? I laughed. Aunt Ni froze, then nodded. Well, that's true, but hearing it from a kid just feels a little weird. Just Cheng. He's young, but he gets it, my dad said. He'd definitely gotten used to my maturity over the past year. Aunt Ni nodded and gave me a thumbs up. Mature kids grow up fast. Aunt Ni, are we checking out now? I asked. Oh, right. Everything is packed. We're good to go, Ni Yongshuan chimed in from the side. He was holding some fruit. My dad suddenly slapped his forehead. Look at my memory. I totally forgot to bring a fruit basket. Brother Zhang, just you being here is enough, Aunt Ni insisted. Aunt Ni needs real rest and nutrition right now, I suggested. Buy a chicken later. Yes, chicken soup is exactly what she needs, my dad agreed quickly. Aunt Ni just laughed. I've already lost count of how many bowls of chicken soup your dad made me. Laughing, the four of us left. Ni Yongchuan stepped aside, letting my dad support Aunt Ni. Watching them together, I secretly thought they looked pretty good. Aunt Ni was incredibly elegant. Though she was around my dad's age, her grace made her look young. They actually looked perfect together. We took a cab to Aunt Ni's place, a modest teacher's apartment. Cheng, let's go buy a chicken to stew, my dad said. My dad helped her to the bedroom, then came out to call me. I smiled. Dad, go stay with Aunt Ni. I'll go grab it. Don't worry. My dad looked hesitant. Is that really okay for you to go alone? Just a chicken. Don't worry about it. Go talk to Aunt Ni, I said, pushing him back. Exactly, Brother Zhang. Go talk to my sister. I can just go with Cheng, Ni Yongshuan chimed in. My dad hesitated, then finally nodded. All right, Cheng, let's ride my bike over, Ni Yongshuan said, grabbing his keys. I nodded, following him downstairs. Hop on, Ni Yongshuan said, patting the back seat of his motorcycle. Frowned. There's only one helmet. Oh, there's another in the back. I barely ever use it. Ni Yongshuan patted the trunk. Better get it out. There are two of us after all, I said calmly. Ni Yongshuan blinked, then nodded, handing me the second helmet. Because of my past accident, I was way more sensitive about road safety than most. Rubbing his nose, Ni Yongshuan looked sheepish. Our first meeting was almost a crash. With him driving, we arrived at the nearby market. Cheng, tell me what you want. I'm cooking today, Ni Yongshuan offered. patted his chest. Whatever is fine. Let's get eggs and fish to help Aunt Nee recover, I said. True, he nodded. We picked up fresh eggs and fish, then headed to the chicken stall where they slaughter them fresh. We have to wait a bit. He had me sit by the stall. I pulled out my phone, and suddenly Tang Zixuan messaged me. Free, he texted. How do you know? I raised an eyebrow. Silly, you're only online if you log into the app, Sean texted back. I stared at the screen, totally forgetting about this feature. What are you up to? She asked. Zixuan sent a question mark. I texted back, hanging with Auntie Nee's family. She gets discharged today. Zixuan asked why I complained about him scrolling. We are making chicken soup, I replied. Uncle Nee and I are buying chicken. Can I come over? Zixuan asked cautiously. I honestly had no idea how to reply to her. Auntie Nee and my dad actually got together. Zixuan would basically be family anyway. But saying yes felt a bit too fast. But saying yes felt way too sudden. What if I just bring some fruit? Zixuan texted, clearly testing the waters. Won't that be weird? I asked, voicing my doubts. Oh, come on, it is totally fine, she replied. Besides, I have thick skin. We already know Yang Xuan. And if Auntie Nee becomes your stepmother, she is technically my stepmother-in-law. I laughed at her logic. Let me ask first. Yay, changing my clothes now, she said. I put my phone down and looked at Yongxuan. What is up, Chen? Yongxuan asked, looking confused. Someone wants to come over, I said. Who? Yongxuan stared at me but paused as if he suddenly realized something. You mean that girl? He asked. It was obvious he was talking about Zixuan, even without saying her name. I nodded. Great, let her come, Yongxuan said. Consider this my treat to officially apologize to you guys. He seemed surprisingly cool and generous about the whole thing. Thanks, sorry for the trouble, I said. No worries, if things work out between you two and my sister and your dad, we will all be family anyway, Yongxuan teased. I laughed. Thanks, Yongxuan, no trouble at all. Just tell her where to meet us. Where? He asked. Right here at the market, I replied. All right, let us wait up for her. Yongxuan nodded. I texted Zixuan to head over, then we sat by a shop. Prepping a fresh chicken takes some time. Chicken was barely ready when Zixuan came jogging through the market. She held a fancy little fruit basket for Auntie Nee. All right, let us head home, Yongxuan said, paying the vendor and grabbing the chicken. We should grab a cab. 3 of us on one scooter is not safe, I said quietly. True. I will just ride back myself, Yongxuan agreed. Yongxuan nodded and rode off. Left alone with Zixuan, I asked her, why did you suddenly decide to come? Can't I just want to see you? Zixuan smirked. There is nothing wrong with hanging out with my boyfriend. Still, it might be a bit sudden for Auntie Nee, I said. Whatever. I told you I have thick skin. Zixuan clearly did not care at all. I just sighed, totally defeated by her logic. Think of it this way, Zixuan said. You know when our friends get married and throw a big banquet, and they only send one invitation? I nodded. But we always go together anyway, right? She reasoned perfectly. So if you go, I go, right? I had to admit her wild logic actually made sense. Today is just to celebrate Auntie Nee. Since he invited you, it is totally fine. I rolled my eyes at her. Her argument was total nonsense, but I knew what she was really doing. She just wanted any excuse to hang out with me. The walk was barely 10 minutes, but as we headed upstairs, Zixuan suddenly stopped and grabbed my sleeve. Wait, babe? I looked at her confused. You said your dad is there, right? Will he get the wrong idea about us? She asked nervously. Relax, I said, rolling my eyes. I already told him I am going to date you. Zixuan beamed instantly. Oh, right. So I am officially visiting as his future daughter-in-law. We reached the apartment. The front door was already unlocked. Inside, Yongxuan waved us in. Is Auntie Nee in there? Zixuan whispered to me. I nodded. We'll go say hi. Zixuan carried the fruit basket inside. Oh, hey, Tang. We have met before, right? Auntie Nee said. She smiled at Zixuan. Yes, at the hospital. I can't believe you remember me, Zixuan said, putting the basket down. Congrats on a successful surgery, Auntie Nee. She thanked Zixuan. But don't be so formal next time. Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. Judging by her tense look, Zixuan wondered if Auntie Nee already knew about us. Doing this in front of my dad felt risky. After all, Yongxuan messed up last time and almost hurt you and Chen, Auntie Nee added. Zixuan finally let out a sigh of relief. That is in the past, Auntie Nee. I am just here to visit. Auntie Nee smiled. Kids nowadays are so much more mature than we were. All right, you chat. Yongxuan and I will make lunch. My dad stood up. Auntie Nee asked, Chen, want to watch TV in the living room? You guys might get bored sitting here. Zixuan quickly shook her head. Not at all. Aren't you a teacher, Auntie Nee? I actually have so many questions I wanted to ask you. Auntie Nee looked curious. Oh? School questions? Not exactly. It is about college entrance exams. I am slightly short of my dream school's score. I need your help analyzing it, Zixuan said. That is not a problem. I have guided several graduating classes, after all, Auntie Nee said. She and Tang Zixuan started chatting in the bedroom. Honestly, it made me feel like a total outsider. But she literally founded a Fortune 500 company. Tang Zixuan was a pro at small talk. They kept talking until my dad called us to eat. It was obvious Auntie Ni had no idea the food was already done. You are so outgoing, Tang Zixuan. Improving your grades is pretty simple. Just ask when you do not understand, Auntie Ni said, slowly standing up. Tang Zixuan and I helped her up. Okay, Auntie, I will just ask Jiang Chen if I have questions, Tang Zixuan said, winking at me. I just rolled my eyes at her. We sat down at the dining table, with Tang Zixuan sitting right next to me. There was nothing weird about us sitting together. But once we started eating, Tang Zixuan subconsciously dropped a piece of fish into my bowl, peeled the meat into my bowl, keeping the rest for herself. I coughed, nudging Tang Zixuan with my elbow. What? She muttered. She looked confused. What is it? I glanced down at my bowl. Tang Zixuan whispered, do not you always eat the outside and I eat the inside? She finally seemed to realize my expression was totally off. When she looked up, 3 adults were staring at us, completely shocked. Tang Zixuan, what is this? My dad asked slowly. Oh, my bad, she blurted out. Duk Jiang Chen for my dad. That is how we eat fish at home, Tang Zixuan lied quickly. Oh, I see. We all exchanged looks. It was a terrible excuse. Tang Zixuan ducked her head, whispering, sorry, hubby. I am used to it, she added. At least pay attention to where we are, I muttered. Doing this in private was fine. It was even fine around classmates. But that was my dad sitting there. Let us keep eating, my dad said, trying to break the awkward silence. My dad did not ask me any more questions. From what I could tell, he knew I was grown up and could handle my own dating life. After lunch, we chatted with Auntie Ni. Tang Zixuan and I stayed quiet. My dad and Auntie Ni mostly talked about her recovery. Why is your dad not talking about their future? Tang Zixuan whispered to me. How should I know? I replied, sighing. Should we help them? Tang Zixuan asked, eager to try. How? I asked, instantly on guard. I knew her tricks were endless. Let us test them out. Watch me, Tang Zixuan whispered. As my dad drank some water, she jumped in. Uncle Jiang Chen told me you are moving in to take care of Auntie Ni? My dad almost choked. Anyone could see he was still pretty embarrassed about his relationship with Auntie Ni, especially in front of us. He swallowed hard, his face turning red. We are still discussing that, my dad stammered. Yeah. At our age, we are just seeing if we are compatible, Auntie Ni added, clearly awkward. Tang Zixuan nodded. I see. That room, Youngshuan's? Tang Zixuan pointed across the hall. Auntie Ni had a standard 2-bedroom place. Youngshuan nodded. Yes, that is my room, but in the future. Youngshuan started, but Tang Zixuan cut him off. Then why did not you bring the blankets over? Not my dad staying to help? The 2 adults looked completely lost. Tang Zixuan whispered to me. They have not even held hands yet, have they? She teased. They just started dating, I muttered. Tang Zixuan nodded. True. I did not mean anything by it, just curious, she told them. My dad and Auntie Ni looked completely helpless. Her explanation made it sound even worse, but her little reminder actually got them thinking. Once her surgery was over, they had to plan their life. Dad, maybe you should be more proactive, I suddenly suggested. My dad froze, sharing an awkward look with Auntie Ni. Judging by their faces, they were totally clueless on what to do next. The room went completely silent. After a long pause, Tang Zixuan spoke up. Uncle, I should head home now. Jiang Chen walk me out? She asked. Sure, go walk her out, my dad said, nodding quickly. Yes, it is not safe for a girl to walk alone, Auntie Ni agreed. I nodded and glanced at Tang Zixuan. I was so confused. See you next time, Tang Zixuan said as she left, with me following close behind. Once we were outside, I asked her why she wanted to leave. Because my test is complete, she giggled. I asked. Did not you see how tense your dad and Auntie Ni were? She said, walking beside me. Of course I did, I nodded. But is it normal for 2 adults to be this awkward? Totally normal, Tang Zixuan said instantly, but that is exactly why we had to get out of there. Why? I asked. They have feelings, but zero intimacy yet, she analyzed, so pushing them will not work. They need time to figure this out on their own. Are you sure about that? I asked, skeptical. 100%. I know exactly how she feels, Tang Zixuan pouted. She was the one who confessed to your dad, after all. Confessing first takes so much courage. Afterward, you need time to figure out the intimacy part. Wow, you are such an expert, I teased. I raised an eyebrow. Duh, I literally had to chase you twice, she huffed, and especially, you and your dad are so alike, Zixuan said. He's too shy to make the first move. Let's let things develop naturally until he finally gets it. Once Aunt Ni gets comfortable, they'll naturally get closer. Hearing that, I nodded slowly, finally getting what Zixuan meant. I was still curious, though. Then why didn't you take time to adjust after your confession? That is completely your fault, Zixuan snapped, instantly annoyed. Juan stopped me in my tracks. I dropped so many hints. I passed you notes, got Xiaohua to invite you to karaoke out to eat. But you just didn't get it. Zixuan let out a heavy sigh, looking completely defeated. Seriously, you almost drove me absolutely insane. How could I wait? If you hadn't pushed me, I wouldn't have threatened you at the hospital to confess. We were young back then, I smiled. Juan scoffed. You're literally the exact same now. I meant my mental age, I argued, trying to defend myself. Honestly, before my rebirth, my high school self was clueless about her feelings. I was completely laser-focused on studying and surviving the college entrance exams. My family's tight budget back then left no room for romance. I don't care, Zixuan said, spinning around. Since you brought it up, you owe me. Zixuan's eyes gleamed as she blocked my path, grinning playfully. I just rolled my eyes at her, knowing exactly what she was up to. So that was her game. Fine, what do you want? 2 milk teas, Zixuan demanded, looking incredibly pleased with herself. And they have to be supersized, she added quickly. Drink them with me before going home. Fine deal, I said, nodding. We hit the boba shop opposite number 1 high school, her favorite spot. After finishing our drinks, we finally headed our separate ways. After walking Zixuan home, I went back to my place near school. Like she said, my dad and Aunt Nee needed some space to bond. Having friends play wingman helps, but having kids like us around would only make them feel awkward. They would totally freeze up. Around 6 in the evening, my dad, Zhang Xinhua, called to invite me over. Chen, dinner is ready. Come eat. No, you guys go ahead, I replied. I am staying at my apartment near the school. You went back? My dad sounded surprised. Yeah, it is senior year. The workload is getting pretty brutal, I told him. Please tell Aunt Nee goodbye for me. I did not get a chance before leaving, I added. All right, Dad agreed. Then he hesitated. So did Zixuan go home too? Yeah, she left earlier this afternoon, I answered calmly. Oh, I see. Chen, Aunt Nee, and I discussed something this afternoon. Dad's voice dropped. Oh? What are you guys planning, Dad? I teased. I grinned. Zixuan's theory was totally right. The second we left, my dad and Aunt Nee were already scheming together. We are planning to look at some new apartments and buy a place together. What do you think? Dad asked tentatively. Paused, then quickly added. But don't worry, Chen. Aunt Nee and I are using our own savings for this. I won't ask you for cash, I laughed. Dad, I wish you would ask me. We are family, after all. A little cash was nothing. My future's trading profits were beyond his wildest dreams. Buying apartments in Liushi was just pocket change to me. But Dad, if you and Aunt Nee are buying a house together, aren't you missing something? I teased. What is it? He asked. Did not get it at first. I laughed. Your marriage certificate, obviously? So, Dad, are you planning to have a wedding? I teased. No way. Not for a second marriage, Dad sputtered. Aunt Nee and I figured. We will just get together for a nice family dinner, Dad added. Yeah, that makes sense, I agreed, nodding. Most people skip big weddings for second marriages. At their age, a flashy ceremony does not really matter anymore. Chen, Dad started. Are you studying right now? He suddenly asked. I thought about it, then replied, no, I am just relaxing. Oh, good. Let's talk about your situation then. Dad sounded tense. Sure, go ahead, Dad, I said, nodding. About you and Zixuan. Aunt Nee thinks you two seem like more than just classmates. Dad stammered, sounding totally awkward. Anyone could see he felt guilty discussing my love life. Dad, I told you, I sighed. We are just friends right now. I had to play it cool to keep my dad from stressing. That is true, Dad said, but we do not really mind. I raised an eyebrow. You see, Aunt Nee is a teacher, Dad explained. She knows crushes are normal at your age. She actually told me not to lecture you even if you two are dating. She thinks you both are good kids and your grades are fine, as long as you, Dad trailed off, sounding embarrassed. From what I could tell, Dad was too embarrassed to finish. As long as what? I prompted. Just don't do anything reckless, he mumbled. Simply put, Dad called to give us his blessing, and I knew exactly what he was actually worried about. I reassured him that Zixuan and I would wait until after graduation. I could hear him let out a massive sigh of relief. My honest answer proved my intentions. On Sunday morning, I took a taxi early to Innovation Tech. Chin Shan had told me our first Harry cases hit the market yesterday. I needed to discuss our next moves. Boss, he called out. Chin Shan rushed over to greet me. I asked if Xiaomi was still Miss Dane's sales channel. Yes, exactly, he confirmed. Chin Shan nodded. You said bundling accessories with a phone brand works best. I smirked, obviously. Yo, Chin Shan, what are the Xiaomi sales looking like so far? He shrugged. We won't know until this afternoon. Fair enough, Chin Shan said. No rush, let's just get back to work. I gave him a nod. Get to it. Hit up my office if anything goes sideways. Chin San nodded and left. I walked back to my desk. I instantly hopped online to search for battery case reviews. Zixuan once told me this tech would absolutely dominate the market. But actual sales depend on the market. Even with Zixuan's hype, success wasn't guaranteed in this era. But looking at the feedback, I couldn't help but laugh. My girl is a Fortune 500 CEO. Business instincts are lethal. The comments for the new Xiaomi bundle were flooded with straight praise for our battery case. Some said no charging cables meant better gaming grip. At first I was confused by that slang, but then it clicked. I laughed. Fruit Ninja is huge right now, so a cord-free grip is a total game changer for these players. The hype just kept building. People were literally buying the phone just to get our case. Even Xiaomi's social pages were blowing up. Everyone loved the case but roasted the phone for overheating. By 4 p.m., things got wild. Qinshan burst in, waving papers. Boss Xiaomi sent the daily sales? Judging by his face, we hit the jackpot. Look at our net profit, Qinshan gasped, showing me the sheet. In just one day, we made 270,000. For a cheap-to-make accessory, that profit is insane. And it's only day one. I know how tech rollouts go. Day one is never the peak. Once word spreads and the real hype kicks in, sales will skyrocket. But we've got an issue to handle first, Qinshan admitted, looking uneasy. What's wrong? I asked. Xiaomi's phones are almost sold out. If this pace keeps up, they can't match our case supply, Qinshan explained. So they asked us to limit our case sales. Wow, hunger marketing already? Their plan was kind of pathetic. I shook my head. Why should their shortage hurt my sales? No way I was agreeing to that. I agree, Qinshan nodded, but if we sour things with Xiaomi, it might tank our future numbers. Who said anything about ruining relations? I'll draft a plan, send it to them. I opened up a new document. I typed out my strategy and printed it. Qinshan read it over and gave me a massive thumbs up. Genius. Just mutual benefit, I laughed. Honestly, my plan was dead simple. Since our case is a hit, Xiaomi should let people buy the case to pre-order the phone. Simple. It drives phone sales and keeps our money flowing, a total win-win. Boss, you're on a different level, Qinshan marveled. I doubted you at first because of your connection to Li Bin, Qinshan admitted, but now don't praise me yet. We don't even know if this works yet, I teased. Just send the proposal over and let's see. Qinshan nodded. By the way, I'm heading out early tonight, I said. Text me the daily sales updates from now on. Blows up, we'll target even bigger phone brands. Got it, Qinshan replied. All right, I'm out, I said. Patted Qinshan on the shoulder and took off. Got home by 6:30. Zixuan texted saying Xiaohua was asking for us. Promised Xiaohua's parents we'd visit tonight. I texted Zixuan, picking you up now, and hailed a cab to her place. I saw a familiar figure at the gate. I told the driver to pull over, rolled down the window, and waved her over. She slid in next to me. Someone's eager, I smirked, telling the driver to hit the gas. Duh. Meeting Xiaohua's parents is massive for you, Zixuan said. In business, networking with heavy hitters is everything. She nodded. I thought you wanted me to stick to futures trading. I smiled. What if you want to build an empire? Xuan pouted. Fine, let's see. Then she looked at me. By the way, hubby, where were you today? You ignored me all afternoon, she asked, curious. Just had some business. I muttered vaguely. Oh, and what about yesterday? Zixuan pressed. What about it? I asked. Your dad, she blurted out. I bet you told him we're dating after graduation. I went to Aunt Nee's with you and definitely brought it up. I nodded. Yeah, he did. So what does he think of me? Zixuan asked nervously. Smiled, messing up Zixuan's hair. He said dating is fine, as long as our grades don't tank. That's it? She gasped. Yeah, and we shouldn't cross any lines, I laughed. Juan giggled, winking at me. Is there anything we haven't done? Feels like we've checked every box. I just shrugged. So your dad basically approved, Zixuan squealed, grabbing my arm. 20 minutes later, we pulled up to Xiaohua's place. We pulled up to a luxury villa community. This place screamed money. Getting out of the car, I asked Zixuan, do you actually remember the way? Of course. It's my bestie's place. I've been here a million times. Zixuan nodded, then turned to me. By the way, babe, are you nervous? Why would I be nervous? I replied, keeping my cool. She reminded me that Xiaohua's dad is the chairman of Lingxia Group. Juan sighed. I shrugged. Even if we talk business, we can just make our money trading futures. His massive empire has nothing to do with us. Fair point. I just figured since you're building a startup, you'd die to meet a business tycoon. Zixuan stuck her tongue out playfully. Let's just treat it like visiting a classmate. Zixuan led me inside, wearing a gorgeous dress I hadn't even got to touch yet. I walked in with her. The houses here were spaced incredibly far apart. Apparently, the more privacy you get here, the higher the price tag. Rich families pay big bucks to keep people out of their business. Zixuan stepped up to the massive iron gate and rang the buzzer. Suddenly, a massive dog bounded out of the garden, barking wildly. It was a black and white Alaskan Malamute that looked like a giant husky. I recalled my friend mentioning this beast. He's terrifying, Zixuan gasped, backing away. I always wait for Xiaohua to hold him back before I go in. Juan stuck her tongue out at me. I didn't budge. I have never been scared of dogs, especially a giant pampered house pet. Go play, Conch! The front door swung open. Lin Xiao stepped out in slippers to welcome us, holding a heavy-duty dog leash in her hand. From what I could tell, Conch was the dog's name. Jiang Sheng, hang on, let me get the gate. Xiaohua called out, clipping the leash. Come on in! Xiaohua opened the gate. Zixuan hid behind me, eyeing the dog warily. Xiaohua, your dog is still so terrifying. No way, Conch is just being friendly, Xiaohua argued. He's already 8 years old. It's rare for big dogs to live this long, you know. Exactly. Malamutes are actually total sweethearts. I smiled, scratching Conch behind the ears. He immediately leaned into my hand, panting happily. Really is. Judging by her face, Zixuan wanted to pet him. Go ahead, Zixuan, give it a shot, I said. Been here so many times. Conch definitely knows you by now, Xiaohua laughed. Zixuan swallowed hard. Okay, let me try then. Juan stepped out from behind me. Xiaohua gave the leash some slack. Nodding, Zixuan slowly reached out a trembling hand toward the giant dog. But the second her fingers touched his head, the dog dove straight under her skirt. Xiaohua! Xiaohua! Zixuan froze, completely terrified. Screamed for her bestie. Conch, get back here. Are you acting up again? Xiaohua yelled, desperately pulling the leash back. Conch slumped next to Xiaohua, giving her major puppy dog eyes. Try petting him now, Xiaohua said, gripping the leash tight. This time, Zixuan successfully pet him. Conch gently nuzzled her hand. Anyone could see he was a bit grumpy about being held back, though. You're actually pretty sweet, but you scared the life out of me earlier. You little pervert dog, Zixuan grumbled, mock glaring at him. I wore this dress for my husband, and you got under it first. Zixuan huffed. Xiaohua gasped. Wait, Zhangcheng touches your skirts often? Xiaohua's jaw dropped. Zixuan's face flushed. Oh, wait, I was just kidding. Do not take that seriously. I was just complaining about the dog diving under my dress. Zixuan quickly backpedaled. Xiaohua nodded. Oh, got it. Actually, he inherited that nasty habit from his parents, Xiaohua explained. His parents? Asked. Yeah, my folks had a dog before I was born. Another Malamute named Conch. That's why he's Little Conch. Xiaohua smiled, giving the giant dog another affectionate rub. I nodded slowly. I remembered from my past life. Xiaohua once told me she had a dog that basically grew up with her. Who knew the dog's dad was also theirs? Babe, should we get a pet too? Zixuan whispered. I raised an eyebrow. A dog? On second thought, never mind, I'm too chicken. She instantly backed down. I turned to Xiaohua. So why did your parents invite us over? Oh, right! I almost forgot the actual reason. Xiaohua gasped, smacking her forehead. Juan and I exchanged a look, our eyes locked on Xiaohua. My dad mentioned it earlier. He originally wanted to just hang out. But now, it seems he wants to talk to you alone. Xiaohua looked directly at me. Talk to me, I muttered. I narrowed my eyes. Xiaohua nodded. Babe, Zixuan whispered. Do you think her dad noticed your talent in futures trading because of his background? Probably not, I said, shaking my head. If what Xiaohua said was true, his angle was different. His wanting to talk is likely about the new phone launch. The smartphone market is a critical sector for their massive conglomerate, after all. All right, let's go see what he wants. I nodded. My dad doesn't even know you're here yet. Come in, Xiaohua said, shooing Conch away. She led us inside. The entryway opened into a massive empty foyer. Dad, Zhangcheng and Zixuan are here, Xiaohua called out. After her shout, a man stepped out of a nearby study. I recognized him instantly. It was Xiaohua's father, the chairman himself. He was carrying a plate in his hands. Come in, he boomed warmly. Have some fruit. Lin Jiren set down a platter of freshly sliced melon. Sorry for calling you guys out so late. Hope I didn't wake you. He offered us a warm smile. Not at all, I replied, shrugging. Zixuan kept scanning the room, looking for something. It was obvious that she was looking for Xiaohua's mother. Her mom is in Kyoto for a conference, Lin Xiran explained, reading Zixuan perfectly. Lin Jiahua nodded next to us. Yeah, my mom left this morning asked, so, Uncle Lin, why did you actually call us over? You're Xiaohua's classmates, so I just wanted a casual chat, Uncle Lin said with a calm smile, placing a fruit plate on the coffee table. He naturally pulled out his phone. Right then, my gaze instantly locked onto Uncle Lin's device. The college entrance exams are next semester, and Xiaohua's grades are struggling. I wanted her to study with you guys, Uncle Lin explained with a smile. Study with us? Zixuan asked, sounding confused. I get why she'd study with Zhang Chen, but why me? My grades ranked first in the whole school, but Zixuan barely passed. Uncle Lin smiled. I heard your grades were terrible when you first transferred here. So I want Xiaohua to learn from your comeback experience, Uncle Lin said, handing us some sliced dragon fruit. Oh, so that's why, Zixuan replied. Zixuan nodded slowly. From what I could tell, she didn't find it weird at all. It's totally normal for a parent to worry about grades, especially with the big exam coming up. What surprised me, though, was seeing this powerful CEO just hanging out, eating fruit with us. He kept talking about school. Xiaohua looked like she had a headache, complaining to her dad about wanting to sleep. Weekend studying was just exhausting. I barely joined in. My focus was entirely on his phone case. It was the battery charging case my company, Innovation Tech, had launched yesterday. By the way, Zixuan, I heard you aren't feeling very confident about the upcoming art exam, Uncle Lin suddenly asked her. Yeah, that's true, Zixuan admitted with a nod. I only recently started drawing. That's definitely part of the reason. But there's another factor, Uncle Lin said. Testing your art skills is very different from daily practice. Xiaohua's mom once told me about her vocal exams. When she practiced singing, she could slack off on music theory. But on the actual exam, theory carried a massive chunk of the grade. That makes total sense, Zixuan said. It was obvious she got it. No matter the art subject, the exam rules were probably identical. Exactly. Xiahua, why don't you and Zixuan head up to your room? You can share some exam tips with her. Uncle Lin turned to Xiahua. Sure, Zixuan, let's head upstairs, Xiahua said, pointing up toward the second floor. Swan jumped up immediately. Judging by her past scores, her dream school was miles away, so any exam hacks from Xiahua would be a massive win. Hey, aren't you coming? Zixuan asked, stopping at the stairs and looking back at me as I sat on the couch with Uncle Lin. A girl's bedroom? Probably not appropriate, I smiled. Fair point, Zixuan agreed. Let's go up, Zixuan said. The two girls walked upstairs. Once they left, I turned back to Uncle Lin. I looked at Uncle Lin. So, what did you want to discuss in private? It was obvious he sent them away on purpose. I wasn't going to send them away, Uncle Lin chuckled, waving his phone. But I noticed your girlfriend, Zixuan, didn't react to this at all. So I sent them upstairs. I played dumb. How was she supposed to react? Well, Uncle Lin said your company made a wildly popular phone case. She should know about it. But since she doesn't, Uncle Lin said, sliding the case off and smiling warmly at me, it means you didn't tell her. If you kept it a secret, I wasn't about to spoil it for you. I smiled. I'd expect nothing less from you, Uncle Lin. Genuinely admired him. My edge came from being reborn, but this business tycoon got his sharp eye from pure real-world grinding. Catches every tiny detail in life and work. I asked him calmly, by the way, Uncle Lin, what brought this on? Xiawas said you just wanted to hang out, but now you want to talk to me alone. Uncle Lin nodded, confirming my suspicion. Then, he admitted it was because of the phone case. Honestly, since you're a talented investor, I originally wanted to recruit you into my investment firm. You could have really helped my group. And now? I asked, narrowing my eyes at him. Uncle Lin chuckled. Now? I've given up on that plan. Your company launched a massive hit, which tells me you have no interest in working for someone else. You want to build your own empire, right? Not exactly. I shrugged. But I definitely have no plans to join another corporation. My answer stunned him. We're done with the casual chat, Uncle Lin. What did you want to discuss in private? I asked again. Didn't you mention wanting an investment firm to back you? Uncle Lin smiled. I can make that happen if your battery case partners with our phones. Wouldn't that be a win-win deal for both of us? I smiled. Absolutely. Let's talk details, Uncle Lin. I smiled. My startup needed a phone giant bigger than Xiaomi to partner with. Since Lingxia Group wanted in, I wasn't about to say no. Meanwhile, upstairs in the bedroom, Xiahua whispered to Zixuan. Zixuan, what do you think my dad really wanted to talk to Zhang Chen about? It was clear they both realized they'd been sent away on purpose. Probably business stuff, Zixuan said casually. Business? Xiahua stared in surprise. He's still in high school. Anyone could see she couldn't fathom someone our age running a real business. I don't know, but he seems to have plans, Zixuan replied. She couldn't exactly explain my rebirth to her friend. Fine, but how far have you and Zhangchen actually gone? Xiahua asked, sounding please. How far? Zixuan repeated, confused. Yeah, I heard relationships have 3 main stages, Xiahua explained like an expert. First base is just holding hands. Second base is sharing your first kiss, and finally you hit a home run. I didn't remember my bestie ever saying anything like that. But then Lin Xiaohua grabbed my arm looking totally curious and begged me. Come on, Zaishuan, share some details. You and Zhang Chen are super close. I bet you've already hit second base, right? Yeah, we did. I thought about it and decided to be honest with my bestie. After all, Lin Xiaohua and I were too close to hide things. She'd never run and tell a teacher. So what about third base? Lin Xiaohua pressed, practically vibrating with excitement. Isn't third base a home run? I asked, completely confused. You never explained what a home run even means. Wait, you seriously don't know? I literally just told you. Lin Xiaohua stared at me, shocked, but I shot back. You didn't explain what actually goes down. I guess she had a point. Honestly, when it came to stuff like this, Lin Xiaohua looked like she didn't quite know how to put it. Maybe she felt being too blunt wasn't very ladylike. Just look at this, Lin Xiaohua said, booting up her computer. What are you showing me? I leaned in out of curiosity. Lin Xiaohua clicked around, opening a file labeled College Prep Math. Inside was just a bunch of random links. Studying math? I asked. Totally lost. What does that have to do with a home run? Of course it's not math. Just to fool my mom. Lin Xiaohua muttered, copying a link into her browser. The second she clicked it open, loud moaning blasted from the speakers. Lin Xiaohua scrambled to hit mute, then threw open her bedroom door and started loudly fake vocalizing. Zaishuan, that's just my vocal warm-ups, she yelled. Meanwhile, she gave me a frantic look, gesturing wildly. She wanted me to check her dad's reaction downstairs. I peeked down. Zhang Chen and Lin Jiren were both staring up. Their faces were totally unreadable. Oh, thank God, Lin Xiaohua sighed. But when she peeked downstairs herself, she locked eyes straight with her dad. Hey, Dad, just talking with Zaishuan. Lin Xiaohua called out, trying to act casual. Lin Shiran just waved us off. Lin Xiaohua dragged me back inside. Oh my God, almost got busted, she panted, clutching her chest. Then she turned to me. So, now you get what third base means, right? Yeah, I get it, I muttered, completely speechless. You and Zhang Fan are literally made for each other. Last time someone blasted audio like that, it was Zhang Fan at the school dorms. I'm not like him. I'm just curious, not a pervert. Lin Xiaohua snapped. Oh, so Zhang Fan can't be curious too? I teased, laughing. I guess that makes sense, she muttered. Lin Xiaohua rolled her eyes. Whatever. Seriously, how far have you and Zhang Chen actually gone? She was still dying to know. Thought about it. Would you believe me if I said home run? Lin Xiaohua gasped, her eyes practically popping out. No way, Zai Xuan. You've gone bad. I quickly cut her off. I'm joking. We definitely haven't done that yet. Lin Xiaohua let out a massive sigh of relief. But judging by her face, she actually looked a bit disappointed. Of course it's true, I nodded. We really hadn't gone all the way yet. But now I don't know who to ask, Lin Xiaohua sighed, looking conflicted. Ask what? I was genuinely curious. Like, what does a home run actually feel like? The girl in that video sounded like she was dying. Does it really hurt that much? First time? Probably, I nodded. Wait, so it only hurts the first time? Lin Xiaohua pressed for details. Depends on the person. Usually it only hurts a tiny bit at first. You get used to it. I shared my wisdom with her. Used to what? She asked, eyes wide. Just being that close to someone. If you really love them, a little pain doesn't matter. You feel their warmth, their scent. It's like, no matter what happens, I'll always be there for you, I said, drifting off into my memories. It's totally normal for a teenage girl to wonder about this stuff. We all get curious about those adult sites at our age. Oh, I get it, Lin Xiaohua nodded. Then she frowned. Wait, hold on. Zeishuan, how do you know all this? You sound like an expert. She squinted at me, looking highly suspicious. What's so weird about that? I laughed, patting her shoulder. I'm basically an expert. I know everything. But you haven't with Zhang Chen. Did you do it with someone else? Lin Xiaohua gasped. Xiaohua, stop talking crazy, I yelled. There's nobody else. I glared at her, tackling her onto the bed. Some things are too serious to joke about. But you can't just make things up like that. We ended up play fighting on the bed for a while, completely messing around. By 9:30 p.m., Lin Xiaohua whispered to me, Do you think my dad and Zhang Chen are done talking yet? No clue, I replied. I shook my head. If they were negotiating business like I suspected, there was no telling. A fast deal takes a minute. Just sign and go. But slow ones can drag on for days. Then my phone buzzed. Shh, my mom's calling. I cleared my throat and answered. Hey, Mom. Oh, so you remember you have a mom? It's late. When are you coming home? My mom sounded super annoyed. Honestly, I don't know yet, I mumbled. What do you mean you don't know? She demanded. I quickly scrambled for an excuse. I'm at the bookstore. Zhang Chen is helping me find study guides. Want me to put him on? Bookstore? No. Don't disturb him if he's helping you. Just make sure you thank him properly. Since I was studying, my mom backed off. Okay, talk later. I hung up fast. What if she'd actually asked to speak to him? Bolted downstairs, the noise would definitely blow our cover. Just then, a knock rattled the door. Curiously, Lin Xiaohua went over and opened it. Are you done chatting with my dad? Xiaohua asked me. Yeah, I replied. We're done. Turning my gaze to Zixuan. Time to head home. Oh, all right, she said. Juan scrambled off Xiaohua's bed. I gestured toward the messy sheets. What were you guys doing? Hey, don't ask about girl stuff, she snapped back. Getting late. Let's go home. Come on. Zixuan pushed me out of the room, shouting a quick goodbye to Xiaohua without even turning around. Want a ride? Xiaohua's dad politely offered as we reached the stairs. No, we're good. Zixuan quickly waved him off. We might hang out a bit longer, Uncle, she refused. Why ruin our private night walk by cramming into her best friend's dad's car? All right. You two seem close, her dad said with a knowing smile. Zixuan stared in surprise. Nothing to be shocked about, he chuckled. Ben. Her mom and I were high school sweethearts too, Lin Jiran shrugged. At home, he never acted like some high and mighty corporate chairman. We'll take our leave then, I nodded. Drop by anytime, he replied. With that, we walked out of Xiaowa's house. Juan immediately clung to my arm. Hubby, what did you tell her, Dad? Was it about business? Just some company stuff, I muttered vaguely. Company? She blinked, confused. But you don't even own one. I hadn't told her about my new tech startup yet. But I wasn't talking about my tech firm. Didn't you ask me to look into an investment firm through Xiaohua's family? I asked. Yeah, she nodded. Then she gasped. You mean her dad actually found one? Yeah, I shrugged. But we can't take it over just yet. Why not? She asked. Because even though they haven't filed for bankruptcy yet, they are drowning in massive debt. Once that's cleared, we can buy it dirt cheap, I said. I wasn't about to play the fool. I don't just bail out every failing business. I'm no savior. The only reason I acquired Innovation Tech because of Qin Shan's brilliant R&D team. This deal with Xiaohua's dad got me the investment firm in exchange for a 3-year exclusive phone case patent. It sounded like I got the sweet end of the deal. Licensing was licensing, and my tech startup would still collect heavy royalty fees. But honestly, Lin Group won big. The math was simple. Charging phone cases were an absolute sensation in this market. They even boosted Xiaomi's sales. If one brand monopolized them, customers would have to buy Lin Group's phones to get that tech. Yeah, they definitely came out slightly ahead. I see. Still, I wish we could take over right now, Ziswan mused. Why's that, I asked. Because then we'd actually have some real startup capital. Hubby, come over here. She waved me over. I stopped and leaned in close. With an investment firm, we can be totally hands-off bosses, she whispered. Feed your futures market intel to the staff. Who cares if we manage them? She grinned. And if they leak it, I asked. I rolled my eyes. She was dreaming. Not a chance, she replied confidently. I'll manage the staff for you and make them sign solid NDAs. No one would dare leak a thing. Look at you, being a pro, I teased. She pouted. Duh! You might be a genius at school, but when it comes to business, you've got to rely on your wife. Guess I'll be counting on you then, I laughed. You better, she puffed out her chest proudly. But investments are for later. Know what we need to do right now? I asked. Buy me boba before we go home, I'm thirsty. She held out her hand, zero hesitation. Deal, I agreed instantly. Not what I meant. What then? She blinked, studying, I said. Specifically, your grades. Zixwan let out a dramatic groan. Hubby, don't. I'm still stressing over that 59. New week, same old classes. But the second we met at the gate, Zixwan dragged me into a quiet corner. Hubby, we have a serious situation. Why are you being so dramatic? I asked. Look at this, she said. She shoved her phone in my face. Xiaomi's new phone surged by 200,000 units, all thanks to that battery case. Weren't you looking for Qin Shan? Got any thoughts? She asked. You think Qin Shan launched his project early? I asked. Exactly, she nodded. She pocketed her phone. Sure, the market wasn't ready back then. But now, mobile accessories are blowing up. It'll be a massive hit, she said confidently. Since she practically lived and breathed tech startups, her instincts were spot on. When it came to untested tech, she knew her stuff. Well, guess he won't be begging us for help anymore, I smiled. I kept quiet about my company. If only we'd locked down his project sooner, she groaned. Then she perked up. Wait, let me think who else had great tech we could launch right now. Let's go track them down. I rolled my eyes. Just stay right here. Wait, she blinked. She looked confused but stayed put. I crossed the street, bought some boba, and handed it to her. What's this for? She asked. Didn't we promise you'd never have to worry about making money? I asked her seriously. Just enjoy your life. I've got the finances covered. The money making to you, hubby? Ziswan shrugged. Fine. It's not like your new venture capital firm actually needs my help anyway. My info won't help much, she added. I laughed. Exactly. Just have fun. Remember who used to FaceTime me at midnight crying about overtime? You wanted to be a lazy cat on my couch, I teased. Zixwan stuck her tongue out. Guilty. Now stop talking and buy me milk tea. Tech cases are your problem, not mine. She jammed her straw in, took a giant sip, and instantly made a weird face, letting go. What's wrong? I asked. She handed it over. Taste it. Is it not sweet enough? I took a sip. Tasted exactly the same to me. Tastes normal to me, I said. Zixwan took another sip, suddenly grinning. It is now. Bleeder because you touched it, she smirked. By Monday, Xiaomi was everywhere. By Tuesday, Lingxia Group bought our exclusive tech rights for 3 years. Penalty fee was pocket change. When Xiaomi first signed with me, they didn't care about a simple phone accessory. They only cared about phones. Who knew a basic case would skyrocket their phone sales? Lingxia swooped in, paid the tiny fine, and locked down our exclusive rights. Other tech giants would have complained online, but Lingxia is a beast. Even if rivals hated it, they had to shut up and take it. Swallowed their pride. Everyone needed Lingxia's business connections to survive. But their aggressive monopoly move didn't go unnoticed. Zixwan called them out immediately, saying all successful capitalists love monopolies. Still, this deal finally put my tech startup on the map. Steady cash flow, my next projects were secure. But as senior year dragged on, Zixwan and I faced a completely different battle. Things got intense. Since Zixwan and Xiahua wanted art points for the college entrance exam, this semester was their make-or-break sprint before auditions. Clock was ticking. On the last Friday of 2011, Zixwan didn't pack up after our late-night study session. She just sat there. Face flat on her desk, she sighed. Hubby, honestly, do you think I can even get into Peking University? She looked so defeated. Don't force it. Just do your best, she groaned. Easy for you to say. How am I supposed to go to college with you if I don't grind? That was her real fear. Then Lu Ziyang popped over. Hey, our grades are close. We'll probably end up at the same school. Zixwan glared at him. And why do you care? Ziyang stood there speechless. Not his first time getting shut down by her. I patted her shoulder. Breathe. Relax a little. I almost told her about my startup's massive success to ease her mind, but she suddenly sat up straight like a rocket. Fine, let's go home and celebrate Christmas Eve right now. Yeah, she didn't need my comforting. We quickly packed and left. Wait, did you say at home? I asked. Zixwan nodded. Usually we'd just grab dinner somewhere outside for Christmas Eve. I was confused, but she just smirked. That was when we were busy. Now I have a plan. All right, what's the plan? I laughed. Zixuan just winked. Secret, you'll see. We walked back to our apartment near school. With finals coming, almost every senior had moved into this complex. People used to go home on weekends, but not anymore. Nobody dared to slack off now. Countdown on the board was a daily reality check. Homework piled up, and they even canceled our monthly tests starting in December. We finished the entire curriculum early. Now it was pure test prep. Our teacher said if we don't memorize the answers, we're doing it wrong. That's when you know you're ready, they'd say. As we reached our building, Zhang Fan caught up. Hey Zhang, Ziswan. Why the rush? Don't tell me you guys are actually celebrating tonight? Ziswan nodded instantly. Duh. Seriously? I get why Zhang doesn't study, but you Zhang Fan trailed off. Zixuan snapped. What about me? Let me tell you. Even without studying, Peking University is mine. Judging by her smug face, she completely forgot she was just crying on her desk 5 minutes ago. Zhang Fan backed off. Zixuan smirked at him. So did you get Xiaohua a Christmas gift yet? Actually, I did, Zhang Fan blushed. Zixuan leaned in, suddenly invested. Ooh, what is it? Just some headphones. Cost me 2 months of allowance. From his pained look, I could tell it really hurt his wallet. Aw, she loves singing, she'll love it, Zixuan approved. Zhang Fan turned to her. So what about you guys? Did you get Zhang anything? Or did he buy you a gift? I looked at him, amused. I need notes. You two are the goal, Zhang Fan said, pulling out a notepad. It was clear he was taking this seriously. Don't do gifts, I said, shaking my head. Zhang Fan looked up, completely baffled. Exactly. We're basically an old married couple. No need for that stuff, Zixuan agreed, nodding along. Zhang Fan choked on his words. This wasn't the relationship advice he was looking for. You guys are brutal. He gave us a thumbs up before heading upstairs. Zixuan and I shared a laugh. Hey, hubby, she said. Do you actually want anything? Zixuan asked. What about you? I countered. Nah, I'm good. Honestly, there's nothing left to buy. You already got me flowers, an easel, and that DSLR camera. Giving the same gift twice is just tacky, Tang Zishuan argued, totally convinced. I nodded. True, you have already given me a ton of books. Well, back in high school, I realized you loved reading, Tang Zishuan explained. But wait, did you say you had plans tonight? Of course, I replied. Tang Zishuan gave me a mysterious wink. Come next door in an hour, she said, pointing to her apartment. She unlocked the door and slipped inside. All right, I muttered, nodding as I headed into my own place. Once inside, I grabbed Tang Zishuan's notebook and sat on my balcony. Honestly, we did not really need to exchange physical gifts anymore. Still, maybe there was something Tang Zishuan secretly wanted. I flipped the pages, only to find she had mostly listed things she wanted us to do together. She was already a super successful businesswoman, so buying stuff was pointless. Flowers or cake felt way too basic. But doing things together? We could definitely start knocking some of these off the list. Suddenly, a weird smell caught my attention. I stood up and looked around. Something was burning next door. I quickly checked her notebook again and immediately realized why she wanted an hour. She had never cooked before. 1 hour? Not even close, I thought. I grabbed my keys, headed next door, and knocked loudly on Tang Zishuan's door. Instantly, her rushed footsteps approached. Coming, coming, Tang Zishuan called out as the door swung open. She was coughing from the smoke. Babe, what are you doing here already? Tang Zishuan gasped, looking completely shocked to see me. I told you to come in an hour, Tang Zishuan protested. Well, I smelled something burning, I replied, giving her a dry look. Silence. Did you forget to put water in the pot, I asked? Tang Zishuan blinked. Wait, you're supposed to add water? She looked completely clueless. I facepalmed. Duh, obviously. Wait, Tang Zishuan's face fell. How did you even know what I was doing? Her face flushed red. Anyone standing on my balcony could smell what you're doing, babe, I joked. Tried to hold back a laugh. So you came over just to mock me? Tang Zishuan pouted. I just smiled. Not at all, my wife has never cooked, so I came to help. I slipped past her into the apartment before she could even react. Where is Xiaohua? I asked, looking around. I could not see her roommate anywhere. Her dad had a business dinner with some client, so he took her along for Christmas, Tang Zishuan explained. She shut the door and walked over. It was obvious she had planned this because she knew Xiaohua would be out. So your big surprise is cooking dinner? I peeked into the kitchen. Duh, Tang Zishuan smirked. I'm going to prove that your wife can handle the kitchen, too. Right, you already nailed everything else. Now you want a new challenge? Challenge, huh? I looked down. The trash can held a pitch-black, gooey mess. If I had to guess, that was the source of the burning smell. That was just an accident. Tang Zishuan squeaked, looking up at the ceiling, playing dumb. Let me help. I rolled up my sleeves. No, stop. Tang Zishuan panicked, blocking my path. I have to cook this dinner for you. Why? I asked, confused. Remember my old wish list notebook? She countered. I nodded. Well, since we got a second chance at life, we have to try the things we missed out on last time. So I wanted to make you a candlelight dinner. It does not count if you help, but your wish list said more than just that. I raised an eyebrow. The printed copy of her notebook was literally in my drawer next door. Like what? She asked, puzzled. I bet your very next thought was cooking the dinner together. I laughed, grabbing the vegetables and turning on the faucet. Actually, yeah. Tang Zeishuan hurried over to my side. Hurry up and wash those veggies. Chef Tang is about to show off. I almost dropped the veggies. Judging by that disaster in the trash, letting her cook alone would turn our romantic dinner into a toxic waste zone. Babe, are you judging my cooking? She asked as if reading my mind. No way, I lied, shaking my head. Liar, Tang Zeishuan huffed. You literally just said we would cook together. How about you wash and I cook? I thought about it. If we did it that way, it still counted as cooking together. Fine with me. As long as we make it together, she agreed, swapping places with me. So Tong Zai-Xuan prepped the ingredients while I handled the stove. With our duties split, we actually felt like a married couple. I had actually waited an hour, we would be starving, I teased. Tong Zai-Xuan pouted. It is only 4 dishes. 1 hour is plenty. Look, stir-fried beef stew, cabbage tofu soup, and boiled fish. 2 massive main dishes. No way you can finish that in an hour, I said, amused. Well, I do not have experience, she grumbled. Stuck her tongue out. She had never cooked before. Not because she did not want to, but because she was always too busy. There was just never any time. Hey babe, there are some leftover potatoes from the stew. Want me to fry them up? She smiled warmly. Sure, chop them up. I will fry them once I plate the fish, I replied, nodding. That is not what I meant, babe, she whispered. I was confused. Then what? Tong Zai-Xuan looked eager to try something. How about I cook? I asked, eyeing her with absolute doubt. Zixuan nodded like a hyper kid. Potatoes are easy. They cook fast anyway. Even if they burn, it's super obvious. Fine, go for it, I said, plating the boiled fish and stepping aside to give Zixuan my spot. I'll take these dishes out first, I said, pointing to the counter. Go, go! The kitchen is my kingdom now, she replied. From what I could tell, Zixuan was bursting with unearned confidence as she patted her chest. I just shrugged and carried the food out. I set everything on our tiny table, but the second I headed back to the kitchen door, Zixuan blocked my way. Babe, she commanded. Go sit down and wait for me, Zixuan demanded, dead serious. Why, I asked. Her eyes gleamed with mischief as she answered. Have you ever just sat here after a brutal day waiting for your girl to serve you? I paused, then smirked. Fine, I'll play along. One beamed. I know you made everything else, but this last dish counts as mine. I just nodded, letting her have her moment. I sat back down and checked my phone. People online were raving about our battery phone cases. Overall, the reviews were solid. Mobile gaming was finally blowing up, so the timing was perfect. 10 minutes later, Zixuan marched out with her stir-fried potatoes. Well? She asked, putting the plate down and hovering over me. I raised an eyebrow. It actually didn't look half bad. Stared at the plate. Zixuan had carved every single potato into little hearts. Honestly, for a candlelight dinner, it was pretty sweet. Take a bite, she urged, dropping a potato into my bowl. I nodded and popped the little heart right into my mouth. Second I tasted it, my brain screamed to spit it out. Swallow it, Zixuan glared, so I painfully chewed and forced it down. Face, she grumbled. I broke a sweat. Babe, I think I need to explain a basic rule of cooking. You actually have to use salt. Judging by her blank stare, she'd completely forgotten this basic rule of cooking. But she quickly found an excuse. Other food needs salt, but heart potatoes don't, because our love is already sweet enough. Chapter 262, Romantic Dinner. Zixuan was a pro at making excuses, but I was even better at dealing with them. How about you try one then? I said, dropping a potato into her bowl. Zixuan flinched. Actually, maybe a little salt wouldn't hurt. Since we're 18 again, we have way too much to talk about. She reached for the plate, but I stopped her. Just sit. I'll go fix this in the kitchen. I grabbed the plate. From what I could see, her eyes were already plotting something else. She didn't argue this time. Honestly, fixing a messed up dish is harder than starting fresh. First, I needed water to keep it from sticking. Next came the spices to balance the flavor. But as I poured the water, a loud clattering noise echoed from the living room. What was she up to now? I glanced back and saw her digging through her backpack. Whatever, as long as she stayed out of the kitchen. But we're technically adults anyway. I let it go and focused on saving these poor saltless potatoes. A few minutes later, the dish was saved and plated. But the moment I stepped out of the kitchen, snap! Juan had killed the living room lights. Only a soft glow remained. Babe, look, I picked these out myself, she beamed. She was sitting at the table, her face resting in her hands as she smiled up at me. 3 candles sat on the table next to a bottle of cheap red wine. It actually looked like a legit romantic date night. Not bad. You actually came through with the mood, I said, putting the food down and sitting across from her. Duh, she replied. Way better than some overpriced restaurant, she boasted. I used to be too obsessed with business to care about stuff like this. And now? I asked. Zixuan didn't hesitate. Now is different, babe. Now we have all the time in the world. Not a bad Christmas Eve, I smiled. She nodded eagerly. Let's eat. I want the fish first, but she didn't actually move. She didn't even pick up her chopsticks. I knew exactly what she wanted. Hold your bowl closer before you drip oil everywhere. I served her the fish head. She held out her bowl, but as soon as I dropped it in, she stared at it, looking totally confused. Babe, wait a minute, she said, looking up. What's wrong, I asked. She tilted her head. Remember before? You always made me eat the fish head for brain power because of my business. But aren't you the businessman now? Same logic. Aren't you trying to get into Peking University? I said calmly. Zixuan slowly nodded. Oh, right. Guess the fish head is mine. We clinked our glasses, sipping wine and enjoying our quiet little feast. We toasted to the last holiday of 2011. By 11, the food was gone, and Zixuan's face was flushed from the wine. She dragged her chair right next to mine, leaning her head on my shoulder. Babe, she whispered, you told me something once. You read my phone memos, right? I nodded. She sighed. Then do you know what my biggest regret in there actually was? What was it? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. There are two of them, she said softly. Schwan bit her lip and nodded seriously. The first one was to travel the world with you, to leave our footprints in every corner of the world. And the second one? I asked. The second one, she smiled. Swan looked up at me, eyes sparkling. I can't do this alone, she murmured. This second attempt is all on you. Make it count on the first try. I rolled my eyes. So when do we start? Only Zixuan knew what her body could handle, but we both knew exactly what we were talking about. Juan pouted. You tell me. Honestly, I'm ready right now. You're just being way too cautious. Normal girls our age would freak out over this talk. For us? Totally casual, I asked. Absolutely, she said. Test me tonight if you don't believe me, Zixuan challenged. But we still need protection, I replied. I'll grab some downstairs in a bit. She smirked. Perfect. See, babe, was that so hard? I'm not some innocent little girl. If you want me, I'm yours. I'm not worried about you saying no, I mumbled. Honestly, it was obvious she was way more impatient to get started than I was. I know, Ziswan said flatly. My health might be trash, but I'm not some fragile glass doll. Honestly, I think you've got a serious issue. My issue? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Yep, she nodded. Biswan sighed, looking totally frustrated. You overthink everything you care about. It's just like when you hid your reincarnation from me. Same old pattern. She let out a soft sigh. Babe, I know you care. I know you want us to have a baby. But I want one too. Trust me. I even dream about our kid all the time. I burst out laughing. Okay, fine. You actually have a point. We knew each other inside out, probably better than we knew ourselves. Zixuan grinned. All right, come here. I'm ready. Zixuan tilted her face up to mine. I took a deep breath, wrapped my arms around her waist, closed my eyes, and kissed her. You're pretty good at this, babe, Zixuan teased, looking up at me after we finally broke our passionate kiss. Hey, practice makes perfect, I shrugged. Zixuan giggled. So, do you remember what comes next? Of course I do. I nodded, reaching for her collar. But right as my fingers touched the fabric, slam. Xiahua burst through the door, stomping into the room. Zixuan, Zhang Chen, since when are you guys so romantic? Bixuan and I bolted apart. Our hands-on position was definitely not PG rated, but Xiahua was too busy staring at the candles to notice. She kept hovering over the table. Hey, Zixuan, where did you get these? They are so pretty. Sure, Zixuan stammered, flustered. I can get you some next time. Awesome, it's a deal, Xiahua squealed. Xiahua nodded quickly. Zixuan frowned, trying to change the subject. Wait, Xiahua, why are you back so early anyway? Weren't you out having dinner with your dad? We finished, Xiahua said, sniffing the air. He just dropped me off. Spotted the plates. Wait, food? Seriously, Shinchen, you and Zixuan had a secret candlelit dinner without me? She looked devastated. If I knew you guys had actual good food, I wouldn't have choked down that bland, dry holiday turkey. Your dad's a billionaire chairman, I pointed out. How is his business dinner food bad? Normally they'd eat high-end Chinese food. Joie sighed. But it's Christmas Eve, so he had to play nice with some foreign client and eat Western food. Chinese food is superior, period, she added. Zixuan chuckled. Well, we finished, but you want to go grab a late-night snack? Zahua waved her hands. No way, I'm too stuffed. Shower in bed for me. Zixuan glanced over at me. I checked my phone. Yeah, it's late. I should probably head home. I said goodbye, went home, showered, and crashed. Right at midnight, my phone buzzed with a text from Zixuan. Hey, babe. Merry Christmas. I texted back, since when do we care about Christmas? She replied instantly. We are high schoolers now. It's different. Every holiday is Valentine's Day when you're a teen. Christmas flew by and soon 2011 was wrapping up on December 31st. Our teacher, Zhang Shuli, dropped the bomb. Finals were set for January 31st, 2012. But that wasn't even the worst part. The test was modeled straight after the college entrance exams. This was a real deal reality check before our winter break, meant to help us study over break. But the second she dismissed us, nobody gave a crap about exams. Yo, Zhang, Zixuan! Zhang Fan leaned in, looking totally freaked. It's 2012. Ziswan frowned. And we're all going to die this year, Zhang Fan whispered. Blinked, completely lost. Live to the end? Zhang Fan stared back at us. Why are you guys looking at me like I'm crazy? The movie, 2012. Zixuan and I shared a look. Of course, the Doomsday movie. We both remembered how obsessed everyone was with that. Back then, everyone was obsessed with the apocalypse. Even we used to wonder if we'd get wiped out. Spoilers, we didn't. Do you think rich guys have secret tickets for the Noah's Ark? Zhang Fan babbled on. Zixuan and I just stared at him in silence. Are you guys playing dumb? Zhang Fan squinted at us. I sighed. If you want to know about VIP tickets, just ask your crush. Oh, true! Zhang Fan whipped his head towards Xiaohua as she walked over to us. Fun. Ready to go? Xiaohua asked. She always walked with Zixuan to prep class after school. Naturally, I tagged along. Wait, Xiaohua, let me ask you something, Zhang Fan blurted out. Xiaohua paused, looking confused. What kind of question? Zhang Fan scanned the room, whispering to Xiaohua if her big shot dad scored tickets to Noah's Ark. Meanwhile, Tong Ziswan leaned in and whispered, Babe, guess how she'll reply? I'd call him an idiot. I just shrugged. Tong Ziswan nodded. Xiaohua had a sudden realization. Oh, that I texted my dad about it at noon. Tong Zishuan and I facepalmed. People in 2012 actually believed this stuff. So what'd he say? Zhang Fan pressed. Did he get tickets? My dad didn't buy it, Xiaohua said helplessly. Zhang Fan looked confused. But doesn't the news say there's a chance? Ugh, the media loves trashy clickbait, Tong Zishuan complained. I nodded. Xiaohua added, my dad said if I keep believing the world ends in 2012, he'll shut down the company. So I stopped believing. Tong Zishuan laughed. Didn't know you cared so much about your dad's business, Xiaohua. Duh, Xiaohua said proudly. The company makes cash, and cash means endless cake for me. After school, I dropped Tong Zishuan off at her art class and waited outside, scrolling through my phone. Halfway through, Qin Shan texted me. Boss, ready to start that project? He meant the proposal I requested when I took over Innovation Tech. Project was massive, costing way more than our phone cases. For Qin Shan and his team, this was their ultimate lifeline. Once started, all patents would belong to the company. If anyone quit during development, they wouldn't get a single dime. Huge risk, huge reward. If I fired the entire team right after the launch succeeded, they'd walk away empty-handed. They'd lose all leverage. But judging by his text, Qin Shan had obviously weighed every single risk before asking me. I stared at his message, hesitating. 10 minutes later, I finally replied, start the prep work, but don't launch yet. Second I sent it, my phone rang. Qin Shan was calling. Hey, Qin, glued to your phone? I answered casually. Yes, boss, but I need to know why, Qin Shan said, sounding anxious. You said you like this project. Why can't we launch? Chuckled. Simple, we lack the most basic requirement? Sounded confused. Yeah, money, I said bluntly. This project requires partnering with major global automakers. Innovation Tech have that kind of weight yet? But I thought you were ready and confident, Qin Shan muttered, frustrated. Anyone could see he truly believed in his team's plan. Qin, that's why we prepare, not launch, I smiled. Prepare? He asked. What is there to prepare if we can't launch? Run the company well, I replied. Car partnerships are necessary to release the product, but they aren't the baseline. The baseline is this. We need a working prototype first. Once we have a finished product, we can pitch it. Ah, I get it. Qin Shan sounded energized again. We can start right now, yes, but keep pushing the phone cases in older projects. Don't forget, pulling this off takes serious money, I reminded him. We need global automakers on board, and in business, cash is always the ultimate baseline. Understood, Qin Shan sighed. Sorry, boss. I actually thought you were giving up on this project. I'd be the last person to abandon this. I'm leaving the office in your hands, Qin, I smiled. Don't worry, I'll do my duty as GM, Qin Shan promised. Just then, he heard noise on my end. Boss, where are you? He asked. Oh, my wife's class just ended, I said, glancing into the classroom. Qin Shan gasped. We're all set. Talk later, I said, then hung up. I could picture Qin Shan scratching his head in the GM office. At 17, marriage wasn't exactly legal. Judging by his personality, he probably shook it off to focus on work. No point overthinking it. If he could accept a high schooler as his boss, nothing would shock him. Meanwhile, my wife immediately grilled me. Who were you on the phone with? Some girl? She asked, stepping out of the classroom. Tong Zishuan started grilling me. Neither, I shook my head. Then who were you laughing with? She looked curious, but I could tell she was just teasing. She knew exactly what kind of guy I was. Is it something important? Tong Zishuan's expression turned serious. My business was her business. Nothing bad, just some good news, I smiled. What news? She asked, instantly curious. Let's talk on the way. I pointed outside. Sure, let's wait for Xiaohua downstairs, she agreed. Tong Zishuan nodded. We met up with Lin Xiaohua and headed home. Tong Zishuan whispered to me, so what's this good news, babe? A way to avoid that disaster, I said. Tong Zishuan froze. It was obvious Tang Zishuan realized I meant our time travel. Honestly, preventing it should be easy, she muttered. So what if I don't get a license? Zixuan argued. It's not like I'll drive dirty. It's too inconvenient. What's so inconvenient about it? I asked. You're the driver, Zixuan said, staring at me with pleading eyes. You wouldn't dare leave me behind, right? No way, I muttered. Shook my head. Okay, so what's this great news you're hyping up? Zixuan demanded. I took a slow, heavy breath. Then I let it slip. Maybe by the time we go out, car crashes won't even exist anymore. Hearing that, Zixuan stopped dead in her tracks. Juan stopped dead. Wait, what's wrong? Lin Xiahua asked, looking at Zixuan with total confusion. Nothing, Xiahua, Zixuan muttered back. Juan waved Lin Xiahua off. Go ahead. Lin Xiahua rolled her eyes. You're totally plotting against Zhengchen again. Whatever, I'm grabbing boba and cake. Boba is an excuse. You just want a snack, Zixuan teased, though her attention immediately locked back onto me. What did you mean by that, babe? Zix asked me. I gave her a casual shrug, exactly what I said. You mean we can actually stop car crashes from ever happening? Zixuan asked, sounding totally unsure. Yeah, basically. I nodded. But why? Zixuan asked, her curiosity clearly spiking. Classified for now, I teased. Whatever. Keeping secrets from me? Zixuan pouted, looking pretty annoyed. Honestly, that crazy idea is so typical of a Taurus like you. Studying horoscopes? I laughed. Duh. Zixuan smirked. Look, since we got reborn, my vibe is just about living in the moment. But you? You're always stressing over every little thing. Plus, you have that stubborn Taurus ego. You think you can just reshape reality to fit your own head. Zixuan sounded so sure of herself, and honestly, she wasn't wrong. I thought about it, and she totally nailed my personality. Told you so, Zixuan gloated. Why do you think I read your palm last year? Smirked. So, did my palm say I'd meet my soulmate? Ugh, you're the worst, Zixuan squealed, her face turning red. Juan smacked my shoulder, pouting. It's your fault. If I didn't think you forgot about me, I wouldn't have used that stupid move. Smiled back. Hey, I never said it was a bad pickup line. Actually, looking back, it makes me feel pretty lucky. Having a girl who loved me from day one, whose only regrets were about me, calling that pure happiness wasn't an exaggeration. Zixuan eyed me skeptically. Yeah, right, prove it. Give me a vivid, detailed picture of how exactly that made you feel happy. You want an analogy? Zixuan. Yeah, what does this happiness feel like? I grinned. It's like when someone confessed to me by pulling out her IV drip. Zixuan blushed hard. I'm ignoring you, she huffed, marching off. Wrong way, I called out. Zixuan paused, stomped back, and angrily tossed her heavy sketchbook bag right at me. I'm not leaving. Carry this, Zixuan demanded. Sure, I agreed. Honestly, even if talking about the past made her cringe a little, to me, her clumsy confession and the secrets I kept last year were all part of a beautiful ride. We met Lin Xiahua at the tea shop holding boba and cake. Hey babe, Zixuan whispered. How does she eat so much? Juan sighed. Why doesn't she ever gain weight? Must be good genetics, I teased. You're not jealous, are you? I asked. No way, Zixuan shot back. She's been flat her whole life anyway. Smirked. We met back up and Lin Xiahua asked through a mouthful of cake. You two done being gross yet? Gross? We're just talking, Zixuan said. Yeah, right, Lin Xiahua scoffed. Watching you guys gives me major cavities, Lin Xiahua complained. Then why are you eating cake? Zixuan countered. Lin Xiahua rolled her eyes. Not literal cavities. I mean, you guys are basically married but claim you aren't dating. It's ridiculous. Zixuan and I shared a look and just laughed without explaining. We headed back to our apartment building. We walked upstairs. I'm home, Zixuan said, pointing to her door. Lin Xiahua groaned. See? Look at you two. Live literally next door and still need a dramatic goodbye? Unbelievable, Lin Xiahua sighed deeply. Lin Xiahua unlocked her door. I'm exhausted. Studying is brutal, and now I have singing practice too, she complained, stepping inside. Her voice faded as the door closed. Are you tired? Zixuan asked me. Me? Why would I be? Zixuan shrugged. Drawing is for the exam, but I genuinely love it. Seeing my art improve every day is honestly so satisfying. I nodded. I'd pushed her toward art school because I knew she'd always been obsessed with painting and photography. Xuan had complained so many times about never having time for her passions. Seeing her chase them now was everything. That's why I kept the tech company acquisition a secret. Once passion loses its drive and purpose, the spark just dies. Fire fades. As 2011 ended and 2012 began, everyone around me kicked into high gear for exam prep. Zixuan. She had her art portfolio, but getting into a top school like Peking University still required killer academic scores. So all through January, Zixuan barely had time for me. She was grinding 24/7 since finals basically predicted our college futures. My own grades weren't an issue. Instead, to secure our future at Peking, I stayed up making late-night business calls to Kenyan. Late January, final exams finally hit. Chapter 266, just stressing hard. Day 1 was core classes, day 2 was science. After every test, Tang Zixuan would panic study for the next. Even at lunch, she hid alone in the cafeteria corner, burying her face in books. She ate while cramming. But once that final science exam wrapped up, she let out a massive sigh. The nightmare was finally over. For me, things were messy. The second exams ended, we realized the classroom layout was totally wrecked. Everyone was scattered. Zhangfan sat right next to me, but Tang Zixuan was far. Zhangfan leaned over, whispering, "Is it just me, or is she acting weird?" "Really?" I glanced over. Tang Zixuan was slumped on her desk, looking totally wiped. Zhangfan nodded aggressively. "Yes, totally. She didn't even come see you. Ate completely alone. If it weren't for finals, I'd swear you guys broke up or something." Shook my head. "No fight. She was probably just stressing. I mean, it's just a school exam. Why freak out? My dad always said these grades don't matter. The only thing that counts is the big college entrance exam." From what I could tell, Zhangfan wasn't sweating this test. His hard work had already paid off, giving him a massive confidence boost. But for Tang Zixuan, there was barely any room to improve. I knew her scores had already peaked, hitting her previous college exam levels. Going higher wasn't about grinding anymore. She had already pushed herself to the absolute limit. But after high school ends, honestly, who still obsesses over high school stuff after graduating? You either go wild in college or nerd out on a doctorate. Even with a retake, your score barely changes unless you get lucky. If Tang Zixuan matched her old score, she was golden. "But you're aiming for Peking University," Zhang Fan noted. "She wants to go with you, right? No wonder she's losing her mind." Zhang Fan gave a sympathetic shrug. I nodded. "Yeah, I'll go talk to her." I stood up and headed her way. She felt someone approaching and looked up. "Babe," she whined instantly. "What do you think my score is going to be?" "What did you get on last month's test?" I asked. 611, she muttered. Judging by her pout, she hated that score. "You should be around there this time too," I said. She sighed heavily. "But that's nowhere near enough for Peking University." "Don't they require like 700 points?" she asked. I chuckled. "That's just for the regular boring admission path." "Don't you have bonus points?" I reminded her. She blinked, her face lighting up. "Wait, my score actually works then." "Stop stressing. Besides, if you don't make it to beta, I won't go either." I ruffled her hair gently. "No way!" Tang Zixuan nudged her head against my hand, looking up with fierce determination. "You have to go to beta. Even if I stay behind, you're going." I couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you so obsessed with sending me there?" "Kickstart your business, silly. Beta's finance department is basically legendary when it comes to investing. Started listing every single benefit. All the top investment bosses partner with them. It is going to help you so much. The sooner we launch, the sooner I can manage the staff. You just hand over the plans and be a hands-off boss. Then we can actually enjoy life." I couldn't argue with her logic. "Fine, but you said I could go alone. Don't kill yourself studying. Do your best." She shook her head instantly. "No way. I am not leaving you alone at that school. What if some college girl steals you?" I rolled my eyes hard. "So do I go or not?" "Go. You must go." "Then let's go unwind today. You've been a learner's wreck." She smiled. "Deal." Right then, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out. It was a text from my dad, Jiang Xinhua. "Come home today, Cheng. Auntie Nee and I have big news to share." Chapter 267. Dad and Auntie Nee are getting married. I knew exactly what that meant. I had dropped enough hints lately. It was about time my dad finally made his move. "Looks like I have to go home," I told Tang Zixuan, checking my watch. It was exactly 3 in the afternoon. "Hey, you promised you would help me unwind today." Tang Zixuan pouted, looking totally betrayed. "I really have to go," I said, sighing. "What's the big deal?" She leaned closer. "See for yourself." I showed her the screen. In a split second, her eyes went wide. "Forget unwinding. We need to go." "I'm coming with you." I laughed. "We need a good excuse first." "Let me think." Tapped her chin, thinking hard. "Okay, here's the plan, then. You head home first. I'll wait downstairs, then come up to thank you for helping me study. Since exams just ended, it's the perfect cover." "You that confident you aced it?" I laughed. "Duh. Just because I was stressing doesn't mean I flunked." Pumped her fist proudly. "I still got this." I nodded. "Fine," she pushed my shoulder. "Go, go, go!" I hopped on the bus home. Just like we planned, Tang Zixuan waited downstairs. I walked upstairs alone. "Dad, I'm home." Opening the door, I saw my dad and Auntie Nee waiting on the couch. I gave her a polite nod. "How are you feeling, Auntie Nee?" I asked. She smiled at me. "Thanks to you and your dad, I am almost fully recovered." I nodded, relieved. "By the way, son, my dad, Jiang Xinhua, suddenly stood up and walked over to me, rubbing his hands together. These past few days, your Auntie Nee and I did something." "You got married?" I smirked. Dad blushed. "You always have to be so blunt, don't you?" "It is great," I said, smiling easily. "Seems taking care of her brought you closer." Dad rubbed his hands again. "Well, I guess nothing gets past you. But I wanted to tell you sooner, but you had finals." "Dad," I interrupted. "Why do you feel like you need my permission for your own life? As long as you two are happy, you do not need my opinion." Dad stammered, looking incredibly touched by my response. From what I could tell, he expected me to throw a tantrum over his remarriage. But anyone could see I was not that kind of kid. I was way too mature for pointless drama. But Dad, I said, suddenly locking eyes with him and turning dead serious, I have to call you out on something. Dad instantly tensed up. What is it, son? I cracked a smile. Why did you and Auntie Nee not even throw a wedding? Our family is doing fine now. We can afford it. Dad let out a huge sigh of relief, obviously relaxed. He glanced back at Auntie Nee in the living room. I wanted to, but she preferred keeping it simple. Since it is a second marriage, we figured why bother? I shook my head and laughed. I was just teasing. Honestly, your marriage is entirely up to you and Auntie Nee. I am just glad you understand, Dad said, nodding. Right, but Dad, there is also Auntie Nee. I walked over to Auntie Nee. You guys told me to rush home for something urgent. It cannot just be about the marriage, right? Yes, Auntie Nee said, standing up to face me. Your dad and I want to make something very clear. I nodded for her to continue. Dad walked over. Here is the thing. Your Auntie Nee and I want to buy a new apartment in the development zone using our own money. What do you mean, your own money? If my dad needs cash for a new home, you think I wouldn't chip in? I teased. Auntie Nee quickly jumped in. Zhang Chung, your dad meant that he told me this current apartment belongs entirely to you. Whether it gets demolished or not, it is yours. You are an adult now, so we are transferring the title to your name next week. I know you made money in futures, but we decided we will buy something we can afford on our own. We will not touch a dime of yours. She was incredibly blunt. It was obvious she wanted to lay all the cards on the table early to prevent any weird tension between us. Talking about property right after marrying my dad was awkward, but transparency was better. So, did you guys find a place yet? I asked. Yes, we wanted to wait until your exams were over to discuss it. Dad motioned for Auntie Nee and me to sit down. You like it, go for it. I wanted Dad to know I fully supported their relationship, their life, their choices. As long as he was happy, I had zero objections. Auntie Nee then spoke up. Your dad wants to take you to see the place today. But do not worry, Zhang Chung. We are splitting the cost 50-50. We will not use a single penny of your money. Smiled and agreed instantly. Sure, let us go check it out. Great, let us move fast then, Dad said. We should not keep them waiting. Dad grabbed his coat. Just as we were about to leave, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chapter 268, as the future daughter-in-law. Coming. Dad, being closest, opened the door, but nobody was out there. Weird, who knocks and runs? Dad mumbled, closing the door. I frowned, feeling a bit suspicious myself. Thought it might be Tang Zixuan, but she would not just run off. Dad, are you sure nobody was out there? I asked. Yeah, I definitely heard a knock. Thought I was imagining things, Dad muttered. I heard it too, Auntie Nee added. I hope nothing is wrong. My brows furrowed as worry crept in. Whatever. Probably just someone at the wrong apartment who realized their mistake, Dad sighed. Let us just focus on our plans. Dad shrugged. Auntie Nee and I stood up and the three of us headed out. But I could not stop wondering if it was Tang Zixuan. When we walked past her usual waiting spot, she was nowhere to be found. Let us hail a cab across the street, Dad said, pointing. Sounds good, I replied, but my mind was elsewhere. Slowed down my pace and pulled out my phone. I sent a quick question mark to Tang Zixuan, but minutes ticked by without a reply. Still nothing. By the time we reached the main street, her chat was dead silent. I watched Dad wave down a taxi. I stepped aside to call her directly. The phone just rang and rang with no answer. My stomach twisted with sudden anxiety. But honestly, it was broad daylight. What could possibly go wrong? Zhang Chung! Dad suddenly called out from behind me. Spun around. Tang Zixuan was already standing there with Dad and Auntie Nee. Dad waved. Hey, your classmate is here for you. Dad turned to the taxi driver. Just a moment. Please re-up, then. The driver nodded, agreeing to wait. I walked over and gave Tang Zixuan a helpless smile. Turns out she did that on purpose. Are you looking for Zhang Chung? Dad asked her. Is something going on? Dad inquired. Well, yes, Uncle, Tang Zixuan replied. Now that final exams are over. Tang Zixuan nodded. I wanted to find you after school, but you walked so fast. I figured you went straight home. But what do you need? I asked, playing along. She smiled. To thank you. Finals went so well this time. All thanks to your help. Thank you. Tang Zixuan bowed sincerely. Honestly, if she hadn't walked back with me, and if I didn't know her so well, I might have actually bought it. There's more to it, right? I asked knowingly. She originally planned to knock on my door, but shifted to this accidental run-in. She grinned. Hey, can I borrow your notes? Tang Zixuan played the eager student. I need them for winter break to get ahead. My dad, Zhang Xinhua, beamed. What a hard-working girl! Dad sighed happily, then turned to me. Chen, why don't we let the taxi go? Go grab your notes for her first. Dad started to dismiss the driver. No, don't! Tang Zixuan stopped him. Are you guys busy? Yeah, we're checking out a house in the development zone, Dad said. Dad nodded. Tang Zixuan smiled. Can I tag along? Mom wants me to buy study guides there. We can grab the notes when we get back. That way, I won't hold you guys up, she added quickly. Right then, I could barely keep myself from laughing out loud. She'd scrambled to change her plans and whipped up this random excuse. Dad blinked, thinking it over. Actually, that works. Brother Zhang. Since his classmate is here, let's go together, Auntie suggested. We are only going to take a quick look anyway. I think so too, Dad agreed. But Tang, we have to look at houses first. If you get bored, go buy your books first and call me when you're done, Dad told her. She waved her hands. Not at all. How could I ever be bored with him? Dad stared and she quickly corrected herself. I mean house hunting. It actually sounds super fun. Since finals are over, I've got nothing to do. All right, let's load up. Dad ushered us in so we wouldn't keep the driver. He took the front while Aunt Ni, Tang Zixuan, and I piled into the back. To the development zone, please, Dad told the driver, who immediately hit the gas. On the way, I leaned over to Tang Zixuan. Next time you change the plan, warn me. Hey, things change. If you guys left and I went to your place, I'd have no excuse to tag along, she whispered, grinning. She clearly overheard Dad and me talking about the house earlier. You heard?
Yep.
But hubby, are you saying that because you're worried about me? She teased, suppressing a giggle. What could possibly happen in broad daylight? I shot back casually. She smirked. Oh, please, keep acting tough. You were totally worried about me, she hummed. I kept quiet, letting it go. After a few minutes, she leaned in again. Hey, hubby, should I congratulate Uncle on his second marriage? I cringed. Under what title exactly? Good point. She pouted, thinking, then gave me a sly look. How about future daughter-in-law? I rolled my eyes. If she actually told Dad she was his future daughter-in-law, he'd lose his mind. She's only 18 after all. We got off the bus in the development zone. Right next to us was a new development, the entrance gate reading Jinshui Court. It was a standard, average neighborhood for Lu City, typical for this era, but it was clearly brand new, with almost no one around. Very few people were moving in. Yet looking at the place, Tang Zixuan and I both froze. She nudged me, whispering excitedly, Hubby, did you notice? My mind raced. This was the exact complex we bought for Dad in our past life. He'd chosen it himself. Back then, I only paid for it. I feel like, even though we traveled back, some things just never change, she murmured. I nodded, letting out a sigh. Maybe our rebirth altered a few things, but some fates are just set in stone. She nodded. If we can't change it, we accept it. It's just the natural order. The natural order? I muttered. She paused, a sudden look of realization hitting her face. Hubby, I'm sorry. I think I finally understand you now. Understand what? I asked. Never mind. Let's drop it, she said, quickly changing the subject with a bright smile. Wait. Where's Manager Joe? Dad muttered, scanning the empty street. Let me call him. We were supposed to meet here. Dialed the sales agent. We needed him to show us around, but the guy was nowhere to be seen. Finally, he picked up. Dad chatted for a second, then hung up with an awkward laugh. He's with other clients. Let's just look around. Tang Zixuan frowned, Uncle. Didn't you book a time? I did, but he's probably swamped. This place is really popular right now, Dad explained, rubbing his neck. Great area, decent prices. Dad fidgeted nervously. Tang Zixuan nodded, playing nice. Oh, that makes sense. But the second Dad turned away, she leaned in to whisper to me. Bigger client guaranteed. That guy ditched us. Zero integrity. I know his type. I laughed. True, if everyone played by your rules, our old startup wouldn't have hit the top 500. So, do we grab drinks or what? She asked. I shrugged. Up to my dad, honestly. She smiled. Right, let's see what our dad wants to do. Just then, Aunt Nee walked over to us. Why don't we walk around the complex, she suggested. Get a feel for it. If we buy, we might live here forever. Better get familiar with the place first. My dad, Zhang Xinhua, nodded. The four of us walked in to check out the vibe. Jishwan and I got hit with major nostalgia. It was a bit different from my memory, but the layout was basically identical. We strolled around. We waited for the sales office to call. After a while, my dad suddenly remembered something and turned to Zixuan. Hey, Tang, he said. You're bored, why not go buy some study guides? No way, Uncle, I'm totally fine here, Zixuan quickly replied. Senior year is so stressful. It's been forever since I just walked like this, Zixuan added. It was an excuse, but she meant every word. Senior year is a brutal grind, way worse than junior year. It was definitely her reality. Tang is right, Aunt Nee agreed, nodding. Letting Zixuan and me stroll around is good for us. It helps clear our heads. Kids need to unwind after dealing with high-pressure exams. Aunt Nee nodded. Since she was a teacher, it was obvious she knew her stuff. Is that so? My dad muttered. I guess I never really paid attention to my son's stress, my dad said, scratching his head. A bit later, he asked me, what do you think, son? Yeah, we really want your opinion. Even though we already put down a deposit, your voice matters, Aunt Nee agreed. If you hate it, we can look elsewhere, Aunt Nee added. I thought about it. Actually, I think it's pretty great, I said. My dad had loved this neighborhood before, and he was happy with the vibe. I didn't want to change that for him. The light rail and bus stations are right there, so getting around is easy, I pointed out. Totally, Zixuan chimed in. Swan was eager to sell it. There is a massive supermarket, a food market, and Baita Plaza is being built. Plus, a convention center. It'll be so lively with all the events, Ziswan grinned. I cleared my throat, whispering, the supermarket isn't even open yet. Oh, right, Zixwan mumbled, sticking her tongue out. But look, Uncle, the river is right behind us. You get amazing views from the balcony. So peaceful, perfect for living, Zixwan said. I nodded. Yeah, Dad, look over here, too. There's a whole community activity area. They clearly care about keeping it clean. Even with few residents, it's spotless. Most places can't pull that off, I added. Listening to Zixwan and me hype this place up, my dad and Aunt Nee exchanged looks. They were the ones who originally toured it. Judging by my dad's face, he was completely baffled by how much we knew. Hearing us tag team the pitch, he probably felt a weird vibe. From what I could tell, my dad felt like Zixwan and I were a married couple house hunting for our parents. Our chatter kept them from feeling bored. Hubby, it's 5 o'clock already. Where is that sales manager? Zixwan frowned, keeping track of the time. Heh, I scoffed. Probably ditching us for a bigger whale, I smirked coldly. If he was just a few minutes late, maybe I'd buy an emergency excuse. But being over an hour late for a booked appointment? That's not a busy schedule. That's a total lack of respect. He literally forgot my dad existed. Babe, weren't they super welcoming when we looked before? Zixwan muttered. Are these even the same people? Same people, different circumstances, I laughed, shaking my head. Before they knew my fiancé was a Fortune 500 boss. Now they just see a regular guy. That is so incredibly snobbish, Ziswan snapped. Look, you understand how this shallow world works better than I do, I shrugged. I get the logic. I just hate seeing them treat your dad like this, Zixwan huffed. She already saw my dad as her father-in-law. Let's tell my dad to call him, I said, turning around. Right then, my dad was already walking behind us, staring at his phone. Shh, Manager Joe is calling. Quiet down, you two, my dad whispered. He quickly picked up the phone. We couldn't hear Joe, but my dad kept nodding and smiling. Your dad is way too nice, Zixwan murmured. Back when I ran my business, if anyone pulled this, I'd destroy them, Zixwan muttered. I shrugged. You know how my dad is. Zixwan sighed. It was clear she knew his deal. He was a soft-hearted, honest guy through and through. A few minutes later, he hung up and rubbed his hands. Come on, let's head to the entrance. Manager Joe wants us there. He wants us to wait for him at the gates. Excuse me, why? Zixwan snapped, instantly losing her temper. We are standing right by the pool. It's a huge landmark. He should come to us. We're the clients here. Why do we have to cater to him? Come on, Tang, my dad pleaded. Manager Joe is probably swamped today. Busy with what? He blew off our appointment to kiss some rich guy's boots, Zixwan spat. Zixwan, don't talk like that, my dad pleaded. But Aunt Nee actually backed her up. Actually, Zixwan is right. He left us hanging for over an hour. We're paying customers too. We booked this appointment. He's incredibly late. Why are we bowing to him? My dad stood there, totally speechless. Anyone could see my dad knew they were right, but he hates conflict, so he always ends up playing the pushover. Dad, let's just go. I spoke up. You already agreed. Let him be the liar. We keep our word. My dad nodded eagerly. Right, exactly. Let's go. Since I had spoken up, Aunt Nee didn't push it further. She knew how much my dad valued my opinion. But Zixwan tugged my sleeve, looking completely confused. What's up? I asked. Babe, going to him makes us look weak, Zixwan complained. I just grinned. Relax. Taking a hit now pays off later. I flashed her a smirk. Besides, who's actually losing here? Hard to say. Wait, what does that mean? She muttered. Zixwan looked totally lost. I just kept quiet and grinned, throwing a quick glance at the billboard by the entrance. I shot a quick text. Then my dad waved to a middle-aged guy at the gate. Must be Manager Joe. Looked decent, I guess. But he clearly sucked at his job. Zixwan whispered a complaint. Joe strolled over, casually holding a drink. He took a sip before talking. Oh, Elder Jiang, ready to see the place? Yeah, we've been waiting here. My dad nodded. Joe shrugged. Fine, let's go. If you like it, get the loan paperwork done fast. Tons of buyers today. Don't waste my time, Joe grumbled. Jerk. No apology and total attitude, Zixwan hissed in my ear. Relax, I whispered, smiling. My dad stepped up to Joe. Look, we just want to see if the layout works first. Good, we'll talk about the loan. Wait, you haven't decided yet? Joe snapped, his face instantly souring. We literally looked at it last time. How are you still stalling? Let me tell you something. Place sells big 3 beds. 2 bedrooms are rare. Stop dragging your feet or I'm done. Decide today, absolutely, my dad promised. Joe snorted. Fine, move it. I have other people to see. Joe stalked off. Zixwan pulled my sleeve. Babe, let's just buy your dad a place somewhere else. This guy sucks. Place. It's fine. I smiled, genuinely unbothered. Dad loves this neighborhood. Juan gave me a puzzled look but followed. We got into the elevator. Building 4, 26th floor, apartment 1, right? Joe asked to confirm as we went up. My dad nodded quickly. Yes, the layout faces the perfect direction. Like my son and Zixwan said, open the window and you see the river. It was obvious he loved it. Sounds like a great spot, Auntie Nee agreed. Zixwan and I started whispering again. Was wild. My dad's chosen apartment had the exact same door number and floor as his old place. Picked the exact replica of his former home. Only Zixwan and I, having returned to this era, felt the eerie magic. Ding, 26th floor. Over here, Joe muttered, twirling keys. Judging by his lazy pace, he wasn't rushed at all. Hey kids, slow down. You think you can find it without me, he called. Zixwan pointed down the hall. Apt 1 is right here, isn't it? She nailed it. Anyone could see Joe was speechless. He grumbled, unlocked the door, and let us in. Do a quick walkthrough. All apartments look the same anyway. Buy it or don't, Joe said, slacking off. Stood there, useless. No worries. We'll show ourselves around, I said coolly. Zixwan and I headed straight for the bedroom. My dad called out, Nee, let me show you that balcony. We started exploring. Joe stood by the front door like an awkward, useless statue. From what I could tell, he just wanted my dad to hurry up. Selling a cheap 2-bedroom wasn't worth his time. Big 3 beds had way better commissions. He probably wouldn't have even picked up my dad's call if he hadn't promised earlier. While my dad and Nee checked the views, Zixwan and I hung back in the bedroom, gossiping. Babe, you sure this is our old bedroom, she whispered. We had both instinctively walked in here first. It was exactly where we used to stay when visiting Dad. Did you forget, I asked? No, she said. Just weird seeing it unfurnished. I remember our desk was right by that window, she said. Your web novels and my work laptop were always right there. I nodded. So why are you doubting it? Because of this, she said, pointing to the wall. She marched over. Look. She tapped the drywall. What about it? I asked. She gave me a deadpan look. There's no mark from our first battle, she whispered. Remember? You told me there was a hole in this wall. You said the soundproofing was trash and we'd wake your dad. I burst out laughing. So that's what she meant. I'd been wondering what battle she meant. We aren't in a war zone, but her face brought the memory rushing back. The original wall had a pipe hole. That night, she wanted to have some fun, and I warned her about the soundproofing. We literally waited until 2 in the morning to start. It's just concrete now. They haven't drilled the pipe hole yet. Right, the pipe was for our smart coffee machine, she gasped, remembering. I even said back then, yeah, we told Dad it brewed both coffee and tea, so we gave him 2. I nodded, smiling. So we installed one in here and drilled that hole. Now it makes sense. I thought I was losing it. Sean's eyes lit up. This place looked exactly like we remembered. Then she nudged me. Hey, Hub, quick question. Pulled me over to the window. I nodded for her to go on. Look, she whispered. Your dad picked this exact same complex again. And the exact same unit, Zixwan added, her voice dropping as if she was walking on eggshells. Do you think it means something? Like what? I asked. We came back to change things, she said, her voice fading to a whisper. But it feels like history is still forcing us down the same track. Does that mean some things just can't be changed, she asked. We can change them, I said, squeezing Zixwan's hand to reassure her. I knew exactly what she was afraid of. But you used to think fate was set, Zixwan sighed. We dodged the car crash, but what about everything else? She hesitated. Judging by her face, she was spiraling. I knew that look. It was the same panic I felt when I first woke up in this past life. Says everything is the same. I chuckled, tilting my head. Look out there. I gestured toward the hallway. Last time, only my dad showed up to buy this place. We just swiped a card at the office. This time is totally different. We're here, and my dad's getting a new wife. Zixwan's eyes lit up with hope. You're right, that changes everything. Exactly. We're changing the future. Just then, my dad's voice echoed from the hall. Hey, kids, is there something wrong with this room? My dad and Auntie Nee walked in. They had already toured the whole apartment, saving this master bedroom for last. No, it's perfect, I said. Zixwan immediately winked at me, backing me up. Yeah, it's amazing. No complaints here. Right, classmate? She teased. I nodded. My dad smiled warmly. Auntie Nee and I really like it too, Chen. Once our old place gets demolished, my dad continued, you'll need a spot for you and your future wife. This master bedroom is yours. Isn't it a bit early for that, Xinhua? Auntie Nee frowned. It was obvious she was switching into teacher mode, looking at me like a high school kid. But my dad just laughed it off. Chen is mature for his age. We can talk about these things with him. Over the past year, he had stopped treating me like some clueless kid. Auntie Nee nodded, seemingly convinced. She had seen how much I'd grown, too. But the second my dad mentioned a future daughter-in-law, she immediately glanced at Zixwan. Anyone could see she suspected us. She knew I was just tutoring Zixwan, but she kept eyeing us like we were hiding something. We just acted too natural, like we'd known each other for lifetimes. Suddenly, Zixwan whispered, Honey, your dad gave us our room back. No drilling holes in the wall this time, Zixwan giggled, covering her mouth. I nudged her. Quiet, Auntie Nee is staring. I shot Zixwan a warning look. She cleared her throat instantly. Oh, classmate Zhang Chen, your new place is so cool. I guess I'll have to come over to study a lot. Suddenly, Manager Joe's annoying voice barked from the hall. Are you people done yet? Talk about a mood killer, Zixuan muttered. From what I could tell, she wanted to deck him. My dad stepped forward, playing peacemaker. We love it, Manager Zhou, my dad said, but we need a minute to discuss. Discuss? Zhou snapped. Are you buying or wasting my time? Even my easygoing dad frowned at that. Manager Joe, buying a home is a massive decision. Surely we can think it over. Think it over? The guy sneered. Right before he could spit out something really nasty, I stepped in and cut him off. I gave him a sweet fake smile. We won't be long. Give us exactly 5 minutes. My dad pulled me aside. 5 minutes, Chen? We need to talk about loan terms, my dad whispered. 5 minutes isn't enough. Trust me, Dad. It is, I smiled, keeping my eyes on Joe. Fine. 5 minutes, Joe sneered, pulling out his phone. Starting right now. 5:47. I want an answer by 5:52. I nodded calmly. Zixuan pulled my sleeve. Honey, what are you doing? What's the plan? She whispered. I squinted at the agent. Hey, do you remember how we handled this last time? What do you mean? In our past life, she asked. I just grinned. Remember when my dad bought this place before? You called in a favor from your best friend. Xiaohua, Zixuan gasped. So you're gonna. I nodded. I checked the logo outside. This developer is owned by Lingsha Group, Zixuan gasped. Oh, I get it now. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She complained. We could have just called Xiaohua and skipped dealing with this snob entirely. Honestly, I forgot until now, I shrugged. But hey, it didn't ruin our tour. Not ruin it? He was a total jerk, she hissed. Well, unless he's about to have a really bad day. Zixuan stopped mid-sentence, a wicked grin spreading across her face. Oh, I love this. You're evil, you know that? She giggled. I grinned. Of course, I knew there was no way you'd let someone disrespect my dad like that. Smirked, shooting a pitying look at Joe. Just then, a loud knock rattled the front door. Who's that? Joe muttered, confused. All right, we've reached a decision, I announced, smiling. My dad is totally right. Buying a home is a big deal. So I called in some backup. Backup, Joe scoffed. My dad and Auntie Nee looked just as confused. I walked over and swung the door open. I froze, my eyes going wide. Zixuan gasped right behind me. Wait, what are you doing here? Standing there was our classmate, Xiaohua. But wait, I had literally texted her billionaire dad. Duh, who else? She smirked. Why not me? Lin Xiaohua scoffed, acting like it was obvious. My dad's letting me earn some summer cash. Now I can buy all the cake I want. Okay, let's get serious, Lin Jiahua said, clearing her throat. Which one of you is Manager Joe? You looking for me, kid? A voice chimed in. Judging by his face, Manager Joe had no clue who Lin Jiahua was as he sized her up. Yeah, you, Lin Jiahua nodded. Done here. I'm handling these, client, Lin Jiahua said. Manager Joe sneered. Oh, really? Since when do you run this place? Yeah, I said it. Lin Xiaohua puffed out her chest. Manager Joe scoffed. Who do you think you are telling me I'm fired? From what I could tell, Manager Joe was totally unimpressed. But Tong Zixuan just gave him a pitying look. Friendly warning, man. If she says you're fired, you're done. Bent. Are you three punks here to cause trouble? Manager Joe snapped, glaring at my dad. Hey, Jiang, you seriously need to teach your kid some manners. My dad completely ignored Manager Joe. Anyone could see my dad was just baffled why another one of my classmates had showed up. Cheng, he whispered. What's going on here? My dad asked. I just smiled. Don't worry, Dad. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Don't worry, Uncle. I've got this, Lin Xiaohua said, digging into her backpack. She glared at Manager Joe. My name doesn't matter, but you better know my dad. Your dad? Who the hell is your dad? Manager Joe laughed. Then, bam! Lin Xiaohua whipped something out of her bag. Tong Zixuan and I expected some official document. Instead, Lin Xiaohua slapped down her high school student ID card. The two of us were completely speechless. Seriously, Miss Lin? A student ID? Tong Zixuan and I wanted to facepalm right then and there. Lin Xiaohua didn't care at all, acting like it was totally normal. Manager Zhou let out a mocking laugh. Am I seeing things? A high school ID? Who are you trying to scare with that? He scoffed. Wait, Liushi #1 high school? And the name is Lin Xiaohua? Manager Zhou's smirk froze. He rubbed his eyes, staring hard at the text. It was her, all right. It was obvious that the closer he looked, the more terrified he got. That name was legendary around here. I knew he'd heard that name before, straight from our big boss. Back when this real estate branch first started, they had cash, but zero connections. As a startup, they struggled with market research and operations. They were weak compared to competitors, and their manager had zero industry connections. Chairman Lin Shiran personally handled their deals, and every single time he left early, his excuse was always, I have to pick up my daughter, Xiaohua. Soon, every company veteran knew about Lin Xiaohua. They knew the big boss absolutely worshipped his daughter. Then, 3 years ago, things got even crazier. Chairman Lin threw a massive banquet for the entire staff. Supposedly, it was a transition party to hand over control to the new real estate boss. But everyone knew that was just an excuse. The massive banner read, Congrats to our princess Lin Xiaohua for getting into high school #1. It made Manager Zhou's blood run cold. He'd been at that banquet. Now, remembering her threat to fire him, his face went completely pale. If she wanted him gone, he was gone. A lowly sales manager stood zero chance against the chairman's precious, spoiled daughter. The room went dead silent. I could hear him gulp. Wow, this guy's a total coward, Lin Jiahua muttered. Did my dad lie to me? Lin Jiahua stared at her ID, then looked at Tang Zixuan. Maybe I should just call my dad right now? Zhou snapped out of his daze, panicking hard. No, please, Miss Lin, eldest Miss Lin. Don't trouble the chairman over something this small, Manager Zhou begged. Lin Jiahua looked at him, totally confused. Wait, you actually know why I'm here? Manager Zhou looked at me and Tang Zixuan, looking like he might cry. If he'd known my dad's kid was Lin Xiaohua's classmate, he'd never have dared. He would have treated us like royalty. Well, too bad, my dad already made the call, Lin Xiaohua told him flatly. Oh, and my dad said your firing isn't because of Zhangqing, Lin Xiaohua added. Manager Zhou blinked, stunned. Lin Xiaohua paused to think. Right, it's because Zhangqing is my dad's business partner. They call it a strategic alliance or something. News absolutely blew Manager Zhou's mind. A partner? That was way bigger than being a classmate. But he couldn't see how I had that kind of power. Even Tang Zixuan shot me a confused look. From what he knew about me, I'd never done any business with the Lingxia group. Anyway, Zhangcheng, my dad sent this contract, Lin Xiaohua said. Just sign it. Ignore this stupid manager. Sign this and the house is yours. Lin Xiaohua handed me the paperwork. I looked it over and laughed. The chairman was giving it to me for free. It looked like a steal, but I've dealt with businessmen before. A free house isn't free. It's a massive favor I'd have to pay back. Cash settles debts, but favors are a different game. You can never truly repay them. Still, I was the one who texted Lin Xiran first. I had to eat the favor. I signed my name quickly and looked up at Lin Jiahua. Tell your dad I said thanks. Don't worry about it. We're practically family, Lin Xiaohua smiled, but then my dad frowned. Wait, you're Tang's friend, right? How do you know my son? My dad asked, totally confused. Lin Jiahua froze, realizing she'd almost slipped up. She looked at me, panicking. Because he's my tutor. Yeah, that's it. It was the most awkward lie I'd ever heard. Tang Zixuan rolled eyes at the pathetic excuse. I ignored it and handed the paperwork to my dad. Dad, take this to the desk later. All right, my dad nodded. It's getting late anyway. Since you guys are all here, dinner is on me. Let's get food. Thanks, Uncle. Xiahua squealed, instantly hyped for food. Zixuan offered a quick thank you too, and then we finally headed out. Manager Zhou scrambled after us, begging, Miss Lin, please, just say a word for me. But Xiahua completely shut him out. Are you seriously still talking? She snapped, cutting him off. I told you, it is my dad's call, not mine. Go cry to him. Zhou looked like he was about to burst into tears. Judging by his desperate face, a low-level sales manager stood zero chance of reaching the big boss. We grabbed dinner near Jingshuiyuan. With my dad and Aunt Ni there, Zixuan and Xiahua actually behaved themselves for once. By the time we finished, it was almost 9 p.m. My dad checked his watch, wanting to make sure the girls got home safe. So he told me to walk them home. I obviously did not mind. I hailed a cab and the three of us piled into the back. Once the door shut, the girls dropped the act. Xiahua leaned in. Hey, is Aunt Ni your stepmom? She actually seems really cool. Yeah, I nodded, smiling. How can you tell, though? She just has this vibe, you know? She is a teacher, but my mom is always screaming at me. Zero teacher vibe, Xiahua groaned. Zixuan chuckled. That is just how she shows she cares. Just strict, Zixuan added. Still, I prefer Aunt Ni's style, Xiahua grumbled. At least neither of them is actually evil. One smiled. Your mom is great. I stared out the window, my voice quiet. I just hope Aunt Ni can be a good wife to my dad. I did not need a stepmom to tuck me in. I just wanted my dad to stop being so lonely. Luckily, she seemed perfect for him. From what I could tell, she was the real deal. Then Zixuan looked at Xiahua. Hey, why did you use my nickname all of a sudden? Zixuan asked from the back seat. Xiahua used to call me uncle, the only friend who did. But since my rebirth, she usually just used my name. My mom made me, Xiahua blurted out. She said since we are close, using your real name is rude. We need something special. Proves we are besties, right? But hey, if it bugs you, I can totally change it back. Xiahua stuck her tongue out. I never said I hated it. Zixuan laughed, nodding. Okay, uncle. Since we are officially besties now, totally help each other out, right? Xiahua grinned wickedly. What are you planning? Zixuan asked. Xiahua whispered, I am not going home tonight. My parents will force me to practice singing. Let's crash near campus. It is the perfect excuse, Xiahua begged. Zixuan nodded. I am down. Biang Chen is also. I let out a loud cough from the front passenger seat. Zixuan instantly froze and shook her head. Wait, scratch that. She looked dead serious. Actually, Xiahua, you cannot stay out. Go home. If anything happens, it is on us. Liar, you only changed your mind because he cleared his throat. Xiahua huffed, crossing her arms. Whatever, I see where I stand. Next to my boyfriend, our friendship is pure plastic, Xiahua ranted. Zixuan just shrugged. Hey, at least you know. Dropped Xiahua first. Once she was safe inside her villa, Zixuan tugged my arm as we got back in. Babe, sit in the back with me. pulled me into the back seat. What is up? I asked, sliding in next to her. She gave the driver her address, then turned to me. I nodded. So why does Xiahua think you and her dad are partners? She asked. You guys barely know each other. From the look on her face, she had been holding that question in all day. I told you, I asked him to find some venture capitalists. Shrugged, keeping it casual, but she pouted, unconvinced. No way, you cannot BS me on business stuff. Think about it. He gives you a free apartment and hooks you up with VCs. What do they get? In a real partnership, you have to give something back, I teased. So you are hiding some shady secret? It is nothing, I insisted, shaking my head. She stared at me, calculating. Suddenly, she grabbed my collar, giving me her best tough girl look. Spill it or I will make your legs go weak tonight. The driver cleared his throat loudly. Anyone could tell he was scandalized by us. I sighed. You will find out eventually. Whatever. Keep your stupid secrets, she muttered, letting go of my shirt. You love acting so mysterious. Besides, I know you would never hurt me, she added. What, are you going to stab me when I find out? I snorted. Maybe. Then I will haunt you to the grave, she threatened. I smirked. Oh yeah? How are you going to find me as a ghost? Come closer and find out, she whispered, gesturing to me. The driver kept eyeing us in the mirror, clearly weirded out by our conversation. I leaned in, expecting some scary ghost story. Instead, she planted a soft kiss right on my lips. I know your exact scent now, she whispered, so I will find you, dead or alive. The driver looked like he wanted to jump out of the car. Talk about aggressive PDA. And we are here, Zixuan said, stepping out of the cab and stretching. She squeezed my hand, not wanting to let go. Babe, I am going to miss you. Winter break is just going to be endless prep classes. Different. At school, we are together. Now, we barely get to hang out, she sighed, sounding completely defeated. From what I could tell, she actually hated breaks now. School was our perfect excuse to be together. I know, I murmured. I nodded, pulling her close. Even if we are stuck at home, you better think of me every day, she said, looking up. Big sad eyes stared at me. Okay, go get some rest, I said, waving. Bye, babe, she called out. Bond turned to leave, but my voice cut her off. See you at the gate tomorrow at 2. She spun back, staring in shock. Burked. I saw your prep class schedule. Got nothing better to do this winter break anyway. Zixuan smiled back. Then it's a promise. Chapter 275. Both reborn yet zero immersion. Our final high school winter break had officially arrived, lasting just under a month. Zixuan's schedule was dead simple. Either study at home or attend prep classes. Conveniently, those afternoon sessions fit her schedule perfectly. Her parents had absolutely no clue she secretly signed up for extra classes. As for me, even though I didn't live near school anymore, still walked Zixuan to class and back. The excuse I gave my dad was simple. I paid for an outside prep course, so I was out every afternoon. Hearing my simple excuse, Zixuan shook her head. Money really talks. If you had let me start that company, I would be the boss at home. I just laughed. You can still do it. I'll even give you the startup cash. Zixuan shot it down instantly. No way. I worked hard in my past life. Now I just want to sit back and enjoy being pampered. Let me enjoy being spoiled. Day after day flew by. Soon the Chinese New Year of 2012 arrived, painting the streets with red lanterns. Festive neon lights. Why are we out so late? On New Year's Day, Zixuan and I met up at the bus station. Blowing on her freezing hands, Zixuan pouted. Thought us a chance to relax. You really don't want to be here? I rolled my eyes. Am I not with you every single day? I meant real free time to do fun stuff, Zixuan corrected. Fine, what do you want to do? Zixuan reached into her puffer jacket pocket, pulling out 2 movie tickets. How about a movie? This one is super interesting. I leaned in to check the title. Goodbye, Mr. Loser. Haven't we seen this before? That was then. But watching it again now, totally different. Zixuan winked. Especially for us. You didn't forget how we ended up back in time, right? Froze, suddenly realizing exactly why she wanted to watch this. All right, let's see it then, I agreed with a nod. We took a cab to Wanda Plaza. Zixuan skipping the blockbusters for a film released months ago definitely held a deeper meaning for us. The plot was about traveling back to youth, and we had literally returned to age 17. Doesn't look crowded, Zixuan whispered as we walked in. She looked around. It wasn't as packed as the holiday blockbusters. Where are our seats? I asked. They're actually pretty good. Surrounded by people. Look, Zixuan pointed toward the middle rows. I nodded. After all, during the holidays, nobody wants a dead theater. Maybe they have other motives, Zixuan teased playfully. What motives? I asked, hoping to sit next to a cutie. Did you win that bet? Of course, and so did I. Holding hands, we sat down. Next to Zixuan was a lady, while next to me sat 2 teen girls. People in their 20s surrounded us. Everyone was packed into the center, leaving the sides empty. No one else came in before the lights dimmed. Our crowd was set. Starting, Zixuan leaned her head on my shoulder. This is the absolute perfect spot, so comfy. Even though we shared the same time travel twist as the characters, Zixuan kept nitpicking. I wanted to feel a connection, but I feel zero immersion. Babe, even if only you went back, you'd definitely wait for me instead of chasing some class beauty. And instantly becoming a star? Who are they kidding? Just like when we started our company, entrepreneurship is full of brutal challenges. Being a star is no different. If some old guy started spouting nonsense to me, I'd ship him to a nursing home. Babe, quiet down. I wiped my forehead. The theater was packed right around us. Even though Zixuan spoke in whispers, people would definitely hear her. Don't blame me. There are too many plot holes. They have no idea what people actually want to do after being reborn. She sighed. Then what do you want to do? I asked. Nothing major. Just want to be with you, she said, smiling happily. Just that? Of course not, Zixuan hummed. I also want to travel with you. The two girls beside me whispered enviously. They're so cute. The other girl agreed. He must be amazing. Meanwhile, on Zixuan's side, a woman in her 30s shook her head to her friend. Kids these days, they have passion, but it fades. Once you're married 4 or 5 years like me, you get sick of each other, her friend agreed. Tell me about it. My husband and I are totally over it too. Zixuan shot a sneaky glance toward them. Did you hear that? Zixuan whispered, nudging me under the armrest. Yeah, I heard. I nodded. She giggled. Hey, do you think? If we told them we've actually been married for over a decade, their minds would blow? I ruffled her hair. I don't know about that. But they definitely wouldn't buy that we married when we were 8. Zixuan realized. Oh, right. To them, we're only 18. Chapter 276. Let's spend New Year at your house. We didn't finish our first movie of 2012. I found rewatching it boring. And Zixuan felt this time travel film was just full of plot holes compared to our actual experience. Walking out, Zixuan complained, I risked sneaking out for this? I laughed. Should have thought about whether it would be fun before leaving. Hanging out is fun, but the movie sucked. Zixuan sighed. Ugh. Such a waste of time. My place isn't even close to Wanda Plaza. Meanwhile, Zixuan's eyes casually darted toward a nearby storefront. I immediately caught her drift. So we need to do something else to make this trip worth it. But what? Zixuan tapped her chin. Pretended to think for a second, smiling. I heard the boba shop here is actually pretty good. Zixuan nodded instantly. See, hubby always knows me best. Smiled. I didn't call her out for dropping hints about that boba. That's her move, getting me to suggest exactly what she already wants. Relationships aren't just about yourself, you have to care. And when she actually gets me, it's this sudden, crazy rush of real happiness. Love isn't just saying forever and calling it a day. It takes effort, real effort. After chilling at the boba shop for a bit, Juan's phone buzzed. Her mom, Yislan, was on the line, sounding incredibly strict. She demanded Zixuan get home now. Zixuan sighed and promised to grab a cab. Once she hung up, I asked, Your mom sounds pretty intense, huh? How could she not be? Zixuan sighed. I spent last Chinese New Year at your place. Even with my excuses, in my mom's eyes, I basically stayed out all night. So this year, she's watching me like a hawk. She let out a heavy sigh, just staring at me. What is it? I asked. I just want to hang out with you a little longer. But your mom's in a rush. I know, but a girl can wish, right? Let's head to the station. We walked out of the mall together. Stood by the curb, looking for a ride. Since it was the holidays, empty cabs were everywhere. No crazy weekday rush to fight over them. 20 minutes later, we hopped out. Hubby, I have to go in now, Zixuan said, her eyes practically begging me to stop her. I nodded. Yeah, I'm seriously going. Go ahead, I said, totally amused. But Zixuan just shook her head, dead serious. No way. You're supposed to beg me to stay so we get more time. Why are you so dreading home today, I asked. She hesitated. From what I could tell, she was just bummed our date got cut short. What if I just come over to your place? I suggested. Zixuan blinked, completely stunned. I laughed. If I'm at your place, we can still hang out. Yes, she cheered, before her face suddenly fell as she realized the catch. But what's the excuse? She asked. The house we looked at last time, I said. You mentioned that to your parents, right? Yeah, I think I brought it up a couple of times. She nodded. I smirked. Perfect. I'll say my dad and Aunt Nee are busy moving, so they're out, and I locked myself out of the house. Thoughts? It was obviously a solid lie. All right, let me grab some fruit first, she said. I'll come with you, I replied. I bought a quick fruit basket at the neighborhood market, and we headed inside. Hubby, honestly, this is how it should be, Zixuan murmured. Stepped into the elevator. Huh? I asked, confused. Think about it, she lectured. Last year I spent New Year's at your place, so now you're spending it at mine. We're totally even. It's not my first time here, I pointed out, but you didn't stay over. Swan fired back instantly. If you don't sleep over, it doesn't count. I meant in the past, actually, I muttered. Okay, fair. You used to practically live here. The elevator dinged. She unlocked the front door. Xiaoro, where on earth have you been? Why so late? Sneaking out on New Year's Day, what kind of girl does that? The moment we pushed the door open, the lecturing started. Jinlun came marching over, still scolding. But the second her eyes locked onto me, she froze. Jiang Chen, what are you doing here? Ani, I actually ran into Zixuan right outside your gates, I lied smoothly. We got caught up talking. It's totally my fault she's late. Oh no, don't say that. I just didn't realize, Zemlin said, waving her hands. Chatting with a top student was always a plus. Judging by her face, she figured it might boost Zixuan's grades. Zixuan stood right next to me, wearing a massive, smug grin. From Zixuan's look, she thought I was a genius for diffusing her mom's anger. But then, Zinlan frowned slightly. Thanks for bringing her home, Jiangchen. Xuan and I exchanged a quick look. Xinlan was saying the right words, but her voice carried this weird, suspicious edge. Zixuan looked totally baffled. I quickly decided to change course. Actually, Auntie, I didn't walk Zixuan home. It's the other way around. Zixuan blinked, and her mom looked taken aback. I locked myself out, I explained. My dad and Aunt Nee are busy with the move. I just needed a place to wait for them. Oh, I see. Zinlan smiled. Just stay here tonight. We've got plenty of room. I rubbed the back of my neck. If you're sure, Auntie. Thanks so much. Oh, it's no trouble at all, she insisted. Xiaoro, show Jiangchen to the study. I'll grab some blankets. It's late, and we don't want you losing sleep waiting around. Rest up here. Xinlan waved and walked off. The second she was gone, Zixuan whispered, Hubby, what was that about? She led me inside, looking intensely curious. I grinned. Think about it. It's late. If a guy is specifically escorting you home, you think your mom wouldn't be suspicious? Realization hit her. Oh, that's why. I knew she sounded weird. So denying you walked me home actually saved us? Looks like it, I replied, feeling pretty proud of myself. I shrugged. Zixuan nodded. You still remember where the study is, right? Head on in. I'll sneak in later. Cool. I knew her house like the back of my hand. She was just avoiding suspicion in front of her mom. I dropped the fruit in the kitchen and headed to the study. A minute later, Xinlan walked in with the blankets, looking confused. Where's Zixuan? She said she was tired and went to bed. I lied smoothly. Unbelievable. She invites you over and ignores you, Xinlan muttered. She sighed, then smiled at me. You know how she is, Jiangchen. 1 minute she's warm, the next she's totally freezing you out. I know, I laughed. At school, when I tried tutoring her, she'd totally tune me out. That's not gonna fly. Auntie Wen got dead serious. Jiangchen, do me a favor. If she hates your tutoring, drag her over and make her sit her butt down. She still acts up, punish her. If she complains, just tell her I gave you the authority. Sure, I said, wiping away a nervous sweat. I'd only been teasing. Auntie Wen continued, You're staying here tonight. Your exams are just months away. You can't stay up late, or you'll have zero energy to study tomorrow, she nagged. Yeah, I got it, Auntie, I replied. I nodded and thanked her. Auntie Wen waved her hand. Don't thank me, Zixuan getting her grades up is all thanks to you. I'll buy you dinner later. I didn't refuse. Go wash up. I'll check if Zixuan is actually sleeping or playing on her phone. I've caught her hiding under the blanket watching shows, Auntie Wen muttered as she left. I headed straight to the bathroom. A few minutes later, forgot to tell Jiangchen where the bathroom is. Plus he needs a toothbrush, Auntie Wen muttered, leaving Zixuan's room to check the study. After all, this house in Fuxi City was massive. Anyone would get lost. But when Auntie Wen checked the study, Where did he go? She muttered, pacing the hallway. Soon she heard noise from the bathroom, took a sharp corner, and she saw the door shut tight with water splashing inside. Guess I'd found it on my own. Auntie Wen nodded softly. But as she turned to leave, she noticed an unopened toothbrush on the sink. She froze. After a second, she stared at the door and muttered, How did he find that? He really makes himself at home. She drank some water and went to bed. Even with me staying over, I was 18. She didn't need to baby me. To her, I was just her daughter's classmate crashing for the night. After showering and brushing my teeth, I went back to the study. Place was dead quiet. Wasn't she coming over? I glanced toward Zixuan's room, shrugged it off, and got ready for bed. I changed, killed the lights, and crashed. Around midnight, a soft knock came from the door. I threw some clothes back on. Door creaked open, and a familiar face poked in. Hubby, you awake? I nodded. Swan gestured to me. Come out. You're not sleeping in the study at my house. I walked over, grinning. Where then? She rolled her eyes. Where we always sleep. I glanced toward Auntie Wen's room. You're not scared of your mom catching us? Scared of what? I found the study key. If we lock it, she'll just think you're fast asleep inside. Jiggled the key. I didn't argue. I followed Zixuan straight to her room across the hall. After being apart for hours, finally felt right. Zixuan locked the door and collapsed onto the bed. I sat down, scanning the familiar room. Everything looked the same as my last visit, except for a massive stack of test prep books on Zixuan's desk. I took a look. Yeah, I study those to survive the college entrance exam, Zixuan said, sticking her tongue out. Look how hard I'm trying. I looked at her. Of course, getting into Peking University isn't easy. You don't count you're literally a cheat code, she added. I took a deep breath. You've been working hard, I murmured. Zixuan leaned in close, looking totally shocked. What did you say? I said you've been working hard to get into my university, I repeated. She stared at me with wide, watery eyes. After a second, she pulled me down. We're basically an old married couple. Don't be so cheesy. Let's sleep. I lay down beside Zixuan and naturally slipped my arm under her pillow. Without hesitation, she rested her head on it. Ah, much better. I wondered why I couldn't sleep when we first came back to this era. Now I know, she mumbled, snuggling deeper into my chest. She finally closed her eyes. As her breathing slowed, a deep, heavy peace washed over my mind. Unlike our trips to Lijiang or sneaking around our rental, where her slightest touch set my blood on fire, tonight felt completely different. I didn't even have to fight any urges. Lying here felt exactly like back then, when our new apartment was still under renovation. We used to crash in this room while building our business. We'd grind at work all day, check the construction, and collapse. Both of us would be dead tired. Neither of us had the energy for anything wild. But over time, we found our rhythm. Even after moving into our new place, we didn't feel pressured to force anything. We just went with the flow, depended on our mood. After being married for so long, we already had that deep connection, and tonight, watching her snuggle her face against my chest even while asleep felt perfect. Life isn't a battle. We don't always need fireworks. Sometimes, simple intimacy is enough. The next morning, Zixuan blinked her eyes open, only to find my side of the bed empty. She checked the study. The door was wide open, and the sheets were neatly folded. "You're up?" Auntie Wen called from the living room. "Yeah, where's Zhongchen?" Zixuan asked. "He headed home early this morning." "Seriously? It was his first time staying over, and you didn't even keep him company." Auntie Wen started lecturing. "He's a top student, you know. Spending more time with him is exactly what you need to boost your grades." I rolled my eyes. "I thought you hated me hanging out with Zhongchen." My mom sighed, calling me a brat. "That was a misunderstanding," my mom shot back. "Do not use that as an excuse. Go hit the books." "Your only job is to learn from him," my mom lectured. I nodded. "Sure, but what if I let him tutor me?" "Aren't you afraid we will date?" I teased. My mom rolled her eyes. "Please, you are never serious, girl." "Whoever marries you is doomed," my mom scoffed. "Besides, Jiang Chen only cares about studying. From what I could tell, last night convinced her." She was totally convinced Jiang Chen and I were just friends. It was obvious she thought he did not care how I treated him. I was still my usual rebellious self, doing whatever I wanted. I literally just left him in the study all night. My mom's words almost made me burst out laughing. "Whatever, Mom, you win," I said, heading back to my room to study. I grabbed my phone and called Jiang Chen. He answered, asking if I was awake. "Hubby, why did you leave without telling me?" I whined. "You were sleeping like a baby," Jiang Chen explained over the phone. "You even slept past your alarm, so I just slipped out." "Probably because I slept so good last night," I mumbled. Then I remembered something. "Oh, by the way, I have some serious news," I said. "My mom says you are doomed." I hung up before he could reply. Judging by his silence, Jiang Chen was probably staring at his phone, totally confused. Soon our short winter break flew by. By mid-February, Jiang Chen's dad got the green light to start home renovations on their new house. He and Auntie Ni were always out, busy with the new place. My boyfriend offered to help them out, but they shut him down. His final high school semester was starting, and he needed to focus entirely on his college exams. Late February, and school was back. Zhang Fan teased us the second we walked in. "Well, look who arrived together again." I snorted, glaring at Jiang Fan. "Yeah, we did? You got a problem with that?" "No way," Jiang Fan smirked. "But telling us you guys are not dating yet? That is getting hard to believe." "You seemed so eager when you first transferred," Jiang Fan grinned. "What do I have to be eager about?" I scoffed. "So you are really not dating," he pressed. "It is not that," I corrected him. "I told you, Zhang Chen and I made a deal. We have exactly 112 days left." Jiang Fan looked speechless. I rolled my eyes and turned to my bestie, Xiao Hua. "Love the new outfit. Thanks to you and Zhang Chen," she beamed. I was so confused. "Wait, what do Jiang Chen and I have to do with your clothes?" "It is about his dad's house," she said. She explained her dad let her sign the contract. She got the commission as New Year money. "So, how much did you get?" I asked. $5,000, she giggled. I called her a little rich girl. It was so good to have everyone back together. Our teacher, Ms. Jiang, walked to the front and we scrambled to our seats. "This is your final semester. Focus up, everyone," she ordered. Anyone could see this speech was going to be long. This college entrance exam is the ultimate milestone for all of us. Dictates our entire future. After an hour of lecturing, she finally wrapped up. "Class starts tomorrow." Once she left, I sighed deeply, turning to my boyfriend. "Hubby, everyone seems so stressed out, right?" He just nodded. I slumped onto my desk and groaned. "But I am freaking out. My mock art exams start next week."